Recovery from narcissistic abuse, gaslighting, codependency, and complex PTSD, navigating the maze of emotional liberation. Copyright 2023-2024. Lizzie Freeman. Recovery from narcissistic abuse. 1. Introduction. The fact that you have this in your possession means that you have decided to take active action in your recovery from the ordeals that were inflicted upon you by the toxic narcissist, or you suspect that you are under the influence of a toxic narcissist and want to know how you can identify the signs. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that you are aware that there is something wrong in your current set of circumstances and that you want to take back control of your own life. It is understood that before you can begin to recover from the effects of a toxic narcissist, you would have to understand how their mind works. You can consider this as a trigger warning of sorts, in that you would have to re-examine every aspect of your relationship to determine how much they were able to influence you to cede control of your life to their hands. You will understand that it also takes much effort to take back your life from theirs. This is not a recovery process that will grant you instantaneous results, mind you, but it will ensure that you are able to piece yourself back and become stronger than you originally were. You need help, we should make no bones about that fact. You may consciously seek out help, you may find yourself in a situation where you think you might need help, and that is always a good idea. Throughout this section, you will understand what makes a toxic narcissist tick and why they act the way they do. You will come to understand over time that their actions and the consequences that arise therefrom are not your fault, regardless of what they tell you. What you can do now, first of all, is to ensure that you are in a safe place to continue with this book and read the rest of the section. It would do you no good if you were able to tip off the narcissist that you plan to be free from their influence. Their actions are subtle and completely insidious, so you will know that what happened to you is not on you but completely on their actions. Once you feel safe, you can continue to read the remainder of the passages of this book and begin to plan your journey into recovery from the manipulations of the toxic narcissist. 2. The myriad maze of the narcissist. You may find that the traditional perception of a narcissist is that of a person who is completely self-absorbed to the point that they tend to ignore those around them. Such is the mythological antecedent from which the condition derives its name, from the myth of Narcissus, who fell in love with his own reflection and ignored everyone around him, to the detriment of the nymph Echo. This is the more benign form of narcissism that most people are familiar with. The general idea that a person can be completely self-absorbed to the point that they ignore the passage of life around them. All their life they have been told that it was all about me, but never once gave a notion to think of others. This is where it begins to be more toxic, in that they would ignore others and their needs to ensure that only their needs are met. A more clinical definition of narcissistic personality disorder is that it is a pattern of behavior that exhibits a fantasy of grandiosity, a constant need for admiration and gratification, and a lack of empathy. It occurs in approximately 6% of the general population, where 75% of the diagnosed cases are attributed to men. It is pointed out, though, that there are characteristics of narcissism that may develop in adolescence, but they do not necessarily mean that the behavior will continue into adulthood. You can be assured, however, that your teen would grow out of it, unless it begins to get out of hand. While it can be treated, it would entail individual psychotherapy. It is suggested, however, that if you find yourself in a relationship with the narcissist, to simply choose to move on. It would be pointless to waste time to attempt to get them treated, as it is in their perception that there is nothing wrong with the way they behave. The possibility for treatment exists in the event that the narcissist does come to realize that their behavior has been toxic for those around them, but since such epiphanies can be uncommon, it would be best to cut your losses in time. You will understand later, as you begin the recovery process later on in this book. 2.1 Who is a narcissist? This would be a very loaded question, as more common ideas of narcissists involve famous people, politicians, and celebrities. There may be some of these people who have a narcissistic personality disorder, but given their prominence in society, it would be easier to keep an eye on them. This section deals more about the narcissist who is able to hide who they are as a person, as the toxic narcissist is a person who presents two faces, the public face that shows their equanimity, and the private face where they show how toxic they are as a person. The danger here with that is that you can never tell who a narcissist is. The narcissist could exist in your workplace, in your school, or even in your own home. It could be a parent, a friend, a teacher, an office mate, or simply any person in authority who is on a power trip. The narcissist is a chameleon, able to camouflage their true intent with a warm smile that hides a cold and manipulative exterior. They are able to use charisma to cover up their need to control a person and erode them. This is what makes the toxic narcissist a danger to those who are unaware of the way they operate. It would be difficult to simply separate narcissists from the shallow, self-centered versions and the ones who have some form of ill intent upon their would-be victims. Unfortunately for everyone, despite the best attempts to narrate the behaviors that are a red flag to indicate that a person is a narcissist, you have invested some form of emotion in your encounters with that person. That said, it is important to still understand what these red flags are, so that the moment you are able to perceive them, you will no longer see the need to further emotionally invest yourself in a relationship with them, and you can preempt any potential pain once you cut contact with the narcissist. You may have gone beyond the point of getting to know the narcissist, however, for some, and you may have emotionally invested yourself some more in the hope that the narcissist would change for the better. They may sometimes show that they do change, however. Remember that the narcissist is capable of hiding their own intentions behind a mask of charisma. Needless to say, it would be hard to reconcile someone who seems affable and charming with a person who deliberately seeks out to mess up a person. While there are overlaps between different types of narcissists, it would be worthwhile to know just which type of people to look out for, so you can avoid any potential or intimate entanglements. They are simply not worth your time. No one wants to be a prisoner of their own mind. Know this: the narcissist is a great actor and is able to mimic what you feel you want in a partner, but behind that facade is a darkness that they seek to hide from others until such time they choose to reveal themselves to you, by which point you are too emotionally dependent on the narcissist for fulfillment in your relationship. Try to keep Prince Hans in mind when you think of a narcissist, and you will see how the narcissist can present a front that can easily deceive even the most perceptive person. They would willfully prey upon the emotions of a vulnerable person, whom they could easily manipulate in accordance with their whims. Psychopaths can include narcissists, and this term has been heavily misconstrued with other maladaptive behaviors of a person. After all, sometimes when a person acts in a way that is completely perverse, we refer to a person as a psycho, and that is not too far off. While it has to be emphasized that psychopathy is different from narcissism in a more clinical context, there are behaviors that overlap between the two conditions. One of which is a distinct lack of empathy. The narcissist, as you now know, is often self-absorbed, and as such is intentionally neglectful of others once their needs are satisfied. You can expect that a narcissist would simply tell you to do this and that, regardless of your health or emotional state. They simply do not really care at all. Aside from the lack of empathy, the narcissist is also very manipulative. You can expect that the narcissist will attempt to gaslight you in an attempt to distort your ability to perceive what is real and what is not. We will go into further detail later on this, but suffice it to say, gaslighting is its own ordeal. Lastly, it must be reiterated that the narcissist is able to hide their indifference behind an act. They can be charming, there is no doubt about that, especially if you have something that they desire, or you are the object of desire. Once they have obtained what they needed from you, however, you will be discarded by them, and they could not care any less. The narcissist differs from a psychopath now, in that these behaviors are more apparent in a narcissist. They can engage in histrionics, behaviors where the narcissist seeks attention in a very shameless manner, be it a loud voice, or outfits that simply grab a person's attention, or even the most outlandish behavior that one can engage in. A psychopath, on the other hand, is more subtle in their approach, in that they tend to operate more quietly and lull a victim into a false sense of safety before they make their move. Sociopaths are another form of a narcissist, but again, are distinct from what a narcissistic personality is clinically defined as. The sociopath does share the lack of empathy with a narcissist and a psychopath, but is otherwise distinct from the narcissist. Where the narcissist and the psychopaths are great actors, the sociopath is more of a stick of dynamite, ready to explode at the slightest provocation once they are angered, irritated, or annoyed. Do not take this as a case of all bite and no bark, however, as the sociopath tends to be quite aggressive. The narcissist will be able to maintain a relationship, though this relationship is often one-sided. The sociopath, on the other hand, is unable to maintain any form of relationship, as they tend to be very confrontational. The narcissist will maintain a relationship, but any flaws in the relationship will cause them to gaslight you and make you think that it is your fault, when it really is not. Take note of this trait of the narcissist, as this often comes into play, especially when they attempt to manipulate your ability to perceive your environment. There are other means by which a narcissist can make their behavior more manifest, but this will be discussed later on. Suffice it to say that the narcissist is able to manipulate the ability of a person to perceive, and this is a trait that they would consistently employ as part of their abusive tactics. It would be wise to exercise caution. If possible, you would want to start with a record of entries and detail every occurrence regardless of how insignificant it may be. This will prove useful in your recovery process. 3. The inner workings of the narcissist. It would be prudent to start this chapter with a trigger warning. Some of the content and actions of the narcissist may trigger unpleasant memories or reactions in the reader. Some of the content may also cause emotional distress to the reader. Narcissism is not a disease that you can catch from someone, no. It is a psychological condition whose causes are unknown. Some people are just born to be narcissists. Some people became narcissists because circumstances have forced them to. Despite the best efforts of psychologists, it would be hard to determine what makes a person become a narcissist. The only way to determine the possible cause of how a person becomes a narcissist would be to delve into the mind of the said person. This would be harder than expected, despite the relative simplicity of the solution. This is because it is rare that the narcissist would accept that they are the ones with a psychological issue. The narcissist is more likely to deny that they have anything wrong with them. This is not to grant some modicum of sympathy to the narcissist, however, if we intend to understand what made them the way they are. This is only to help us understand why they act the way they do, and why they choose to bring ruination into someone's life. Will this help with the recovery process? Perhaps. What this gives you, though, is an edge to see that the narcissist has a sense of inadequacy that they project onto you, and that you can somehow use this to your advantage the moment you feel that the narcissist begins to verge on behavior that is abusive in turn. One can gain the idea that the narcissist was themselves abused, which is why they feel the need to abuse other people because it was all they have ever known. Does this justify the way they act? It will never be justifiable. Even though the narcissist may have known only that type of behavior, then, at some point in their life, they have also been exposed to other types of emotional expression that are healthier and do not bring harm onto other people. Know that what the narcissist does is never your fault, no matter how logical they make it seem. The narcissist is an expert in how they shift blame to others so that they come out completely blameless. That aside, the narcissist may have learned abuse not from a family member, but from other members of society that they have encountered on a daily basis. We have established earlier that a narcissist can literally be anyone, Even the nicest person on the street may turn out to be a narcissist behind closed doors. The root of narcissism is sometimes attributed in early childhood, in that some children have the tendency to be quite self-centered. If you are a parent, how many times have you heard your child shout me, or mine, mine, mine? You may be forgiven for the idea that the child is a budding narcissist, but there is a crucial difference. The child is able to grow out of this behavior over time as they get exposed to different environments and experiences. The narcissist, on the other hand, carries on with the behavior with an added sense of entitlement. The child tends to focus on themselves because the child was raised with the notion that the world revolves around them. It is up to the parent now to foster more positive behaviors early on so that the child is able to develop properly. Children have been raised to never interrupt others, not to hurt others, and not to be mean to others. Psychological developmental stages also indicate that there are certain psychological needs for the child to fulfill at certain ages, and that these needs must be satisfied so as to ensure that the child is able to develop at the proper psychological stage. This does not mean, however, that you should let the child have free rein in this stage, as this is also the point in their life that you have to make an impression upon them and tell them which behaviors are all right and which behaviors should not be encouraged. This is how the child is able to grow out of their selfish tendencies and behave properly. The narcissist, on the other hand, has never grown out of this stage and is accustomed all their life to having their needs met. If one person is unable to fulfill a need, then they simply look for another person who can. Other people in this instance are highly dispensable, and the narcissist would not even care if a person gets hurt because of their actions. Here is where you see the lack of empathy come into play. When the narcissist is able to get what they want from a person, nobody else matters to them. Why do they act this way? If we went with the notion that their actions were deeply rooted in their childhood, then the narcissist was simply never properly taught how to empathize and learn to think of others. Perhaps a parent had coddled them too much and always gave them what they wanted, regardless of others, and the narcissist grew up with the idea that people should always give them what they want. Others may have been taught how to grow out of this behavior, but the narcissist did not. Because of this, the idea of empathy is foreign to them, and they simply could not relate to the need to display empathy because it meant nothing to the narcissist in their formative years. The narcissist can also be one whose needs were never met, and therefore they found that they had to compensate in later years by demanding that all of their needs be met over any others. This is harder because the narcissist never knew any other treatment, and therefore did not develop any semblance of emotional awareness on how their behavior is vastly different from other children. Socioeconomic circumstances may have also played a part in the development of a narcissistic personality disorder in the narcissist. It can be rationalized through the idea that the narcissist feels compelled to have their needs met by anyone immediately, as they were deprived and neglected throughout their formative years. This, as with the previous rationalization, does not provide any form of justification as to why they should act in a particular manner. After all, at some point, everyone has hit rock bottom, but not everyone acts like they should be given immediate gratification. Some people choose to work hard to satisfy their own needs, and that would be the more appropriate outcome. The narcissist, on the other hand, expects their desires to be handed to them on a silver platter, regardless of the amount of effort expended by the person to ensure that the narcissist's needs have been completely satisfied. It can be reasonably assumed under this rationalization that an adult person would not immediately just happen to have narcissistic personality disorder. Sure, a person can be self-centered on occasion, but the acts of a narcissist would be vastly different from the acts of a person who just happens to be egotistical. This is because, if the narcissistic behavior was impelled due to socioeconomic circumstance, then this would take years to impart the negative behaviors, which upon adulthood would be significantly worse than that of an egotist. It all depends upon the external factors that can influence a person to behave the way they do. Not to tarnish most celebrities, but even most people understand that no matter how outrageous the actions of a celebrity are, these can be swept under the rug with the aid of a PR person who can spin the narrative in favor of the celebrity. This then contributes to a false sense of assurance and fosters the belief of the celebrity that they are never at fault and will not be held accountable simply because someone else is there to pick up the slack. On a different end of the spectrum, if the narcissist has always been coddled by the parent or relative who refuses to impart upon them the responsibilities of accountability for their own actions, then the person would ultimately develop the characteristics of a narcissist over time. On the other end of the spectrum, with regards to the socioeconomic spectrum, one has to also consider those who have been born with a silver spoon in their mouth. This is not to say, however, that all wealthy people are narcissists. Given that there are those who are altruistic, the lifestyle of the wealthy can predispose them to develop a narcissistic personality disorder. Why is that? Think of it this way: a person was born into a lifestyle where they can get anything they want when they want it. This person was born with an accessibility to everything that material wealth can buy. Now, place this person in a more plebeian circumstance, like, say, a job application. You can expect that the person would think that, why would they have to learn how to work when they are already rich to begin with? Or, why would they need to learn how to run a business? This sense of entitlement leads to the expectations that their wealth acts as a safeguard from the reality that is life. The rich narcissist would develop the belief that their wealth makes them better than others, and expects others to know their place. 3.1 What makes the narcissist abusive? This is another loaded question that will require a trigger warning for those who have been subjected to the abuse of a toxic narcissist. Please exercise caution if you decide to read this chapter. If you find that you are triggered by the situation, seek the advice of a certified mental health professional. With the topic of the abuse, and if you have been in an abusive relationship, the first question that must have come up was, why me? Why did it have to be me? What did I do to warrant this? Take a deep breath, and then as part of your recovery process, use this affirmation: it was not my fault. Why do you have to stress the latter statement? This is because one of the expected characteristics of a toxic narcissist is that they tend to shift blame onto another person, in this context, you. They also tend to twist circumstances to make it look like that they only acted that way in your best interest. Know this: abuse is always abuse, and it can never be sugarcoated nor justified. There is no justification for a person to abuse another. You have the inherent right to be respected and treated properly. No one can take that from you. Not even the narcissist, and their sense of twisted logic can alter the entire world and take free will and expression from a person. This abusive behavior, and every other act that stems from it, can only be blamed on the narcissist. Why? Narcissists, as we have mentioned earlier, have zero empathy and rarely hold themselves accountable for any mistake or error in their behavior. Empathy is a sensation that tells us to help others if we are in the position to help, and to consider the emotions of another person. The narcissist does not have that, and freely toy with the emotions of another person, perhaps due to the feeling of power it gives them, or maybe it amuses them. The point is, the narcissist cannot establish an emotional connection with any person, and therefore they cannot feel. If they cannot feel or refuse to feel, then they simply do not care about a person, and once they are done with you, they can just dump you without a care. This is harsh, but that is the reality of a life with a narcissist. This leads their victim to become a people pleaser, to pour their heart and soul to a person who would never appreciate all the efforts their victim went through to sat their twisted desire. Because of this, the victim opens themselves up to more abuse, and this continues in a dangerous cycle that the victim might find hard to break free from. This does not mean, however, that the victim is at fault here. They did not seek to be drawn into the warped world of the narcissist. They were a victim of unfortunate circumstance. They never chose this path. Who would? How does this work? On some level, we happen to perceive and read the room on how a person is. We are able to determine if they are nice, funny, smart, and so on. These are just positive qualities, but we also have to consider that there are other facets to the personality of an individual. The narcissist, compared to the average mentally healthy person, has dark facets. What makes the narcissist different from the average person is that, where a person would normally be able to comprehend that others have various states of emotions, the narcissist feels that the person should only express one, and it is the one emotion that the narcissist expects their victim to feel. The narcissist cannot comprehend the spectrum of emotion, nor can they understand that people can feel other emotions. There is a disconnect between what they can feel and their ability to understand the concept of emotion. Hence, the narcissist cannot make a true connection with any person, as they cannot grasp the nuances of the ups and downs of a relationship. The narcissist may want things only in one way. Any other form of expression is completely unacceptable to them. 3.2 Wanted empathy. The previous paragraph, and throughout this book, you have understood that one of the greatest flaws of the narcissist, despite their illusion of personal perfection, is their inability to understand the basics of human emotion. Our reactions to general events, for instance, are inherent in us. Think of it this way: if we understand that a person wants to harm us, we flee. If we can handle that person, we fight. This is a mechanism that has existed within the body for millennia. This is not a mechanism that can be switched off at will. What does this have to do with the narcissist? Remember how we mentioned that the narcissist thinks that the whole world revolves around them? This is a result of the flight or fight response, but in an unhealthy context. The narcissist fled into the depths of their minds to escape reality, and instead created their own illusions to give them a false sense of safety and bravado. This in effect gives them denial over what is real, and they try to lure others into what the narcissist feels that others should feel. Another flaw in the narcissist is their inability to be emotionally intelligent. Not to mince words, but the narcissist is an emotional cripple, since they cannot understand what it means to be in a relationship where emotions are responded to and reciprocated. Because the narcissist cannot grasp this notion, empathy then is a foreign concept. While emotions can be learned, empathy is something that you develop over time through experience, not something that can be learned through a book or a podcast. This means that it would be futile to expect that the narcissist would simply learn the error of their ways. In their mind, they are flawless and we are all flawed beings. Object constancy is a term that is alien to the narcissist, and we often simply refer to it as restraint. Restraint in how we deal with issues of conflict, wherein we opt to take the high road rather than insult a person. Where we ought to apologize for a wrong done rather than simply leaving things unsettled. The latter situation would give you a clear idea on how this applies to the narcissist. The narcissist is a person who will never take the high road, as object constancy implies that a person has the ability to make better decisions and has a sense of accountability. The narcissist does not want to be accountable for their actions and will not hold back with what they want to inflict upon the other person. This is where it gets to be more dangerous. If the narcissist feels that some harm, no matter how minuscule or insignificant it seems, has been inflicted upon them, they will hit back until such time that they have let all their anger out. You will find this a common characteristic in most abusers, and if you find yourself in this situation, it would be best to ensure that you have an escape plan, a safety plan with a friend or a shelter where you can be assured of your safety. This is a particular characteristic that you should be aware of, as this heightens the danger of a continued relationship with a narcissist or a person you believe to be a narcissist. They will not hold back, and they lack the ability to restrain themselves and act reasonable. Every move they do that is violent is rationalized in their mind, as though the recipient absolutely deserves this for making the narcissist feel what they had felt at that time. The narcissist at this point cannot be rational, nor has it occurred to them to be rational or act rational. Be careful of this behavior, and if you do not have a safety plan, it would be very prudent to ensure that you have a safe place to get to. 4. The crux of the narcissist. The narcissist can be a generally unpleasant person to be around, particularly if they are manipulative and tend to act entitled to most things. Despite the commonality of their traits, the narcissist carries facets of their personality that are apparent and that they keep hidden. One of these is their lack of empathy and their lack of object constancy. This is a trigger warning now for those who might be severely affected by the actions of the narcissist in their life. There is no wrong to be found with the idea of self-love. Where the norm is to please other people rather than do what pleases yourself, the concept of self-love is actually perfectly fine. It does not automatically mean that you or another person is a narcissist. This is also similarly applied in the concept where there is admiration of one's own character, or in instances where you are certainly proud of yourself. These are emotions that are perfectly fine to feel, regardless of comments that you might be too full of yourself. A person can be self-centered, but not be a narcissist, with the proviso that their actions do not bring harm to others, and that they do not actively use their self-love concept to manipulate others. A person can be truly confident in themselves, can speak about themselves, and are not afraid to be themselves in character. That is not necessarily narcissism. You would need a lot more to go on to be truly labeled a narcissist. So what makes a person a narcissist then? There is an overlap with a lot of characteristics with other psychiatric conditions. There is also an overlap with characteristics that a normal individual expresses. It is possible to feel pride and self-love without the label of narcissism. So what makes narcissism different from these expressions? For one, the narcissist is prone to delusions of grandeur. They experience episodes of paranoia and are prone to fits of anger. If you or someone you know experiences this type of anger, then it verges onto narcissism, particularly if the expression of these characteristics brings harm to others. If you also feel that you are paranoid or angry due to perceptions of mistreatment by others, this might be narcissism. It becomes a definitive case then, if the delusions persist, and if the person begins to lash out at others for no reason and refuse to listen to others or reason, a sign of the absence of object constancy, the person is a narcissist and not the type you would want to deal with on a daily basis. There are several types of narcissists, and as you read this book, you might be able to learn more about the narcissist you happen to deal with. If it so happens that you are in the company of a person you suspect to be narcissist, there is a good reason as to why you have this book in your possession, to ascertain your suspicions, as you might think that your life is affected by the actions of the narcissist. The narcissist will tell you that they do what they do because they love you. Deep down, we all know that will never be the case. A person who truly loves you does not abuse you, and certainly does not make you feel ashamed or make you think you are crazy, or makes you feel a heavy sense of guilt. Furthermore, a person who loves you does not wish to isolate you from others, and does not belittle your worth, shame you in front of others, or enact such punishments that degrade your worth. You are worth more than this if you find that a person treats you this way. You have your dignity, and you are entitled to it. You are worthy of a love where you are cherished and supported. What the narcissist makes you feel, or what they do, is not motivated by love. They are motivated solely by control, and they would do anything that is possible to ensure that you remain under their control, even if they have to fake an emotion that they cannot feel for others. The narcissist would degrade your self-worth. A person who truly loves and cares for you would always support you through the ups and downs of life, a partner who understands and will always be there. One of the key traits that you can look out for is the reaction of the narcissist to things around them, most especially when their plans go awry. The concept of object constancy will come into play at this time. Now, take for instance that you and another person are on a date, and then you were told that it is a 15-minute wait until the next table is available. A more reasonable person would say, "It would be all right," and then bring you to the bar for a couple of drinks before you get seated. A narcissist, on the other hand, would overreact and start swearing. They would begin to act violently or aggressively until they are able to get what they want. Now, in a more private setting, for instance, you have a dinner planned and you forgot a certain item. A reasonable person would tell you, "It's all right," and then help you come up with a plan, or simply take you out and get the item you missed. A narcissist, on the other hand, would rant and rage at you and be rather violent. No matter how much you try to reason with the narcissist, they do not listen to you. At this point, you know now that that person really is a narcissist, and that a relationship with them is simply not worthwhile. These two red flags aside, the ability of the narcissist to erode your self-worth and their refusal to hold a reasonable discussion are accompanied by several other traits that may result in a toxic narcissist. Note that one or two of these behavioral traits can conclude that a person is simply a narcissist, but more than two of these in a person would show that the person you are with is a toxic narcissist, and that you would have to exercise caution in how you deal with them and every other interaction hereafter if you did not cease interactions with them. The narcissist loves and thrives on attention, similar to a histrionic person. The narcissist and the histrionic person will do what they can to get the attention that they feel they deserve. The narcissist takes this to a different level. The narcissist can be considered as someone who is in a role where they are the main character. They can put up a facade, one that exudes charisma and charm, which serve as the means to draw in people to their circle and from which they can choose their victim from. The narcissist can make a person feel loved and needed. However, as discussed earlier, this is a superficial connection and will only be maintained insofar as much as the narcissist would need or exploit the person they chose to victimize. The narcissist can act, and any emotion that they show other than anger and selfishness is an act contrived to gain the attention and perhaps sympathy of others. After all, attention is what the narcissist desires, and they would do what they can to attain it, even if it means that someone has to get hurt in the process. This means that when they have any of their negative traits exposed, they would cover it up to ensure that no one is able to see their flaws. Once their mask slips, it is a different person who speaks those words. The narcissists then, in the maintenance of the falsity of their crafted illusions, are pathological liars. When it was mentioned that the narcissist would do anything they can to ensure that attention is on them, and to maintain a person's interest in them, they would lie with a straight face to make sure that they are still able to maintain that interest. Take, for instance, con men would willingly sink themselves into mountains of debt to ensure that they maintain the illusion that they are well-to-do. They may not come out with outright lies all the time, but they can exaggerate the truth to ensure that it conforms with the image that they seek to project to others. Entitlement is another trait that is common to the narcissist, and this has been more prominent lately, what with the amount of people who show their entitlement to the customer service industry. Even though the narcissist may know that they are wrong, or what they do is wrong, they still continue with their course of action to ensure that they get what they want, and attempt to justify their actions through shallow, illogical reasoning. The entitled narcissist often thinks highly of themselves, and feel that they deserve to be treated better than other people, and often refuse to share any object with other people, no matter how small it is. The presence of an entitled person anywhere coincides with the presence of arrogance in a narcissist. The narcissist has the delusion that they are perfection personified, far from it. The narcissist is firm and constant in their belief that they are the most flawless person in their eyes, and that no one can be better than them. They are the end-all and be-all of their own world, and if anyone is unlucky enough to unwittingly supplant them, the narcissist will do all in their power to ensure no one outshines them. Because of the combination of their arrogance and entitlement, the narcissist has a double standard in their beliefs. This double standard would manifest in that the narcissist is permitted to feel sad or any other emotion, but if any other person in their group shows that, they are not allowed to do so. This is most likely due to the fact that if another person shows any other form of emotion, it draws attention away from the narcissist, and they cannot have that. Similarly, if a person wears a flamboyant outfit, the narcissist would nitpick, But if it is the narcissist who wears the same outfit, it suits them as it gives them style. There are a lot of double standards that can be readily observed when the narcissist acts. You just have to keep an eye out. The narcissist, due to their arrogance, is unable to take criticism, regardless of how valid it is. To them, they are right, while the whole world is wrong. We have touched upon the lack of empathy by the narcissist, and this is the most key trait that they would exhibit. The narcissist may form a connection, true, and show instances of love and kindness, but again these are superficial, and the emotion behind them is a sham. This means that, unless the narcissist had a personality transplant, they cannot truly feel. They can simulate emotion, but all of that is just an act. The narcissist only loves themselves, and will be the type to fake it just to ensure that they are able to get what they feel they deserve from another person. How do you keep an eye out for this? The narcissist may keep their act up with you, but observe the way they treat other people. Their parents perhaps, or even other random people. A truly kind person would show some consideration and show heartfelt emotion. The narcissist, on the other hand, would be cold and calculating, and will only show pleasantries if they know they can get something from another person. Otherwise, any other person would be dispensable to them. Control is key to the narcissist, and on your part as the reader, you do not want to yield any control, because the day you do that is the day you let yourself be warped by the narcissist. Do not let this happen, as it will only be difficult for you to take back control of your life. Control is what the narcissist has as their endgame once they draw you into their web of lies. The narcissist will shamelessly exploit any means for them to get the upper hand over you, to ensure that you bend to their will. Do not let this happen to you. Manipulation, or the manipulative narcissist, is one of the skills that would greatly affect your ability to perceive and hence give the toxic narcissist more control over you. This is because when used in tandem with their ability to influence and control your reality and your behavior, this leads to a phenomenon referred to as cognitive distortion. What is distorted here is your ability to know that what you perceive around you is correct. This is best illustrated in a scenario where you know that a certain sequence of events has taken place, such as you left an object in a place where you usually leave it, say a side table or the dresser. The narcissist, who wishes to make you believe that you are unable to perceive correctly, will tell you that you have left it in another place, such as the kitchen table or a desk. The narcissist will then use your alleged inability to perceive correctly to ease their way to gain control and manipulate your perception of reality on the premise that you are unable to tell what is real for yourself. The truth is you do perceive correctly. The problem is that the narcissist chose to gaslight you. This means that they altered circumstances around you to make you believe that you begin to lose your grip on what is real and what is not. Because of this distortion in your mind, the narcissist then gains control over you and insinuates themselves into your trust as the one person who can help you get through this, when the reality is, you actually are correct in your perceptions, and this is just a ploy for the narcissist to gain control over you and manipulate you. Such is the effect of these two in gaslighting, that recovery from its effects can take time, as you are convinced to lose trust in yourself by a person who has manipulated you into that circumstance. Triangulation is a more novel tactic, which involves the inclusion of a third party by the narcissist to enforce the notion that you or a friend are unable to distinguish reality from fiction. You know perfectly well that this is not true, and at this point you begin to realize that what the narcissist says is not true. However, the third party, usually their friend, corroborates their notion and confirms that what the narcissist says is true. This is a tactic that serves to make you believe that you are crazy when you really are not. The narcissist uses this opportunity as a means to reinforce the illusion that they seek to manipulate around you, to ensure that you are under their control and will remain so. The presence of the third party, in connivance with the narcissist, is a means to reinforce the reality that the narcissist forces upon you. In this instance, it would be best to ensure that you too have a friend that you can rely on to ensure your safety. You can also record in a notebook or use a picture if possible. 5. The red flag of caution. Trigger warnings apply to this chapter, as some of the topics under this chapter may cause the reader emotional distress. If you find that you have been triggered by the memories brought on by the continued reading of this chapter, it is recommended that you seek professional psychiatric help for your immediate needs. In the previous chapter, we have touched upon the traits that the narcissist is known to exhibit. It has also been touched upon the topic where the narcissist can be distinguished from a self-centered person, in that the former is more likely to resort to abusive behavior once they are unable to obtain what they want from a particular situation or a person. It is essential to note that the narcissist would choose to cloak abuse in the form of discipline, in the hopes that you would accept this as the norm, and ensure that you are more subjective to their needs. Abuse is abuse no matter how it is phrased. You deserve to be treated better. If you are reading this means that you are in the position to recover from your ordeal. Sadly, you might experience some trauma of your own, and that the prolonged contact with the narcissist can lead to the development of post-traumatic stress disorder. Your time with the narcissist has led you to doubt yourself and your self-worth. You are manipulated like a toy and made to act in accordance with the whims of the narcissist. This would certainly leave an impact on your life, and recovery from this will take time. If you are fortunate enough to not have been abused, but suspect that you are on the verge of any form of abuse, then this chapter would help you identify the traits that would warn you that the narcissist and their behavior is about to take a dangerous turn. In the event that you have determined that the narcissist has the potential to engage in abusive behavior, it is recommended that you come up with a plan to ensure your safety and that of your child, if there is. It would be admittedly hard to identify if the narcissist would become toxic, as there are narcissists who are simply too self-centered, and there are narcissists who demand your life in service to theirs. The best way to ensure that abuse never happens is to cut off the relationship with the narcissist. The narcissist may realize what you plan to do and attempt to change their ways and be contrite about their behavior. These are promises that are superficial, and the narcissist does not mean that. There are possibilities, but these are quite rare, as the narcissist would rarely admit that they are in the wrong. Once you are able to identify the major red flags that you are with an abusive narcissist, the faster you would be able to move on and heal. You would be able to find a happy place where you can feel at peace with yourself. 5.1 The red flags. The narcissist has so many traits that, once identified by a reasonably perceptive person, would indicate that they are a red flag in a relationship. The pursuit of a relationship with a narcissist is bound to end in disaster, as it is a relationship that is one-sided and unhealthy, where the narcissist benefits at the cost of the other. The reason for the distinction is that abusive narcissists, on the other hand, have a different set of traits that one must keep an eye out for, as the narcissist at this point would be more dangerous to be around. Once these red flags have been identified, it would be best to nip the relationship early on, for your peace of mind and your protection and safety. Projection is among the first traits, and this is in reference to one of the maladaptive ego defense mechanisms that are often utilized inappropriately to cope with an event a person cannot deal with. In this context, however, this is different for the narcissist. The narcissist, to recall, is a person who refuses to accept that they have a flaw in their character, in the erroneous belief that they are unable to make mistakes or commit errors. Hence, any flaws, any mistakes, these are all projected by the narcissist onto you or to another person. The narcissist will make it seem like the fault was caused by you or their other target. Take, for example, the narcissist was berated at work for missing a deadline. Rather than accept the fact that they were late, they would push the blame on someone else, like their associate or secretary, and then dress them down publicly to shame them, and prey upon every perceived incompetency which had cost them their unblemished reputation. Avoidance of emotions in a relationship is another red flag. A relationship, from the word, implies that there is a functional exchange between the two people who make up the relationship. A normal relationship involves a give and take that enables the two to completely understand each other and support and care. In the context of the narcissist, though, given that we have established that they are unable to feel other types of emotions and cannot exhibit empathy, the narcissist feels the need to ridicule expressions of emotion. If you or another person cries, they would either make fun of your need to cry or tell you to suck it up and that your emotional outburst is pointless. If the person in your relationship does not permit you to express any emotion, then that person is a narcissist. The narcissist feels that it is ridiculous that you even have to feel emotion, and if you do point out it is their fault, as mentioned in the previous paragraph, the narcissist will point out that they are sorry that you feel it is their fault. This is not an apology, this is simply their way to push the blame onto you. The toxic narcissist will invalidate your feelings with the implication that you do not deserve to feel any emotion. An unclear background. Now, you will come to realize why it became important to understand the background of how a narcissist came to be what they are and who they are as a person. The toxic narcissist may spin you a tale of how neglected they are in their childhood as a means to rationalize why they are so clingy, heavily dependent, or why they feel that they need to keep you in their life. If they tell you that you are the only person who makes them feel that way, that is, satisfied, do not take this as a compliment. This is their means to ensure that you believe their sob story and that you would do everything in your power to please them. Conversely, when it comes to their friends or if they are in company, keep an ear out. They are going to narrate tales where, oh, my childhood was fine, a comfortable existence, so on, so forth, where you begin to realize that yes, the narcissist was playing you with their tale. They only thought of themselves, and their tale was meant to keep you close to them in the hopes that you complete them. You might be tempted to confront them with this observation, but no, this would only make the toxic narcissist want to hit you or abuse you for finding out what they did not want you to know. Cut off the relationship if you have not already. A lack of abuse would be a slightly iffy trait, but know that the narcissist does not want to let anyone else know that they had not lived a charmed life, despite their illusions. You may confront this true, but the most consistent outcome is that they do not want their illusions destroyed, and will hit back at the person who disabuses them of their fantasy. Like in the previous paragraph, the narcissist may attempt to play at your sympathies to get you to stay. Make no mistake, the narcissist will only pass you over once they have fully exploited you. Similarly, the narcissist who believes you to be everything that they ever wanted in a person will also dismiss you if you have failed to live up to a standard. Say, the narcissist expected you to maintain a particular figure, but you gained weight or developed an imperfection. You are no longer worthy of admiration to the narcissist, and they will dump you for a better model. This will upset them and cause them to abuse you. The abusive narcissist, and most narcissists really, prefer to surround themselves with people who they feel enhance their qualities. It would be no surprise, then, to see them surrounded by people who fawn over them. This enables the more abusive narcissists to exercise control over their victim. If they are unable to exercise control, their mask slips, and they reveal their character flaws in an outburst, similar to throwing a tantrum when a child does not get what they want. That would be the narcissist, an emotionally stunted individual who throws a fit if they do not get what they want. It is at this point that you have to exercise the general presumption that when a narcissist exhibits any of these aforementioned behaviors, that when you narrate these to your friend or parent, or some other person whom you can trust to get you out safely, that the relationship may take an abusive turn. Your safety and ultimately your recovery process are now dependent on how intact you are once you are able to bring the relationship to a close. How would you know when is the best time to cut it off? Truthfully, this is all dependent on you, but at the moment when you feel that you are no longer at peace and that every action carries a heavy emotional charge that can potentially endanger your safety and those of your loved ones, it would be time then to cut your losses and end the relationship there and then. We have touched upon the entitlement of a narcissist, and these traits, if exhibited early on in a relationship, should clue you in on the potential toxicity of the person you might be with. It was impressed upon you earlier that the narcissist is one who feels entitled, in that they are accustomed to more deferential treatment for some particular trait they feel they have. If, for instance, they do not get what they are usually given, they act as if they are owed something. Early in a relationship, the narcissist may make demands as to your time, and if after your initial encounter you fail to message them or so, they begin to berate you with questions on if they did anything wrong for you to treat them that way. Do not think that this is because they genuinely want to be with you. This is their way to push any guilt onto you, particularly if the narcissist happens to come on too strong for you. If you continue to pursue this relationship, this will eventually progress to displaced aggression. The narcissist never follows the rules again, due to their sense of entitlement. The narcissist believes that the rules do not apply to them, and will attempt to circumvent them. They may cut in line, go over the limit for a particular object, or simply break the rule because they have to. While there are many instances of rule breaking that can seem benign or even attractive, the narcissist does not break the rules because of these reasons. The narcissist only breaks the rules simply because they feel it does not apply to them. It would be pointless to argue with the narcissist if you are with them. The narcissist cannot accept that they can be wrong. In line with this, the narcissist would also not be receptive to any form of improvement that they can undertake, save perhaps physical improvements, but only if they stand to benefit from it, and will be angry and dismissive towards statements that are meant to be a critique or lecture. The narcissist, in their delusions, believes themselves to be a paragon par excellence. They cannot be improved upon because they are perfect, and if you ever try to point out any minor detail that signifies a flaw, they tend to explode and place blame on everyone else but themselves. The narcissist does not truly care if they exploit others, because to them, people are there to be exploited from. It comes to no surprise, then, that the narcissist employs a set of double standards with regard to this. The narcissist would have no qualms if they want to waste your time, and will generally cancel plans if a better one comes along. However, if you do the same actions, the narcissist will attack you and get mad as they feel that they do not deserve to be treated that way. In line with this set of double standards is their ability to be patient, or a lack thereof. The narcissist will show signs of impatience if they believe that you caused them an inconvenience or a delay, but will not apologize if they have placed you in the same position. They will expect that you would drop everything for them to immediately satisfy their needs, but they cannot and will not bring themselves to do the same for you. Because of this innate selfishness, any relationship with the narcissist will always be one-sided, where you have to contribute the bulk of the relationship if you choose to stay. 5.2 The Cycle of Narcissism. Because we are on the topic of abuse exhibited by a toxic narcissist, it becomes necessary to touch upon the abuse cycle. This is to ensure that once you have found the flaw in the relationship, you can plan around it. The plans, however, can provide a reasonable amount of dependency, as you can safely predict the mood of the narcissist to ensure that you are able to remain safe for the maximum allowable time. In the interests of the recovery process, however, your objective should not center around the narcissist, but rather on the preservation of your own safety. Narcissists tend to make a person feel special, and it was emphasized that this is a ploy to ensure that you are charmed by their presence and that you would fall for them. The narcissist will show that they value you and love you for who you are, and in a twisted sense they do. This love, however, is not anchored in who you are as a person, but rather what you can do for them, if you choose to be in a relationship with the narcissist. The narcissist will make their play to wine you and dine you in an effort to secure your affections and show that they are the right person for you, and that you were always meant to be together. You will know that this is a way for them to ensnare you into their pretense of affection. Once they have drawn you in, slowly their facade of love begins to slip, and on occasion their character will reveal themselves through the traits that we have discussed in the previous section, so keep a close eye out for those traits to manifest. This is when you begin to lose the value in the relationship, akin to how a person loses interest once they have gained what they sought for. Where a normal person would simply lose interest, the narcissist takes it to another level and begins to ignore you, or simply negate what you feel or what you bring to a relationship. There are also instances where they begin to degrade you or make you the subject of their ire or amusement. It does not take long, however, from simple amusement to degrade into verbal abuse, and then into physical abuse if you intend to resist. Once the narcissist has obtained what they needed from you, they are more likely to discard you. This can go several ways. The more optimistic outcome would be that, once the toxic narcissist has lost interest in you, you or that person opt to separate and go your own ways. Another outcome would involve actions of infidelity that are attributed to you being set in your ways. After all, the narcissist would never take on the blame. A third outcome would involve the gradual erosion of yourself into a mess that the narcissist dumps you for someone they can better exploit. This latter option is the last and the most degrading outcome there is, as the narcissist tends to make a point about how they were able to get what they want from you, and now that you have no value to them, they can move on to easier pickings, enriched by what they got from you. This may be harsh, yes, but this is how they operate. The narcissist never really cared about you as a person, but only about the advantages that can accrue to them if they feel that there is a benefit to be obtained from you. It may be money, wealth, social standing, or image, but the point of a relationship of the narcissist is to benefit themselves. Once you cease to be of benefit to them, they begin to be abusive and dismissive. The last outcome, which ties into the previous paragraph, involves destruction. This is the most dangerous part of the cycle, as we have pointed out that one of the key traits of a toxic narcissist is to ensure that they are able to maintain control over you. There is nothing that brings them pleasure than to see someone under their complete thrall. You might have been sapped of your entire self by the narcissist, and it would be merciful if they let you go. If they feel, however, that you still have something to offer to them, the narcissist will attempt to draw you into their influence. They could also think that it would take too much effort to trap someone into a relationship with them, and since you are already there with the narcissist, they might as well stick with you. The narcissist will play at the fact that they seem to be repentant, and that their act was necessary to show you who is in control. Because they are in control, they give false reassurances that they would no longer hurt you. This might pull at your emotions, however. Be assured that the narcissist has no intention to change. They always tell you what you want to hear, and this is their attempt to ensure that you become completely codependent on them for your life. An alternative outcome would involve your successful detachment from the narcissist. However, the narcissist would attempt to contact you and send you gifts to try to make you come back to them. At this point in this outcome, however, you realize that it would be pointless and completely undesirable to return to a relationship with that person. It would be best then to move on and ignore the narcissist and their actions with care for your safety. The narcissist may want to attempt to follow you and track you, and you want your local authorities to be informed of such incidents if they ever occur. You might wonder then, if the narcissist is too toxic a person to be with, why do so many others stay? This is highly dependent on a person and the strength of their willpower. Narcissists tend to utilize several tactics such as guilt trips, gifts, and codependency. Guilt trips are used against a person if the narcissist makes a ploy to tell their victim that they do not take care of themselves because of how much they love and want the victim back. Gifts are there to show the victim that they have always been valued by the narcissist, and the codependency is used by the narcissist to show that the victim would be helpless without the aid of the narcissist to get them through life. This latter option is why many choose to stay. Many are scared of the unknown variables, because at least with the narcissist, in their mind, it can lead to a predictable outcome. This option to them is more preferable than to build their own life free of the toxic influence of the narcissist in their life. Fear is a great motivator for the victims, and they do not also fear the unknown variables needed to help them start anew, But they also fear the retaliation of the narcissist, particularly if they are in a neighborhood where the narcissist has a lot of influence. The narcissist would not hesitate to use some form of blackmail either, be it digital, or threats to a particular loved one, or the deprivation of an activity that the victim usually enjoys. This is an exhibition of power which the narcissist greatly enjoys. There is also the possibility that the narcissist has an economic hold over them, in that the victim is solely dependent on the narcissist for their needs. This, among other options, leads many victims to stay, although alternatively, if the victim were given other means to earn a living, then this motive would easily be altered. The narcissist tells the victim that they would be helpless without them, and that they could not survive in the world without their guidance. If you have seen the movie Tangled, you can see this behavior mirrored by Gothel when she informs Rapunzel that the world is a cruel place, and that they would all only take advantage of her hair, and that there would be no one out there to help her except for Gothel. Now, if you can substitute this for the narcissist, you will understand how the narcissist manipulates and changes reality to get what they want from a person, and why those victims find it hard to break free from the actions of the narcissist. 6. The key to break free. The narcissist is a person who only ever thought of themselves in the highest terms, so it is unlikely that they would believe that a person would want to be truly free of them. The narcissist operates in the belief that a person or persons would want to constantly be by the narcissist. This is the means for the narcissist to ensure that they are able to get what they want, which can be a variety of things, really, physical or mental. The narcissist may want constant adulation, so they surround themselves with a group of yes men. The narcissist may want fame, so they have a hype person to draw attention for them. The most important concept to the narcissist is that their ego is always satisfied. The person brave enough to run contrary to what the narcissist desires is one who can inflict injury. This is injury, not in the physical sense, but rather an injury that can shatter the false belief that the narcissist has cultivated in their mind. This is the main means by which you can truly be free of the narcissist and end their hold over you. This may hurt the narcissist, true, and you may want to cast your reservations aside. After all, the narcissist never really cared if they hurt you in the first place, so this is essentially a dose of their own medicine. This does not mean, however, that this book condones violence of any kind, and you should not inflict any physical harm upon them, no matter how much you were hurt by them. This chapter shows you a way to give injury, enough to make the narcissist let you go, and so that you can safely begin to process your own road to recovery. This is the only way for you to truly recover and move on from the damage that the narcissist has inflicted upon you, and to do that, you need to shatter their delusions about themselves and take back control of your life. So how do we go about it? 6.1 Step 1. Know your enemy. In this context, this is the narcissist, and in the previous chapters we have discussed the importance of why we should understand the narcissist and why they act the way they are. The knowledge that you have gleaned all comes into play at this time. The narcissist thrives if they are in control, and if they are in a position to dominate the conversation and stoke the fires of their egos, regardless of how overinflated they are. The narcissist loves to put up a false front. It is time now to let the facade of perfection slip, and let the narcissist know that you can see through their false bravado. The narcissist has 3 stratagems that they employ for their facade: that of the hyped-up person, an exaggeration of their achievements, or their vulnerability, which compels a person to take care of them and be around them. Now that you know how they try to draw in people into their influence, you can use this against them. Despite all the bluster that they muster to preserve their false selves, the narcissist has a flaw that lies in their stunted emotional development. Hence, the narcissist has the emotional range of a child, and a badly misbehaved one at that, so you can expect that the narcissist will resort to childish tactics which will cause them to break their carefully crafted character and show the world that they are not what they say they are. This is the biggest injury that you can possibly inflict on a narcissist, as they spent years in the cultivation of the illusion that they wish to present. Mean. Oh, definitely yes, but the narcissist destroyed your spirit, which is a lot worse. The narcissist never really cared about emotions. They only cared about the preservation of their ego, and they would do anything to ensure that their egos are maintained. You are their prize, and another injury that you can do that makes them break their illusion is to leave. But in this you have to be cautious, as if the narcissist is physically abusive, then chances are that you may be injured or worse in your attempt to leave. Do this if you are sure that you will be able to leave reasonably unharmed. Regardless of the number of times that the narcissist has hit you, leave. If you left objects, you can ask someone to pick them up for you, or have the authorities escort you to ensure that you are able to leave safely. When you do this, be emotionless. You need to maintain extreme control of your emotions, because if the narcissist feels that they still have a hold on your emotions, then this is step, and this book would be pointless. This is hard, yes, because you invested so much of your emotion into a person, but if you show any emotion, the narcissist will exploit this, and you have played right into their hands. You can get closure if you want, yes, but be remote and detached in your approach. Let the narcissist talk, and all you have to do is nod or grunt. Do not engage. Whatever you do, do not engage the narcissist in their talk. This only prolongs your agony, and gives the narcissist additional leverage they can use to manipulate you. When in doubt, do not talk. Simply leave. When you leave, do not apologize. You know by now that apologies do not concern the narcissist. Control does. If you give them any ounce of leverage over you, they win. You do not want this to happen, because you want to come out the winner in this battle of wills. One of the acts that you should never do is to agree with the narcissist, particularly with emotions and events that have taken place between the two of you, because the narcissist will shamelessly exploit this and try to work this opening into their favor, and this is one circumstance that you should absolutely prevent, given the predilection of the narcissist to be a manipulative person. Remember that it is the fault of the narcissist. Do not take any of their comments into you. Consider yourself as the responsible adult and the narcissist as an overgrown spoiled child who wants to get what they want, and if they do not, they throw their own version of a tantrum until they get what they want. If you must speak at all, monosyllabic responses are best, but given that you should never agree with the narcissist at all, you're better off with a shake of your head and complete silence. Do not give them an opening. This is how you can beat them at their own game, through the deprivation of the one commodity they always want, attention. You can always opt to ignore them if you are out in public. The last resort of the narcissist would be to attempt to convince you that they have seen the error of their ways and that they would change for you. They would also feed you lines such as, "You make me feel better," or "Only you can have this effect on me." The narcissist will always want to tell you what you hear, even though it is not what they feel at all. They are, after all, skilled at deception. You, at this point, know better than to fall for the wiles of the narcissist, and this will be your triumphant coup de grace. You could always tell them to convince you and show you that they have changed. While this turns the tables on them, you really should still ignore them as much as possible because they will never change. They will always revert back to their persona because they feel that they have won, when the real winner of this contretemps should be you, because you gave them a dose of their own medicine. Try not to gloat over this, or you would be no better than the narcissist. It is enough that you were able to get over the wrongs. Leave it at that. 6.2 Step 2. Casual confrontation. With all the narcissist has done, it would tempt a person to really let loose, but this would only be a temporary relief. The narcissist has messed with your life, and hence you may be presented with an opportunity to confront them. The greater strategy here, then, would be to show that the narcissist did not have any permanent effect on you. How does this work? You win on two accounts with this strategy. As one, you are able to show that the narcissist and their manipulations are basically impotent, as you show outwardly that the narcissist did not have an effect on you. And second, that you showed the narcissist that you really did not consider them to be a worthy emotional investment, and that hurts the narcissist more. The narcissist enjoys the knowledge that they were the center of your world, and for you to treat them casually, as if it were a dalliance rather than a relationship, this is the biggest blow you can possibly land to their ego. You may opt to go for the opposite strategy and be very bland in your interactions. Be or act disinterested in the narcissist and be as vague as possible in your conversations and interactions. The narcissist would simply just give up out of exasperation. While it is not as amusing as the first strategy, it certainly buys you peace of mind and the satisfaction that you were able to subtly bore the narcissist to the point that they do not want anything to do with you anymore. There are two outcomes. The narcissist may leave you alone, or the narcissist may attempt to win you back. You would prefer the former option, as the narcissist would steer clear of you from that point on. The latter option, again, you should not fall into the cycle of the narcissist and the relationship. You should simply leave them and ignore them. There is just no point. The narcissist can never see reason, and you should not be the person to attempt to make them do so. They can pretend, but this will only hurt you more, and you cannot recover properly in that way. 6.3 Step 3 Be stronger. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger, and so the song goes, or the saying, or how you choose to interpret this. It would be wonderful if you get the opportunity to clap back at the narcissist, but depending on how strong their ego is, this might slide off, so you are really better off ignoring the narcissist. Besides, you can recall that sometimes the best way to get revenge is to show them that you were able to move on. So, what can you do in this step? You can consider this as your first step to recovery and move on from the relationship with the narcissist. Be strong. This is not in any reference to any form of physical strength, mind you, but rather the sense of empowerment that you can get when you begin to take back control of your life. You are made weak by the narcissist, so it is apt that you begin to build back strength and control over your life. The fact that you are able to make decisions on what time you want to get up, that's already a strength in itself. You are in control. Do not let anyone take that from you. 6.4 Step 4 How to protect yourself. While it would really be ideal to simply cut off contact with the narcissist and hope that you never cross paths again, this may not necessarily be true if the narcissist in question happens to be a family member, such as cousins and parents, or an office mate, unless you resign your job and move somewhere else. In situations where you are bound to encounter the narcissist who gave you a hard time, here is what you can do, short of simply staying at home and avoiding social contact. Make sure that you are not alone. You may have to swallow down your introvert tendencies and keep company with anyone except the narcissist. Bring a +1 if you have to ensure that you have someone safe to converse with and hang around. This also serves as a deterrent to ensure that the narcissist does not have an opportunity to corner you and force you to acknowledge their presence. For instances where the narcissist is a former friend or a family member, be sure to have someone you trust along with you, and make it a point to ensure that you are never alone with the narcissist. Stick close to them. If it is your boss, however, in the interests of workplace politics aside, be sure to have a trusted friend and coworker accompany you and be with you whenever possible. Communication in this regard is safe, provided that this is related to work only. The narcissist will not attempt to sway or manipulate you around other people unless they are so egotistical, so you can be safe on this count. Your safety is not the only concern here, though it is paramount. If you had children with the narcissist, request that these visits be closely monitored by either you, your parent, a trusted friend, or even a social worker. Your children need to know the truth about their other parent at some point, and it would be essential now to use the knowledge you gained in this book on how a narcissist becomes one. Show your children that they are loved and that you understand their needs. Develop empathy in your children as early as possible so they do not end up like the narcissist. Most of all, teach them how to stand up for themselves and know which acts are wrong, so they will know what to avoid when they are with the narcissistic parent. Why are these steps necessary? You have dealt so many blows to the narcissist at this point that they are desperate for attention. Now that you have deprived them of their main source of attention and adulation, they are on the search for their next victim and have no compunctions about who it will be, even if it is their own child. This is not to say that you should be hostile to the narcissist. Why? Hostility indicates that they still affect you, so they can exploit that. Simply act bored or indifferent and leave them be. They will realize that they have no power to affect you anymore and will leave you alone. Miracle of miracles, they might realize that they are wrong, but this is extremely rare, so do not even pin your hopes on this epiphany. 6.5 Step 5 Parting is such sweet relief. There are instances where you have to communicate at some point, and the narcissist is egotistical enough to ask why. It would be best to refer to this conversation in the second person, in that both of you have the problem. Yes, we know it is the narcissist who has the problem, however, in the interests of a peaceful breakup, just pander to their ego for one last time with the use of the word we, as in we have communication problems, just don't pull out a we are breaking up moment. This is just inviting an attack, poetic it may be. A single person may simply block the person and never establish contact again. A married person, on the other hand, does not have the option, especially if they have children and a host of other legal issues to begin with. Develop limitations with your lawyer and the court to ensure that your children are assured of their safety, in addition to the measures that have been narrated earlier in the previous section. Be sure you are ready with a safety net. If you are a financially independent person, good. If you are not, however, there are shelters where you can stay until you get back on your feet. The most important aspect, though you might be limited by a lack of financial freedom, is that you are at least finally free of the narcissist and you can get on the road to recovery. 7. The road to recovery. Congratulations, you have finally made it to this point of the book, and if you are on this chapter, this means that you have broken up with the narcissist and are in a safe place to start your life anew. Recovery is not easy, even for the most mentally resilient people. However, you came this far, and you can tell yourself, I have worked hard to get here, and I can move on. I deserved better than that person. Insert random insult, get it off your chest. You know you want to. Levity aside, there are strategies to help you move on, but only you can be the one to tell if you are truly at peace. 7.1 Heal. The only way you can truly recover is to move on, even from all the painful memories. You have suffered enough, it is time to let go of the pain and find peace. How can you do that? Now that you are no longer in contact with the narcissist, it would be time to take care of yourself. Let your body and mind begin to recover first. 8. Gaslighting. 9. The resurgence of mental health. The importance of mental health has grown in significance, what with the new definition of health as provided for by the World Health Organization. In it, health was defined as not only the absence of illness in a person, but a state of well-being where the physical, mental, and emotional health of a person are taken into consideration. That said, this book was designed to not approach mental health and its recovery from a holistic perspective, and focuses exclusively on the mental health aspects of the definition of health. The attainment of mental health in a person would be a crucial factor to their overall recovery. Mental health, despite its universality as a concept and status that exists in every person, does not, however, have a unified definition that immediately tells a person that they require a mental health break or to check up on their mental health status. Let us put this into an illustrative example. If you are physically ill, your body would be able to tell you that you are unwell through fever, cough, headaches, and the manifestation of pains and aches among other symptoms. This would compel you to seek medical attention to find a cure for what physically ails you. If you are mentally unhealthy, however, there are no apparent symptoms, and there is a high chance that you are unaware that your mental health has taken a downturn. You might think that you are simply sad, or have a usual reaction, when the truth of the matter is, you are unsure as to what made you feel that way. You would be able to tell if a person is physically unhealthy, but you cannot tell if a person is in the peak of their mental health, as there are no apparent symptoms. There are a variety of factors that can influence the mental health of a person. These are the individual factors, which include the biology of a person, their autonomy, the self-esteem, their ability and potential for self-development and growth, their emotional resilience, their ability to find a purpose and meaning in life, their ability to cope with stressors, and their orientation to reality. Another set of factors include the interpersonal relationships of a person, which involves their ability to effectively interact with other people. This set of factors include the ability to effectively communicate with a person, the ability to help others, the sensations of intimacy, and a balance of separateness and connectedness. Elaboration may be needed for the latter, wherein a person should be able to know when they need time alone to recharge, and at the same time, be aware that they also need to interact with other people. After all, one cannot be fully introverted, and one cannot be completely extroverted. Sociocultural factors are the last set of factors that can influence the overall mental health of a person, wherein there is a sense of community. The person can access a plethora of resources that can help them with their needs, a diverse group of people, and a positive perspective in the way that the world is viewed. The purpose of this book, now that we have discussed the resurgence and the continued spotlight on mental health, is to aid the person who is in the recovery process for several types of traumatic experiences. To be discussed in this book are the concepts of gaslighting, narcissistic abuse, codependency, and complex post-traumatic stress disorder, all of which have their own methods to erode the mental well-being of a person who leaves them to fester in their psyche. You might ask then, because of their overall impact on the mental health of a person, do these four conditions constitute a form of mental illness? The answer is both yes and no. Why is that? In the same way that it would be difficult to provide a universal definition of what it means to be mentally healthy, the same difficulty arises to provide a consistent definition of what it means to be mentally ill. It would be possible, yes, to say that a person with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and phobias are mentally ill, yes, but the same can be said for a person who experiences post-traumatic stress disorder. It was mentioned in this chapter that there are several factors that become the determinant cause of how a person becomes mentally unhealthy, and one cannot simply attribute the presence of these disorders due to, say, an imbalance of neurotransmitters. These types of mental health issues were born not out of a physical cause, but from prolonged exposure to an experience that gradually whittled down the mental health of a person to the point that they are unable to recognize that they are in dire need of help. The person who experiences these types of situations are generally unaware that they are in an unhealthy relationship, and thus to fully recover, they have to understand that what they feel is wrong. Therein lies the crux of the issues that are central to the discussion of this book, and how a person can recover from a series of experiences that have browbeaten their psyches into submission to what has always been the case for them, with disregard on what can be made better for them. Of crucial importance here would be the three factors of mental health that have been aforementioned earlier in this chapter. In the same vein that individual, interpersonal, and sociocultural factors can show how a person can be mentally healthy, these are the same factors that can drastically affect the way a person considers their mental health. Some persons may have biologic factors, such as the imbalance of neurotransmitters that lead to a more conventional form of mental illness, unrealistic fears that lead into phobias and paranoias, the inability to distinguish reality from fantasy, disharmony, and simply the inability to find meaning in existence. Interpersonal factors then traverse the line into mental illness when a person becomes heavily codependent on another, is unable to communicate effectively, they feel isolated and in a position where they are unable to seek out help and are unable to rein in their emotions. There are also factors wherein sociocultural norms dictate on how a person reacts when faced with the presence of mental illness, such as men are not allowed to express emotions or women are supposed to be weepy. The sociocultural factors that affect the overall mental health of a person can span the range from sexism, racism, ageism, and classism that ultimately cause a person to experience violence, homelessness, and a jaded view of the world that they live in, to the point that their behaviors become maladaptive. To use the term maladaptive does not mean that the reactions of the person are mired in violence. It means that the person is unable to experience the proper reaction to a situation. At this point, it becomes difficult to differentiate if a person is really mentally ill, or if they are merely exhibiting behaviors that result from an improper reaction to a situation. In the case of this book, it is more of a discussion of the latter, and the ultimate aim of this book is to help the person who finds themselves in the situation to recover and regain their sense of self, that they may be able to live free from the stigma and mentally unhealthy behaviors that cause them to lose their sense of self over time. This book was not designed to develop an immediate solution to overcome the trauma and experiences that were born from years of cohabitation with a narcissistic abuser, a gaslighter, a constant trigger to your post-traumatic stress disorder, or a heavily codependent person. Just as it took years for these to wear down your mental fortitude, it will take some time, hopefully at a faster rate, to restore your mental fortitude and set yourself on the path to recovery. 10. The Gaslighter. You might wonder why the name of a manipulative tool for narcissists sounds like the name of a kitchen tool. The term gaslighting became a term synonymous with emotional abuse due to the circumstances that described it in a 1938 play called Gaslight, written by Patrick Hamilton, a British playwright. Summarily, the plot of the play involves the attempt of a husband to convince his wife that she is mentally unstable, in the hopes that she could be committed to a mental asylum that he may steal her inheritance. The play itself was later adapted into a film, where the husband managed to convince his wife that she was a kleptomaniac, and that she heard voices that no one else around her can hear, a form of auditory hallucination that can certainly drive a person mad. The term gaslight comes into play when the wife sees that the gas lights in the home were dimming and brightening at irregular intervals, secretly manipulated by the husband who wants to make his wife believe that she was only seeing things. The husband in the play and in the film was able to convince his wife that she did lose her grasp on reality, even though she really did not. Now, contemporary forms of gaslighting do not involve complex plots to steal inheritances. They do, however, involve the isolation of a victim and the brainwashing of the victim to a point that the gaslighter, as the manipulator is now called, effectively controls the reality of a victim. There are several ways in which a person can experience gaslighting. A plot of one novel, for instance, has the murderer causing the lone witness to his crime believe that she was on the verge of insanity. The murderer in this instance painted her room a different color, changed her lipstick, misplaced her jewelry, and performed other acts that subtly brought the witness on the verge of a mental breakdown before she was informed by another protagonist that she was a victim of gaslighting. The novel ends when the makes a discovery that validated that her reality was being manipulated and concludes with the arrest of the murderer. Other forms of gaslighting are not as complex as these plots, however, although the victim would find that their reality is subtly manipulated to the point that they feel unhinged from their own reality, and that their only solution would be to turn to the person who they feel can help them, the narcissistic manipulator, who then gains the ability to control the narrative of another person and inflict upon them the abuse that they wish to. Other forms of gaslighting may involve the parent who constantly questions everything that their child does, to the point that the child does not trust themselves to make the right decision anymore due to the constant questioning of the parent. While parents do naturally question the decisions of children, there is a certain threshold that is crossed from allowing the child to test their boundaries to outright control of every movement of the child. At this point, The child has zero self-esteem and is unable to make their own decisions, down to the color of shirt they want to wear, and as a result, becomes heavily codependent upon the parent to make the decision for them. Intentional or not, the child was led to believe that they cannot be trusted to make the right decision for themselves. Another form of gaslighting involves a married couple, where the spouse consistently humiliates their partner. If you read the novel Dance Upon the Air by Nora Roberts, the spouse made the protagonist believe that she was crude, awkward, and gauche, even though she was a successful caterer and a talented cook in her own right. He made her believe that she was socially awkward, had poor taste, and caused her to believe that she was incapable of movement in high society without his help. This caused her in turn to act only according to his whims, where if she acted independently, he would humiliate her for acting without his consent. Gaslighting as a manipulative tool is not limited to the exercise of it by a spouse or family member, mind you. It is also perceived in a person who finds themselves under the control of another, and you would find that in the workplace, it is possible for you or other persons to be gaslighted by your superior or just an equally toxic office mate. Given that the workplace is full of other persons who are in your immediate environment, you may wonder how your perception of reality can be altered by the toxic narcissist. A toxic superior, for one, constantly degrades your work through constant comparisons with, say, a more favored employee, and subtly but consistently stress that your work is below subpar and that your work only hinders the progression of the company. A toxic coworker, for instance, can simply insert a few barbs every now and then, such as, A can do this better, but you got hired over S, so we have to live with some incompetence here. You end up with the idea then that your work is no good, that no matter what you do, you could not seem to improve, when the truth is, your work is perfectly fine and reasonably within the appropriate learning curve, and that your superior and coworkers are simply toxic people who cannot stand to see someone be better at their job than them. See how they were able to alter your perception and erode who you are. If you do happen to have some of these at your workplace, that would be a big red flag, and at least now you are more aware that it is not you, it is them that make it an issue. People are often victims of gaslighting in so many subtle ways. Television commercials, for one, fool people into the belief that their current state of life is not ideal. Social media tells you that if you happen to be stuck in household drudgery by the time you reach your 30s, you would never amount to anything in life. This is not to tar both sets of media with the same brush, however, as there are affirmative posts in turn that tell you that perception is subjective, and that not all people go through the same experiences. You do appreciate now, however, how easily manipulated a person can be just because someone says so. We have illustrated what gaslighting is in the context of several types of environments, so we now delve into what gaslighting really is about. 10.1 What is gaslighting? As a verb, it refers to an act that is emotionally manipulative and abusive. It is an act wherein the manipulator uses a combination of behaviors and actions that eventually causes their victim to question their sanity. Psychologically, however, it is defined as a form of manipulation wherein the manipulator attempts to get a person or persons, depending on how influential they are, to question their reality, cast doubts upon their memory, and ultimately distort their perceptions on what really happened and what did not. It is an attempt wherein a person is convinced that a certain fact or event actually took place through the use of sham evidence and denial that an alternative action, the reality, has taken place. In reference to the play from which it had derived its name, it also involves the manipulation of the physical environment to make a person doubt that what they perceive is real or not. This form of physical manipulation can also extend to mean that a person is kept isolated from other sources of information who can contradict the reality that they were made to believe. For illustrative purposes, think of the movie Tangled, where Mother Gothel led Rapunzel to believe that she belonged only in the tower where Gothel had kept her hidden for her hair. Gothel then became the source of all misinformation for Rapunzel, wherein she informed Rapunzel that others would seek her out for her hair, and that the rest of the world was a dangerous place. If you have seen the movie, you can determine for yourself how that worked out for Gothel when it was found out that her lies and manipulations were ultimately baseless. To fully understand how this became a very insidious manipulative tool, we first have to understand the narcissist who wields it. Fans of Greek mythology are familiar with Narcissus, the man who was so in love with himself that he paid no heed to those around him and summarily withered away into a flower that bears his name. From this we can derive what makes a narcissist tick themselves. Self-obsession is one thing, but what can make a narcissist employ outright manipulation of the environment to make a person question their grasp on reality? The narcissist desires to gain complete authority over the life of a person, as the narcissist can be what we refer to now as a control freak. If you find that you live with a person who wants to control the way you move, speak, dress, and every other aspect of your life, chances are that you might be with a narcissist, but we cannot simply diagnose them outright as such. Narcissism, and those who are diagnosed with it, is a form of a personality disorder called narcissistic personality disorder, NPD, where it can be caused either by genetics, environment, or the biology of a person. One cannot simply tell if a person is narcissistic outright, but there are several behavioral patterns that key you in if a person has some narcissistic traits. These include the following: constant need for attention and frequent validations. A person who demands constant attention and validation from you may be a narcissist. Think on times where a person has constantly demanded your attention through words or acts. Think on times where a person demanded to know if you are paying them enough attention, and despite numerous reassurances on your part, they are constantly dissatisfied with the amount of your attention they get. Narcissists as a whole cannot self-validate, that is to say, cannot assure themselves. They require a lot of sycophants to kowtow to their fragile egos and say that they are indeed this and that for them to be fully satisfied with regards to their need for attention and validations. Demands to control your time. It was mentioned that in this book, narcissists are control freaks. You can expect then that, say, a meeting kept you late at work, and your significant other or friends demands to know where you were and what you did with your time, and comes up with outlandish theories about what you do with your life. This is because if you act outside their sphere of influence, they see themselves as being unable to control your perception of reality, and they will do anything in their power to ensure that they and only they alone will remain the center of your existence to the detriment of the other aspects of your life. You are a pawn in their game, subject to be moved at their whims. You are an object to these people, and thus they want to control you as they see fit. This should never be the case for you or for anyone else. Entitlement. We have all heard customer service horror stories involving entitled people and how they make all sorts of demands that they strictly have no right to. This is one of the indications that a person really is a narcissist, because they do believe that the actions of the whole world should revolve around them and that the world should give them what they want, even though they have no right to it. Narcissists feel that they are the best, and because they are the best, the whole world should bow to them. Behaviors of this type can range from simple demands for your time and money to more outrageous forms of entitlement, such as demands for free items because the person feels that they are entitled to it. The narcissist has a vision that involves dichotomy, wherein there are no tiers on how people can be. They are either good to the narcissist or bad to them, or that there are people who are above the narcissist, and therefore the narcissist acts like a social climber, or below the narcissist, where the narcissist begins to treat them horribly. The narcissist, due to their sense of entitlement, feels that they are the only person in the world who knows what they are doing because they are the best, and as such, have an attitude that tells you that you have to do it their way, or do not bother being friends with them at all or listening to them. This trait leads into another narcissistic trait: perfectionism. While there is nothing wrong per se with perfectionism, as many of us at some points in our lives have been perfectionists about certain items, be it a piece of artwork, culinary creations, or literary pieces, the narcissist tends to take perfectionism to a whole new level. This is not to say, however, that all perfectionists are narcissists, but all narcissists are perfectionists. Recall that in the previous section we have established that narcissists are entitled, and therefore they feel that they are the best in the world at what they do. Because of that sense of entitlement, they also feel that all of what they do is only the correct way and every other way is wrong. When the narcissist's plan goes awry, however, what takes place is that they become dissatisfied and downright nasty if their plan does not play out the way they intended it to be. The narcissist takes perfectionism to the extremes, in that all persons should be perfect and that all events should go off the way the narcissist intended them to happen. This is an irrational thought. As we know, while perfectionism is ideal, it can rarely be achieved. Because the narcissist holds themselves to a virtually impossible standard, this means that they are always dissatisfied with anything that does not follow what they desire, and as such are always miserable. Lack of accountability. We are familiar with the person who refuses to hold themselves accountable. They have the mindset where everyone is wrong except themselves, and that if anything went wrong, it must have been the other person's fault, but not the narcissist. This is an offshoot from their sense of entitlement and perfectionist tendencies, as narcissists tend to play the blame game for mistakes rather than own up to a mistake that they have made. If the recipe did not turn out right, it is the fault of the book rather than of the narcissist. If the event did not turn out right because they forgot to order a particular item, it is the fault of the organizer rather than the narcissist who forgot to mention it, as they believe that the organizer should always be ready for whatever demand they have. Because narcissists believe that they could do no wrong, it bolsters their self-image that they are perfect, flawless persons incapable of any mistake, and any mistakes made are not their fault but that of someone else. Lack of empathy. One of the more defining traits of a narcissist is their lack of empathy. To the narcissist, other people are just pawns to them. They can be used and discarded at any time, so when a person does tell you that you are replaceable, or if a spouse or family member says that you can be replaced, chances are that you are dealing with a narcissist. The narcissist is a cold person, in that they do not really care what another person feels. Another person may be hurt by what they did, but the narcissist will never apologize, show remorse, or feel any sense of guilt. They just simply stare at you, unable to understand why you feel that way, and why you do not conform to their idea of how you should behave in front of them. That idea is completely foreign to them, as though they are the only ones who are permitted to feel any sort of emotion. Conversely, the narcissist does not feel that they are the personal source of their emotion, hence they tend to blame another person or an event as to why they feel a particular manner. The narcissist summarily becomes an emotionally stunted person who is unable to develop a meaningful relationship, as they do not understand the idea of what a relationship actually takes. Invulnerability. This is not in reference to any physical quality, mind you, but the inability of the narcissist to accept that they are a flawed person. Because they are unable to accept that they are flawed, their relationships, if any, tend to be short-lived as they go from person to person in the hopes that the person would love them for who they are and are able to see beyond their negative traits, most of which have been discussed in the previous bullet points in this section. It is a one-sided relationship where you or the other person in the relationship exposes your emotions, but the narcissist does not. The narcissist simply cannot connect with you or any other person on a personal level, so it is not your fault or anybody's fault save for the narcissist. As such, the narcissist finds it hard to connect with anyone or share emotions with another person to truly connect. Lack of teamwork. We may know that there is no I in team, but for the narcissist, they are the I in team. The narcissist has the tendency to be a perfectionist, and coupled with the belief that they are the best at everything, in their own idea, this makes the narcissist a very poor team player. Teamwork, for it to be executed properly, means that you have to be able to understand how your teammates work in a group. You would have the insight needed to ensure that you understand how each of the members in your group work, and bring out the best to ensure that your team is able to accomplish what it set out to do. Given that the narcissist believes that they are correct at everything, they would only choose to subjugate you and ignore your ideas and sulk if they do not get their way. In addition, the narcissist may seize the opportunity to turn others against a particular teammate who they feel stands in their way of domination through the use of lies and deception, the act of gaslighting done so insidiously that suddenly you find that the narcissist has taken control with the use of certain lies. The narcissist would use shame and isolation to gaslight their victims in the team dynamic. The narcissist would blame you or any other team member for a perceived poor performance by the team and attempt to ostracize you from the group or relegate you to a lesser role that they may jump in and attempt to save the team from the effects of your work. The narcissist would attempt to isolate you or another person from friends, workmates, and family members, which would work in their favor, as no one would be in a position to rescue or assist the affected member. The narcissist and their perfectionistic tendencies showcase themselves well in a team situation in that they have ample opportunity to show why they were in the right and why everyone else is wrong. Given that the narcissist makes for a very poor team leader, their farce would come to an end rather quickly if put to the test. The narcissist will not attempt to hide the fact that they put others down, and if caught up in their own lies, will attempt to minimize or erase what they did. They would not hesitate to throw anyone under the bus to ensure that what they say is believed. You would be hard-pressed to find a more universal definition of a healthy mindset. You can be assured, however, that one does not include the traits that have been mentioned in the previous section, as those are the traits that characterize a typical narcissist. A healthy person would be able to act selflessly in small ways. A healthy person would be able to show that they care for others through simple acts. The narcissist may be able to act in such a manner, but you could tell what their motivations are if they expect anything in return for what they believe is a kindness. They did not truly care for you. They simply saw the act as a means to gain favor with you so they can press you into acts that they want you to do. This is the more dangerous aspect of the narcissist, in that they are the master manipulators and will show no remorse if they play with your emotional health. The narcissist has a tendency to play the victim because they feel it is the easiest way to gain the support and sympathy of those around them. In some instances, however, they can gaslight the person to make others think that they are the victim, when in reality, they are the manipulator. Take, for example, a husband who buys all of these designer outfits and jewelry for his wife and then tells her that she looks like a drudge and has no taste whatsoever. If the wife gets mad, he then tells her that he is only looking out for her and that she would need his help to look sophisticated, and that he only does this because he loves her. This way, the husband not only gets away with insulting his wife, but also manages to gaslight her into thinking that she has no taste, and that she was wrong to think ill of her husband when he was really trying to help her. How does this circle back to gaslighting, which is the crux of this book? At the end of the situation outlined above, it ultimately changed the way the wife thought of herself. She may have been a strong and independent woman, but because of how she was emotionally manipulated, she was led to believe that she was useless and tasteless without the help of her husband. The victim of gaslighting believes that they are unable to properly think and act for themselves and become emotionally dependent upon the person who does the gaslighting, which plays perfectly well into their agenda. They are unsure at this point if they are permitted to feel anger or gratitude that someone is there to look out for them. The victims begin to doubt themselves and their capacity to act and think independently, and places them in a position to be manipulated more by the gaslighter. The narcissist then, once the victim has been stripped of their very being, begins to shape the victim into one who would be subservient to their needs to the detriment of their victim. The narcissist then has the capacity to reshape the reality of the victim, to make them see the world through the narcissist's perspective, and be told that only the narcissist can help them. What can be done at this stage? More often, the victim does not know they are such because they feel that they deserve to be in that situation and that they were manipulated to think that this is the only way to survive in the world. It falls upon you, the reader, or if you are the victim, to know that what you feel is valid and that you need help to escape this. You need to be aware of the signs that you have been manipulated by the toxic narcissist and that you can take back control of who you are as a person. This takes time, and there are several steps that can be done spaced throughout this book to tell you how you can effectively do this. There is no way to determine if you are susceptible to gaslighting, as anyone can be a victim. It would be easier to determine the presence of gaslighting and toxic narcissism in a romantic relationship, as you would, or another person would be able to determine rather quickly, if your partner attempts to gain complete control over who you are as a person. That said, you need to affirm to yourself foremost that you are allowed to feel, to have a voice in your relationship, and if your partner cannot accept that, then you are better off without them, because you deserve to be in control of your own life, not under the control of anyone else. Romantic relationships aside, the key point of gaslighting by the toxic narcissist is that they are able to maintain some control over a particular aspect of your life. In the workplace, perhaps it could be a superior who demands that you do particular tasks for them in return for an assurance in job security. The victim, you or another person, may not have a choice as you might really need the job, and you find yourself caught between a rock and a hard place. If you are at home, perhaps it is a parent who insists on charging you rent or forces you do and act in a particular way that they want in exchange for living at home. It can happen to anyone, and once you or the person you are trying to help realizes that you do need help to be free from gaslighting, it will take some time to get back on your feet and truly recover from your ordeal. Gaslighting is an insidious concept that gradually chips away at your reality and who you are as a person, to the point that you are gradually stripped of your own free will, subservient to the toxic narcissist who made you believe that they are the only person in the world who truly cares for you, when the opposite is really true. They use you to ensure that you care for the narcissist. The traits that have been defined earlier in this chapter help you identify those people who are narcissists, and it is possible to recover from the effects of their actions. It would take time, however, and throughout this book, you will understand how you can recover from the effects of gaslighting. 11. The avoidance of mental manipulation. One of the more apparent methods to avoid gaslighting is to ensure that you are unable to become a victim in the first place. If you have purchased this book, that means you or another person have come to the realization that you are under some form of manipulation and need confirmation. We have touched upon the red flags that identify a person as a narcissist, and in the same section, we have provided some additional insight on how the mind of a narcissist operates to ensure that you are under their sway no matter how strong-willed you are as a person. We have described their actions as insidious in their approach, and hence, you would need to be made more aware of how the narcissist attempts to alter your reality to ensure that you do not become a victim of their machinations. The narcissist often chooses to gaslight a person as their more favored tactic of manipulation, as this allows them total control over your mind. Achievement of this, however, involves the isolation of their chosen victim through mental and emotional means. The narcissist makes their victim believe, through lies and manipulation, that the victim does not understand their own reality, and that the narcissist is the only person who can help them understand. You can ask yourself the following questions, however, if you are unsure if you or a friend are a victim of this manipulation. You or a friend find that you tend to hide information from your friends and family. Because you do not tell anyone any information about you, they do not know what you or your friend is going through, or if they do ask, you simply brush off their concern and offer some form of excuse. Though, this is never a good idea. It would be ideal if you are able to freely share information. If you find that your partner or spouse gets annoyed that you share information, you can consider that a red flag for your relationship. You or a friend often find yourself constantly criticized to the point that you feel that you cannot do anything correctly. This form of criticism can stem from a friend, a partner, a spouse, a workmate, or even a parent. There is a difference between a regular critique and a criticism. If you find that you are constantly nitpicked for every small detail, then it would be time to consider that you are not the problem. The person who delivers the critique is. You or a friend often wonder if you are good enough. While this is a common concern to most people, imposter syndrome, there are instances where a particular person or persons tell you that you are not good enough. If you are married, a spouse might tell you that you are not a good enough partner. A parent might tell you that you are not good enough to be their child, to the point that it practically erodes at your self-esteem and you become a people pleaser. This type of admonishment, if given constantly, can erode one's spirit and pleasure. This can be analogized to the constant criticism in the previous bullet, and if you find that, you are often told this no matter what you do. You or a friend are unable to find enjoyment in life. This can also extend to the loss of pleasure in activities that you once found enjoyable. Take, for instance, painting, only to be told by someone that your work is horrible and that you can never make any money out of it. Despite the assurances and self-affirmations that you do, you still second-guess yourself to see if you have made the right decision that concerns a particular action. You find that you are unable to trust yourself to make even the simplest decisions, such as what to wear or what to say, or whom to talk to, simply because you are afraid of the reaction of another person or a particular partner who has informed you all the time that your decisions are always incorrect or erroneous. We have touched upon this trait of the narcissist in the previous chapter of this book. You feel confused. This would be understandable. As you are told that you constantly make mistakes, you find that no matter what you do, you cannot seem to do any task correctly, and this would drive you up the wall, because you or a friend could not pinpoint where precisely are you in the wrong with your actions. Again, this is the common act of the narcissist, to make you come out unhinged, when in reality it is the only method of the narcissist to ensure that they snake their way into your good graces and assure you that they are only there to help. This is how they change your reality. You or a friend are always told by a superior partner, spouse, partner, that you read too much into a situation. This would be a case of making a mountain out of a molehill, but in these circumstances, however, you would be correct in that you have spotted the error. This is the main means by which the narcissist attempts to dissuade your perceptions and dismisses your emotions through their invalidation. This is one of the means by which they attempt to distort your perception into their version of events, even though you are correct in what you perceive with your own senses. Do not let them dissuade you, no matter what logic they use. They are accustomed to lies and deceit, and will not hesitate to twist innocuous events and comments in such a way that you come out deficient. You or a friend constantly find yourself in a state of forgetfulness, or you misremember where you put an object. This would be a bit hard to understand, but it would be best to ensure that you are aware of where you place certain objects, to ensure that you do not forget, especially sensitive documents, to ensure that you have a safe place to store them in the event that you need to leave when the narcissist begins to be abusive or acts dangerously. You or a friend constantly apologize for everything. Again, this is an effect of the narcissist's manipulation, in that they made you or your friend believe that you constantly make mistakes and that you have to apologize for any inconvenience caused, no matter how minor the circumstance. It is fine to be apologetic, but when you get nitpicked and raked over the coals for the wrong flavor of a drink, and then are made to apologize, that is a different set of circumstances, and this is another indicator of manipulation. If you find that you or someone you know experiences 3 or more of these situations, or frankly any of them really, it would be time to reach out for help. Help, however, is not easily achieved, as the person would find that they deserve this, or they believe that no one else can help them other than the narcissist. However, if the circumstances apply, regardless of your personal convictions, the first and most useful step that you can do to recover from the effects of this manipulation is to take a step back and examine the depth of your relationships. Do you find that you are constantly tense and at odds with the person in your relationship? Then it would be time to step back. If you find that the person who often makes these comments gets what they want all of the time, whenever they want it, it gives you pause for concern that yes, they are a go-getter, but at the same time they are quite shameless in the way they attain what they want, even at the expense of the convenience of other people. You do not need this type of toxicity in your life, and nobody does really. This is a big red flag to help you come to the realization that the person really is a toxic narcissist, in that they shamelessly and ruthlessly exploit you and other people simply because they want to get what they want, no matter what another person feels. The next step that you can take then, now that you have realized that your reality is slowly warped by the narcissist, is to ensure that you are able to counter their actions with some resistance of your own. The narcissist believes that they are in control of your reality or that of someone else and will exploit it all the same. There are ways in which you can prevent yourself or another friend from the emotional manipulation of a toxic narcissist and prevent all the trauma that would ensue if the victim or would-be victim did not take a stand. There are several strategies that you can do to ensure that you are resistant to the manipulation of a toxic narcissist. These are: trust your gut instinct. There is a reason why we go with our gut, the visceral emotions that tell you that there is something off with an event or a person. Most people would also refer to this as your intuition, and it would be high time to consider what it tells you. If your intuition tells you that a person or their statement made does not feel right, your intuition may be correct. The narcissist would immediately let go of a person who listens to their intuition, as it tells the narcissist that this person, perhaps yourself, does not choose to listen to what the narcissist says. This works against the narcissist because it is their ultimate desire to ensure that you listen to them, not to anyone else. The narcissist cannot abide anyone who can think independently, as it is their desire to ensure that a potential victim would listen to them only. Be aware of your fundamental rights. In this context, we do not refer to those that are found in constitutional law, nor are these rights found in a law textbook, though admittedly awareness of this would also help. We speak now in the context of your rights as a human being and the instances of social mores that exist without the need to be published in a text. We are all persons, and we are entitled to have our own thoughts, to be treated humanely, to freely express our thoughts and opinions. Though this part would have to be within the limits set forth by laws, we can hardly insult people the same way a narcissist does. We are entitled to respect, to have ambitions, set goals and have desires, and create a healthy and happy life, free from the interference of other people into our personal affairs. These are all concepts that are alien to the toxic narcissist and are not present in their vocabulary, at least in how they are able to perceive other people. We all know that there are people in society who refuse to adhere to these fundamental rights and would do what they can to ensure that other people would be unable to enjoy these rights that are accorded to them. These rights to a particular narcissist contravene their very nature, as it is their desire to control every aspect of a person to the point that their victim would always end up as a pawn to serve their own needs, their own free will stripped, and the person ultimately a victim of gaslighting and heavily codependent on the narcissist, which works in their favor. How does this work then? With full awareness of your own rights as a person, you are able to realize that yes, you are entitled to feel these, say that, and do what you want within reason. No matter how much the narcissist tries to bend you to their will, you understand that because of these inherent rights, you do not have to acquiesce to their will. Once the narcissist sees that you refuse to bend to their will, they will stop in their attempts to ensure that you or another person becomes their victim. If they remain persistent on their attempts, speak up and assert your rights. Call them out. True action to counter the manipulation of a narcissist starts with you, and you can choose to cancel out their actions through simply saying no to what they want you to do. When you tell them no, the narcissist will understand that they have no power over you, and that makes them useless. Do not blame yourself. While there are situations that do not go our own way, this does not mean that you should blame yourself for every unfortunate circumstance that takes place. There is only so much that you can control with every eventuality, and there are only so many exigencies that you can prepare for. It is perfectly fine to not be in control of anything all the time, so you can stop with the self-recriminations. This is a key concept that the narcissist seeks out, as self-recriminations tend to leave anyone vulnerable to the manipulation of a narcissist. They plan to feed you words that cause you to doubt your capacity to make sound choices, and this leaves you emotionally open to be manipulated by them. Self-blame or self-recrimination is the favorite emotion of the narcissist, and once you find out that you have been skillfully manipulated by their machinations, it is understandable that you feel all sorts of emotions for letting yourself be manipulated. What can you do now? You have to come to terms with the fact that you are never the problem. It is not your fault that someone chose to manipulate you and attempt to alter your reality. You were not raised to be the pawn of a narcissist, you were raised to be your own person. One of the main concerns with victims of manipulation is that they feel that they should be manipulated out of guilt for letting someone get the drop on them. This is a hard no, this is never the case, and this should never be the case for anyone. It is not your fault that you were taken advantage of. You do not have the problem. It is the toxic narcissist who has the main problem, as they took you apart when you were at your most vulnerable. They exploited you and they used you, but it is not your fault. You are not at fault. You were led to believe that it is your fault when it really was not. Self-blame would only leave you more open to their manipulation, and hence it would be just that you stop with the self-recriminations to ensure that you do not remain vulnerable anymore. Keep a healthy distance. The intent narcissist may want to persist on close contact with you because they feel that you are their best opportunity at a victim. You may have told them no, but that does not mean that they will immediately accept it as an answer. They may continue with their manipulations and lies to ensure that you turn to them as the only solution by which you can escape whatever bothers you at the moment. You have read this book, and you will know by now that that is a common tactic employed by narcissists to ensure that they get what they want. Because you are more self-aware now, it is best to keep your distance away from these people. The best solution for the persistent narcissist is to escape while you and your psyche are still intact. The narcissist will never change, and it would be futile for you to try. Simply stay away from them. Out of sight, out of mind would be the best mantra for you at this time, and this means that if you are away from the narcissist, they will not be bothered to keep up with you as a potential victim. If you are already with a narcissist, you would want to tread carefully, as it would be harder to establish emotional detachment. Confide in a trusted friend, and consider the boundaries of your relationship. Let a trusted friend know how you feel, and explore the right avenue on how you can best keep your distance. Because of the potential safety issue, you need to approach this as cautiously as possible. Keep your distance from the narcissist safely or confront them. If you choose the latter course of action, then be sure to do so in a manner that ensures that you are safe. It is perfectly fine to speak up about what you feel, and there is no rule or law that says you cannot tell others what you feel. Number 2 on this list says that you are entitled to certain rights and that you are permitted to feel what you want, rather than what others say you should. You have the right to take back control of what you feel, and you should not let anyone have a say on how you should express your emotions. The narcissist will never change, no matter how many promises they make. This is their default setting, and nothing will ever change that. You can only cut your losses with that relationship. The narcissist has so many tools at their disposal to ensure that you become heavily codependent on their presence. This opens you up to further manipulation to ensure that you become what they want you to be. Lies, manipulation, charm. These are the tactics commonly employed by the narcissist to ensure that you become tied to them, and they feed off your vulnerability because it strengthens them. They strip a person down to their core, erode at their self-worth, and all because it empowers them that they are able to do so. Why is it important to know how they operate and how you can counter them? The actions in this chapter ensure that you are able to nip this incipient manipulation early on and be able to leave with your psyche intact. This might be harder for those who have been victimized by narcissists, as escape from the manipulations of the narcissist may be harder to do. What you can do, though, is to be there for them and ensure that you are the safe place that they can seek refuge from when their relationship goes south. We have touched upon the behaviors of the narcissist that ensures that you are aware of the red flags of their behavior, and now we have touched upon the measure that ensure that you do not become a victim. The next chapter now deals with the means by which a narcissist attempts to erode a person and how the victim is manipulated. 12. The warped reality of the narcissist. It takes an uncommonly skilled person to slowly warp the reality of a person to the point that the chosen victim believes that they have begun to detach from reality. This may seem to be a fictional idea. True, after all, the concept of gaslighting was coined from the script of a play as discussed earlier in Chapter 1. This does not involve elaborate plans, however, and before we come to understand the common tactics a narcissist employs for their victims, it is important to understand first how the narcissist ensures that their manipulation takes place. We speak now of the concept of cognitive dissonance. Psychologists narrate the concept of cognitive dissonance as a conflict between the dichotomies of the human mind and its ability to perceive. On one hand, a person has the inner desire to understand and confirm their personal beliefs, and what their behaviors are a state of consistency that each of us is believed to maintain. On the other hand, there is an external influence that seeks to shake up our individual perception of reality. When these two coincide, two ideas that contradict each other, then causes us to question our individual perception of what we believe to be real. This leaves our mind vulnerable to the manipulation of the narcissist, and thus allows a victim to be exploited. This can perhaps be illustrated best with an example. An innocuous object, such as a set of keys. You know you left them in a bowl on a side table by the door. If you are alone, you understand that this is your usual habit, and that your perception of reality is perfectly intact. We add in the narcissist to this situation. The narcissist would simply transfer the keys to, say, a hook on the wall or the kitchen table. You know perfectly well that you tend to leave these keys by the side table near the door, but the narcissist tells you that you must have forgotten that you left it on the kitchen table, for instance. In your mind, you now have two different contradictory thoughts that fight for control, and now you have your reality distorted. You now have the idea that you know your habits perfectly well, yet someone tells you otherwise. This is how the narcissist gets the drop on a victim, and ensures that their victim begins to doubt their own memory, sanity, and reality. Now imagine that this was done throughout various situations: reset alarm clocks, missing objects, missed appointments, changed dates. It is certainly enough to drive someone to the brink of insanity, which is exactly how the narcissist wants it to be. They became successful in the distortion of your reality and opens you up to their manipulation. The narcissist simply tells you that you must have forgotten the date or where you placed an object. Simple it may be, but this is enough to plant the idea that you are on the verge of insanity when you really are not. Your mind begins to whirl in dizziness as it tries to reorient itself to a reality where it is correct, despite what it is told to perceive. The occurrence of cognitive dissonance is not limited, however, to abusive relationships, as there are instances in life where we do suffer from it. There is a key difference, however, as in the latter situation, it is possible to shake off the effects of cognitive dissonance through the use of certain mental exercises. This is akin to when you are faced with a complicated situation and you are unsure on how to proceed. You then decide to take a step back, deep breath, and reassess a situation to see if you can tackle the problem from a different perspective. With this act, it becomes possible to overcome the cognitive dissonance that took place in such an instance. Another strategy employed would be to remove the outliers, the information and stimuli that make you think of a different situation, when in reality, the information has nothing to do with the problem at hand. Now this would be the solution in instance where the cognitive dissonance took place outside of a relationship. If the cognitive dissonance took place in a relationship, however, there is a quandary that you or a friend might face. You can expect narcissistic behavior from a potential partner, but you are rarely prepared for the eventuality that a person from your workplace or your family would subject you to the effects of cognitive dissonance. Because this came from an unexpected source, you can hardly prepare for it, and you would find that you are confused because it would be highly improbable that someone from that place would actually attempt to gaslight you. One can hardly expect gaslighting and narcissistic abuse to come from your immediate family, yet that is somehow the case. There is often a sense of disbelief that you have experienced an event which would possibly lead to the denial of the possibility. The most dangerous thing that you can do at this point is to accept it for what it is, because it only opens you up to more dangerous precedents that allow them to exploit you as you have emotionally invested yourself in their manipulations. We now speak of the ways that a person would attempt to avoid or rationalize the effects of cognitive dissonance, and that these are the practices that you or a friend should avoid should you find yourselves in an eventuality. Evasion. This is not simply the action of physical avoidance, mind you, as there are other ways that you can avoid a situation head-on, even when evidence suggests that you are possibly victimized by the manipulations of the toxic narcissist. This is in reference to the fact that most people who come to the realization that they are being manipulated simply want to avoid the discussion of that possibility. You can consider this as a form of denial, as they would not want to be confronted with the fact that a person that they had trusted with a lot of material and their emotions would be capable of such an act. This denial is more dangerous, as they are unable to see any other means by which the person in question can manipulate their environment. Because they refuse to alter their mindset, they are more susceptible to the effects of cognitive dissonance and will be generally unaware of any manipulation until it is too late. Refusal to change. The potential victim would refuse to change their mindset to view the occurrence from a different perspective. This can stem from their denial of what has happened to them, and because of this, they become more prone to manipulation, which is exactly what the narcissist wants from them. They want the person to be more susceptible to their manipulations, and that their minds would be closed to the possibility that they are indeed exploited by the toxic narcissist. The danger with this persistence lies in the fact that the longer the victim believes, the cognitive dissonance will disappear, because the victim believes that their manipulated reality is their actual reality. Negative validation. The victim will most likely encounter other people who share the same mindset as the toxic narcissist once they continue to persist in the avoidance of cognitive dissonance. The problem with the validation from these types of people is that they will only echo the thoughts of the narcissist, which only further reinforces the reality that the narcissist attempts to create. This does not help dispel the cognitive dissonance that has taken hold of the perceptions of the victim. What can be done to dispel the hold of the effects of cognitive dissonance then? It is not easy to deal with a person who constantly attempts to alter the way you see the world, so it would be more apparent to ensure that you have an anchor to your perception of your reality, to ensure that you are not dissuaded by the illogicality of the narcissist who attempts to victimize you or another person. Journal entries. Perhaps a very underrated yet potent tool to ensure that you do not fall sway to the manipulations of the narcissist. When you write down your perceptions on a daily basis, you become more self-aware of the subtle differences that have taken place over time, and you would become more aware of the effects of cognitive dissonance. Trusted friends. You would need a proper support group to help you with your concerns, particularly if you are in a relationship where you find yourself manipulated. These are the people whom you know you can count on, and who have your best interests in mind. These are the people whom the narcissist would want to isolate you from, so it would be key to keep them close to you, always. They would offer you a fresh perspective to ensure that you become free from the manipulations of the narcissist. Therapy. You can opt to speak with a therapist if you are able to do so, as they, too, would be able to place a different perspective on what you perceive in your relationship. The key now here to counter the effects of cognitive dissonance would be to ensure that you develop self-awareness. This allows you to be more circumspect in your perceptions and allow you to dispel the cognitive dissonance that the narcissist would want you to experience. If the narcissist cannot control you, they have no power over your mind, and you would be all the better for it. There are certain phrases that are utilized by the narcissist that you would best keep an ear out for, as they are the more common precursors to indicate that the narcissist is currently engaged in an attempt to try to manipulate your perception of reality. These include the more common phrases such as, "You are too sensitive." While there are people who are unable to take criticism for what it is, this phrase, when used in the context of the toxic narcissist, is a means for them to invalidate your ability and freedom to express any form of emotion over an act that they had committed. More often than not, the narcissist often makes this a public exposure in an attempt to humiliate you. If you attempt to call them out, the narcissist would make it seem that you are too overly dramatic when you do so, which allows them to manipulate you and make you think that what you are doing is wrong, when in reality it is perfectly expected and normal to do so. If you do not let this bother you, good. If you find that you are often made to doubt yourself because of this phrase, then the narcissist has done what they intended to do, and that would not be a good idea. It never happened. This is a form of denial that the narcissist would exploit simply to show that you are unable to perceive properly. Because you begin to doubt your own perceptions, you begin to think that you are unhinged, when in reality you are just the victim of the narcissist. It was mentioned that a journal would help you ground your perspective all the same, and that would be a good strategy to counteract the allegations that what you perceive is erroneous. This way, the narcissist cannot win and cannot manipulate you any further. You must be misremembering. This can be tied up with the previous statement, wherein there is a denial of the facts as you have observed them. Both statements, this and in the previous bullet, involve the denial of your perceptions and the attempt of the narcissist to subtly alter your perception of what happened then. It is perfectly fine to have some lapses in memory. After all, we cannot retain all information automatically. What can be done, however, is to ensure that you are able to keep a record of your experiences and your perceptions, and the use of a diary would be beneficial to help keep you grounded. Be sure to keep this in a safe and secure place so that it, too, does not disappear or becomes part of the manipulations of the narcissist in your life. You might be crazy, and others think so too. This is a means for the narcissist to ensure that your perception of reality has been drastically altered, as it conveys the idea that your behavior and your actions are completely irrational, and ensure that your confidence and self-assurance in yourself is completely distorted. This would have the effect that the narcissist wants, in that you believe that you are not completely in control of your own perceptions. The narcissist may have a coterie of equally toxic and narcissistic allies who they may also convince easily to believe that you are, or a friend is, completely mentally unstable. Because of this belief in mental instability, there would be isolation from other friends and family, which would fit perfectly well into the agenda of the narcissist, as no help would be available to you or your friend. You should have known that I blank. True to form, the narcissist would expect you to anticipate their needs, and that they would not want to be held accountable for any of their actions. Because of their indication that you should have realized how they would react, they place the blame on you rather than take it on themselves. That way, they can justify their behavior, but you would be unable to justify your reaction to their behavior. It is essentially a guilt trip that you should not be responsible for. You have your own life to look out for, as well as any children if you are a parent. Because of this, you do not have to kowtow to their every need. I'm sorry you think I blank. This may be benign at first, but this is not an apology. This is more of a way to show that you have misinterpreted their reactions to their behavior, and is no way an apology. This shifts the blame squarely onto you, as your behavior is now the one at fault, not the narcissist's. This could allow the narcissist to get a hold on your emotions, to show that you are not able to perceive emotions and read the room correctly, and therefore you would have to be dependent on their perceptions on how you can properly act. Your reactions to the manipulations of the narcissist are in no way irrational and are justifiable by the emotions that you felt when you discovered that you were manipulated. There is no proper way to counter this, but you do have to be aware that your feelings and emotions are just as valid as the narcissist, more so than them. To be perfectly frank, as the narcissist uses emotion as a tool rather than as a means to establish a proper connection with a person. Why do you need to know these phrases, which admittedly should come with a trigger warning for those who have been victims of manipulations from the toxic narcissist? One of the best ways to counter gaslighting and the machinations of the narcissist would be to ensure that you are aware of being gaslighted. Awareness of the subtleties of gaslighting mean that you are aware of instances when they actively try to manipulate your reality. What can you do? Aside from the strategies mentioned earlier in this section, it would be best to do the following methods. Stand true to who you are. This is a state of self-affirmation that makes you trust yourself more. When you are confronted with someone who wants to make you believe their version of events, the best defense that you can enact with a manipulator would be to hold steadfast to your beliefs. If it happened that way, it happened, and your journal entries would be ideal and concrete backup to corroborate that your perceptions of what you perceived are correct. This also serves to counteract the actions of cognitive dissonance, a strategy that the narcissist would employ constantly to erode your belief in your own cognitive abilities. If they understand that they cannot sway your mind, they lose their hold over you in the best-case scenario. Worst case, they double down on their efforts to manipulate you. Do not attempt to outmaneuver the gaslighter. This would be a possibility that may occur to you, but not necessarily ideal, even if you are the most capable planner you know of. This is because the narcissist in this instance would be perfectly aware that you do plan to outsmart them at some point, more so if they are aware that they are unable to manipulate your perception. This could lead you into potentially more dangerous situations. Rather than attempt to outsmart them, it would be best to simply distance yourself. You may be free to gather all the evidence you want, but bear in mind that the narcissist expects you to do this. If you do gather the evidence, be sure to keep it somewhere secure, or leave it with a friend whom you can trust to be safe. If you can cut your losses with this relationship, that would be best for you, as you are able to leave with your sanity intact and your physical safety perfectly fine. Your safety or that of your friend should always remain the most paramount concern above all else. Evidence can wait if push comes to shove. Grow a thicker skin. The narcissist would want you to be prone to criticism, that they can cultivate emotional dependency on your part. If you show that you are unaffected by their criticisms, particularly on your reactions to their behaviors, the narcissist would come to realize it would be pointless to attempt to manipulate you, as you cannot be swayed by their manipulations. This makes you a less desirable target for the narcissist, and they would either try harder to manipulate you or simply cut their losses with you as a potential victim. 13. The road to recovery. It is completely understandable if you happen to feel that bone-deep weariness associated with extreme effort. After all, your body and your mind have been in a state of constant vigilance the moment the narcissist has entered your life and began to rearrange your reality to suit their whims. Your body and mind then would need time to recover, and you would understandably need time to learn how to trust again, after being told that you could not trust yourself to do what is best for you. Just as it took weeks or months for the narcissist to erode what made you as a unique person, it follows that it would take time too, to ensure that you are able to recover properly and recover your sense of self that the narcissist wished to subjugate under their control. Your mindset now should no longer focus on the what happened, but focus on moving forward with your own life and your ability to learn from that experience so that it never happens to you ever again. This is easier said than done, however. So here are some steps that you can undertake to ensure that you are able to ease yourself into a relationship that appreciates you for yourself, not for what you ought to be. The one thing you have to remember with all that is that your experience with the narcissist may have been a tremendous ordeal that sapped who you are as a person, but this does not mean that you will be a doormat for the rest of your life. You were strong enough to take back control of your life, and as you read this book, you begin to sense the freedom of spirit that the narcissist forced out of you in their effort to reshape who you are as a person. With that in mind, your experience is one you should learn from, not one you should constantly recall. It is not a life sentence. Learn from it and let it go. Now for strategies, it will take some time to implement, so do not expect an instantaneous recovery process. Your mind most of all, and your spirit will take time to recover, and the most you can do is to ensure that you are not triggered. Any memories of that relationship, physical ones at that, remove them, save for any evidence that you may want to keep to ensure that they cannot harm you ever again. Mindset. Your mindset in how you deal with this situation is a key part of your recovery process. As mentioned earlier, you would have to consider that your thoughts play a key part. The hard part would be, if you just left the relationship, you might find it hard to trust yourself to make the right choice. It would be ideal that to help bolster your new mindset, to do activities that you enjoy with a friend or a family member whom you trust. They knew you before you entered that relationship, then it follows that they would know when you are back to being yourself. You are able to recover, and our minds are resilient enough to know the recovery process that ensures that you can move on from that relationship. As you read this, know that it is understandable that you may feel shell-shocked given the amount that you have invested in the relationship at first for it to go pear-shaped, but the fact is that your investment was one-sided and you deserve better. We all deserve better than to be matched up with someone who never loved us for who we are. Once you accept that, your recovery process will go a lot smoother, as you will understand that letting go was the best move you could have done in your entire lifetime, and letting go allows you to open your heart to better people. Sustainability. This is by no means in reference to how you get to live after a relationship in economic terms, mind you. This step is in reference to the fact that now you have freed yourself from the effects of a relationship where you are gaslighted. You would have to determine a way to find your own happiness that is not dependent upon a person. You deserve to enjoy life, no matter what anyone says, provided it is within reason. It has to be within reason, as the narcissist finds enjoyment in life through the use of torment on another person, which is vastly different from more conventional definitions of happiness to the regular person. That said, your happiness and your ability to maintain it ensure that you do not backslide into that habit where you dwell on what has been, but instead allows you to dwell on what could be and all the possibilities. This does not mean that you should entirely forget what has happened to you, otherwise this strategy would be completely pointless. Learn from your mistakes but do not dwell on them. What can you do? There were annoyances that made you eventually want to leave the relationship? Write these down. These not only serve as your means as a journal entry, but also ensures that you become aware of potential red flags in a relationship to ensure that you are able to avoid another instance of a toxic relationship in your life. Once you have listed all of these, develop a plan to ensure that this would never happen to you again. Mark those that you consider as red flags so you can identify these in other people and protect yourself from other narcissists. Consider that you should always protect yourself and your mind, your space. You should not immediately open up to a person nor accept them quickly, and that you should cut off relationships, platonic or otherwise, once you begin to sense the toxicity in the person. This way, you immediately avoid potential manipulations and prevent any sort of heartbreak. Self-care. Throughout your time with the narcissist, you were only ever made to believe about the narcissist and what they wanted for themselves and to care only for their needs. In this interim, chances are that the narcissist never asked about what you wanted or cared for what you thought, and that has been hardwired into them. The narcissist only ever thought about themselves and are quite selfish. Your time with them would not have been easy, and there are aspects of yourself that you have overlooked. The narcissist was able to erode what made you a unique person and shaped you into someone they want. They did not want you for who you are, they just wanted a toy. The narcissist has no remorse if they wanted to degrade a person and make them lose their self-worth, and that is never an appropriate situation. Throughout this time, you would have left the narcissist, but if you continue to neglect yourself, then you will not be able to completely progress with your recovery from that relationship. It is perfectly fine to prioritize your needs first. There is no point in being a people pleaser when you have devoted your energy to care for other people rather than to care for yourself. You have needs too, and it is perfectly fine to care for yourself just as much as you cared for other people, even the narcissist. Attending to your needs does not make you a selfish person. Rather, it shows that even you are aware of your own limitations and understand that you need to effectively care for yourself to recover. That would be the basis of this number. The narcissist has convinced you that you are not worthy of anything. Self-care is an action that tells you that you too are worthy of love. Happiness would come from within, and though it will not happen immediately, know that you would find happiness when you are able to find joy in who you are and in what you do. Care for yourself and learn to say no to other people. This is a lesson that should be applied in life and not only to those who have been victimized by a narcissist. It is important that you understand that self-care is just as important or more important than being a people pleaser. An exercise here is to make a list. List down how many ways have you neglected yourself in the time you were with the narcissist. This can be even the most minor things, such as you were not able to eat what you want because of some comment the narcissist made. You were not able to read what you want or watch what you want or even do anything you've wanted to do. There are no specific criteria for this. If you feel that you have neglected a part of yourself, list it down. The next item on the list is how you intend to address the parts of yourself that you have neglected. It can be literally anything you want to do that is indulgent. You deserve this after all you have experienced. This allows you to get in touch with that part of you that was lost because of what the narcissist did. Take pride and enjoyment in the small stuff. You got yourself an ice cream cone? Go for it. You read a novel you've heard about but never got a chance to read? Do it. As long as they address a part of you that was neglected, add these to the list. This is a judgment-free zone and you can do what you want within reason. How do you want to live a better life? This may sound like a bit of a New Year's resolution, but after a period of time where you devoted majority of your time to another person, this asks you what you really want to do. How do you want to live your life? This might be a loaded question to ask, true, but the fact that you are now in control of your life means that you now have the choice to do what you will, as long as you do not bring harm to anyone, as the narcissist opted to do with their life. Think on what kind of life brings you peace and joy, and aim for that. The important part here is that you are in control of your own life, not the narcissist. The little things, it might sound like a poem or sometimes a cliché, but it is best to take note of the activities that make you free and happy. Your time with the narcissist meant that you were under their control, a slave to their emotions, and that you have given control of your entire life to that person. That was an oppressive instance in your life that you are no longer bound to. Your recovery process means that you are now able to enjoy the activities that you were forced to lose enjoyment in. Consider this as a form of resurrection, to bring back that part of you that once enjoyed life before you were forcibly stifled by the actions of the narcissist. Find enjoyment in what you do and do the things that make you happy. You may have concerns about your economic situation, especially if the narcissist was in control of that aspect, but regardless of your workload, always find time to stop, enjoy what life has, and celebrate the small wins. The protagonist from the novel Dance Upon the Air may have been gaslighted by her husband, but after her escape, she took a day tour of an island, bought a book, got a job, and found enjoyment in what she did. While it is not necessarily a fairy tale circumstance, you can derive your enjoyment from the small things at your own pace and not because someone forced you to. Here's an exercise that you can engage in. List down activities that you enjoy and activities that you would normally do for free, but act as if you were paid to do them, like gardening, baking, and so on, a hobby that basically pays if you understand. And how do you plan to commit to the proper enjoyment of these activities? Fulfillment, where Elizabeth Kubler-Ross has the 5 stages of grief, and the final stage is acceptance. The recovery process would culminate in the fulfillment of yourself as a person. This is a loaded question, as a person would barely realize that they are fulfilled, and then suddenly it hits them. Fulfillment is akin to the realization of a sense of purpose, the knowledge that you are alive, and that you are in a position to enjoy what you do, free from the control of outside influences that seek to suppress this enjoyment that you feel. You realize now that you are finally free of the specter of the narcissist, and they can no longer darken your thoughts. You are your own person now, and whom you were always meant to be, in a life that you were always meant to live. While you may not immediately know that you feel fulfilled, there are some cues to trigger that moment of realization. You feel that you are able to manage your time more effectively. You are able to meet people who have the same interests and share the same mindset as you. You begin to trust yourself more, to make the right decisions for yourself. You are able to make yourself be heard, though everyone else is more of go with the flow. You have standards for the life that you want to live, and you know what you need to do to get there. You only meet the people who want what's best for you, as opposed to the narcissist who only wants you to be what is best for them. There are so many things that can be done to help you come to realize that yes, you are fulfilled. These are the activities and moments that make you feel happiness and joy, no matter how much you do these activities. It can be an action, it can be a hobby, as long as you feel happy. What are the moments that make you feel fulfilled? Does making another person happy make you feel fulfilled? Recall the emotions that you felt when you did these activities. You can also list down the emotions that you want to feel, and provide what you can do to ensure that you are able to feel these emotions. Do not forget to list down activities in the past that have made you unhappy, because it is perfectly fine to feel sad. Everyone has an off day, and that is all right. You are permitted to feel what you do, and you do not have to fake it. You may feel sad, yes, but you will recover. You are strong and you are resilient. Avoidance, this is the time for a purge of memories, but not the ones that you went through. This context refers to pictures and various memorabilia that you had while you were in the relationship with the toxic narcissist. They only serve to trigger bad memories, and this would affect your recovery process. Remove them from your social media accounts, delete your pictures, and ditch the friends of the toxic narcissist. The last step may be harsh, but if they knew that their friend was like that and did nothing, their inaction makes them look a lot worse, and you are better off not knowing. This step also includes the avoidance of their usual spots. You do not want a chance meeting them in a familiar haunt. They might get the idea that you want to come back to them. If it is a public place like a park, and you are in a more fulfilling relationship, make new memories to overwrite your bad ones. An exercise now would be to list down all the activities that you have in common, and eliminate them for your peace of mind. Contentment. This may echo the idea of the activities that you find enjoyment and fulfillment in. Contentment echoes a deep satisfaction within yourself that you are in the right place at the right time, living your best life. This also means that you view life with an optimist's perspective, in that you appreciate the small things that make you feel happy and secure with who you are as a person. This is the biggest step that you can undertake in your recovery process, and this is how you can show yourself, your friends and family, that you are no longer under the whims of the narcissist. List down the things that make you feel happy, and those gestures that show that you are satisfied with your life as it is. 14. Conclusion. The road to recovery is a slow process, to contrast with how the narcissist eroded your sense of self over time. It is not easy, so you do have to take all of this one step at a time. You would have to open your heart to the trusted people and learn how to trust yourself to do the right thing, even when you feel that you could not. This is a time where you have to take stock of yourself as a person and take back control of your life. The narcissist and your time with them are just a blip in the system. They are an aberration, and like most errors, you can cut them off and continue with your life once you recover from that error. Be free to live out your best life, no one takes it from you. 15. Codependency. 16. Introduction. The variances and fluctuations in a relationship are often romanticized as the spice that leads to the excitement between two people, and the true test of their character on how they are able to deal with the development of certain issues when they are together. However, it would be necessary to disregard this rose-tinted perspective and opt for the more pragmatic approach. While we are at an era where most forms of suffering are often romanticized for them to take a more positive connotation, we often ignore the more important aspect, the presence of suffering and the effects it has wrought upon the mind. There are instances where we often put others forward in our relationships. We speak not only of the romantic relationship between couples, but also in relationships at work, school, and with our families. There are many who get labeled martyrs because they opted to prioritize the needs of others over their own, simply because they have developed the idea that they need to constantly seek the approval of the other for their own life to have some worth. Hence, they devote their waking hours to the acts that would gain the approval of others at the cost of their own. Is there something wrong with this picture? Of course, there is an error that glares with the given scenario. This is because our worth as a person should never revolve around the life of another person. If the said person chooses to let it be without a word, most likely they are either that selfish or a narcissist, blind to the effects of their own selfishness upon others in the hope that they are able to have their personal needs sated. The person who moves the world for this type of the person, however, is in a world of hurt, as this is the only way that they feel they would be able to gain worth in the eyes of the person or persons that they attempt to please. Imagine a period in your life where no matter what you do, you simply cannot please everyone. Where you are always nitpicked on the most minor details, such as every move you make, the clothes you wear, and even the way that you breathe. Now, for the person for whom this book is written for, this is their reality on a daily basis, nitpicked for every minor detail, and the fact remains that they are always in a world of hurt. Too much of this can eventually cause a person to break, but who would be there to pick up the pieces? It is possible, yes, but it will take some time to properly piece yourself back together and show that you are worth it. You are worthy of love. You can recover from this feeling, and this is how you can recover from codependency. 17. What is codependency? Truth be told, it would be difficult to qualify what makes a person truly codependent upon another. This is because most people who have it are unaware that they do have it. What does this mean? Look, if a person tends to feel sad and listless, one can reasonably assume that they have depression. And if a person tends to have shortness of breath and panic attacks, it would not be far-fetched to assume that the person has an anxiety disorder. These are symptoms that are able to be readily categorized by any clinician and psychologist for that matter, because they are the signs that readily point out the presence of a particular psychiatric condition. Codependency, however, is the outlier that throws off most clinicians and psychologists. Even in this era, there are still difficulties in the identification of the traits that most often define its presence in a person. Why is that? This is because codependency, without a name widely associated with a set of symptoms, is often described by people later diagnosed to have it as a form of pain. This pain, however, is different from the types of pain that those in the medical profession have been familiarized with, such as somatic, visceral, and phantom pain. The pain that they experience stems from an outside source, such as a relationship, workplace, or some other factor. While this sort of experience can be attributed to a variety of other factors, what makes this different is that the person who has this believes their pain to be related to the outside factors. This does not make it any less valid, mind you, but this entails a more different approach in the recovery process and how to plan it. We get to the essence of this chapter. If clinicians find difficulties in the establishment of a more concrete form of codependency, how can it be properly defined? You would be hard-pressed to find codependency on the 5th edition of the Diagnostic Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, the main reference for those who wish to learn more about the conditions that affect the mind. As early as 1989, there was a consensus on how to best define codependency. Codependency is now defined as a pattern characterized by the presence of painful dependence through the enaction of compulsive behaviors performed to gain the approval of others to find their own personal safety, self-worth, and identity. What does this entail? This means that the person has the mindset to perform actions, no matter how innocuous, designed to gain the approval of others, as this is their own motivation. If you believe yourself to be a codependent person, it means that no matter how painful the action might be for you, you would still continue to do it simply to gain the approval of a person who you feel matters to you. You might think that your definition of worth hinges on others, and this often causes you to disregard your self-worth. If you are codependent, you tend to do acts that show others that you are worth their while, and this makes you a people pleaser. Given the variances in codependency and the causes from which it can emanate from, there are further attempts to further categorize the condition. There are definitions that stem from the presence of childhood trauma, and there are definitions that state that codependency is a state of arrested identity development due to the dysfunction that takes place when one attempts to live within the bounds of their own familial traits and cultures, which results in an individual more reactive to the environment rather than their own needs. Another definition for codependency notes that the condition allows a person to let the behavior of another control their own, while they use that behavior to control another person. Now, with the number of experts that were consulted as to their own definitions of codependency and the source from which they were believed to originate from, there is often the dilemma that one aspect of codependency that may be neglected. Regardless of the source of these emotions, there are two certainties that can be derived from all of the definitions put forward by experts. One is that there is suffering experienced by a person that is dysfunctional, and two, that it is possible to recover from them. These are the two ideas that remain as the core concepts of this book, and from which we begin to build your journey to recover from codependency. In a day and age where we often find stigmatizations of expressions of emotion, and contrary to this, we try to at the same time romanticize the notion that in certain circumstances, the person who is codependent seems healthy and is able to function as a member of society. These ideas should both be dispensed with. Cultural norms aside, it is necessary to express emotion. It is healthy and allows a person to better care for their mental well-being. Second, a codependent person may not necessarily look woebegone, bedraggled, and haggard. Sometimes the people who often wear the biggest smiles and are the most helpful often fight the hardest battles and carry the heaviest burdens. It takes a toll upon them, these codependents, to maintain a semblance of normalcy, when internally they feel that their entire world is about to fall apart simply because of the lack of reciprocation on the part of the person around whom they believe their entire existence revolves around. It also does not help that most people are encouraged to be people pleasers lately, in the hopes of advancement, favorable reviews, or that approval has now been made into an incentive rather than the norm to reward good deeds, acts, and excellent performances. It comes to no surprise, then, that some people who tend to act codependent and are later diagnosed to be codependent center their entire existence around, say, their jobs or their family. We know that there are people who are married to their career, or there are people who stay and work several jobs to ensure that their family is able to survive. This is not to disparage the merits of hard work, mind you. There is nothing wrong with a healthy work ethic, and at times in the proper applications these are very admirable. One, however, cannot deny that it is essential to also learn your own sense of worth, and that your life, your behavior, and your thoughts are your own, and do not need to be evaluated or tied to the approval that you get from another person, from your work, or from your job. The essence of codependency, throughout all of the definitions outlined, is that the person who is codependent cannot function from their inner selves, and rather center their thoughts and behaviors around an external object, be it a person or an abstract concept, that becomes the main focus of their existence. This may be clinical enough, but it is in essence the distillation of what codependency represents and how it affects a person. One may understand then, why does this happen? Why do our relationships hurt us? While one can spin a taradiddle about how we allow this to hurt us, this can actually hold a nugget of fact. The fact remains that from the moment we have entered into this world, we have been hardwired to think independently. We have learned how to verbalize our own needs, act the way we do, and learn the consequences if we stray too far from the norm. The trouble comes when we begin to grow older, and we begin to experience a gamut of emotions. The sadness of a broken relationship, the thrill of approval, and the coziness of contentment that comes with fulfillment. There are emotions that we certainly enjoy the sensations of, approval and contentment among them, and we find ourselves in the predicament that to feel these emotions, we need to subject ourselves to the acts necessary to obtain them. It is perfectly normal to want to feel loved and secured, and to feel all of the emotions that one would consider pleasurable. That said, if you begin to enjoy these emotions at the cost of your own well-being, it begins to take a toll upon you. Codependence may seem to be a state of bliss, mind you, but it is a study in contradictions, in that it makes you experience the highs and lows of a relationship to the point that you begin to limit the way you interact with people. How does this happen? A person interacts with a range of emotions, that would be the norm. The codependent person, if you are one, would simply respond in the manner that they feel would generate the emotion that they wish to experience. If you feel browbeaten and have chronically low self-esteem, you would react to other people in a way that you do acts to simply gain their approval and obtain their favor to ensure that your need for validation to be accepted and loved. Similarly, you could always be defensive if you find that you have always been criticized, despite the actual lack of criticism on your person. 17.1 The quintessence of codependency. A person diagnosed as codependent is one who has no sense of self. It was mentioned earlier that the ability to think and feel for ourselves is inherent from the moment of our birth, and as such, our ability to distinguish and feel experiences has been instrumental in the development of our personalities. Our personalities are reflective of the way we have been brought up to deal with the world and all of its multiple facets. If one is familiar with psychological theory, then one would be familiar with the three components of our personalities: the subconscious, the conscious, and the ego, wherein the latter serves to counterbalance the first two aspects of our personality. With these three, these are the means by which our collective experiences help shape our perspective on how to go about in the world. These were developed by a compounded collection of experiences lived, and our personalities reflect that. In a codependent person, however, it would be different. The personality of a codependent person does not react to the environment, however, but rather it reacts to the behavior of the people around them and fixates upon it. It is because of this reactivity that the codependent person feels that they need to act in accordance with how people think they should behave, rather than be able to think for themselves. It does not normally start out like this in a codependent person, but the more they fixate upon the importance of behavior, in that they behave only when they feel that their actions would get approval from those they seek it from, rather than act to save their own impulses. This leads to the development of a fake personality, one that is highly dependent on the approval of others before the codependent person can act. The codependent person may then obtain feelings of approval, contentment, and other positive emotions, but if this is not received, then the person may also experience frustration and a sense of loss. This may compel the codependent person to stay in a relationship that they are unhappy in, if only to forestall the potential scenarios of rejection and loneliness, or sometimes they simply opt to be alone in order to avoid feeling these emotions. Codependency is a complicated topic to address, if only because it is a type of dysfunctional adaptation of behavior and the need for the person to act only if it meets with the approval, or only if it gains the approval of the person or group of persons that the codependent person attempts to please. What can be derived from the definitions is that it is where a person has lost their sense of self and becomes emotionally dependent upon the person from whom they seek validation to allow themselves to feel fulfillment with their actions. The person may recover from this, but crucial to the recovery process is the rediscovery of their self-worth. 18. The sensation of codependency. One of the dilemmas that arose with the identification of codependency is that it has proven difficult to define, as it does not have a specific emotional expression unique to it, save for the need for validation, which in itself can manifest even among those not codependent. This led to another question: would codependency be a disease or an addiction? You might ask the same question too, because for all intents and purposes, codependence seems to be a disease, in that it has symptoms that are physically manifested in a person. Alcoholism, as an aside, was once classified as a form of addiction, but was later reclassified into a disease, which removed much of the stigma around it and allowed individuals who had it to admit themselves into treatment and rehabilitation programs designed to help them overcome their compulsion to take in large amounts of alcohol to which their bodies had become accustomed to. Now, how does this equate to codependency? The analogy of addiction to codependency is simple. The person who is codependent is addicted to the positive feedback and approval that they can obtain from other persons, rather than to seek it out within themselves. Therefore, they do tasks and actions that would allow them to experience an emotional high given by another person, rather than to seek the fulfillment through the valuation of their own self-worth. If you find yourself confused, it would be best to simplify this further. An alcoholic is addicted to alcohol, a gambler is addicted to gambling, a codependent person is addicted to the emotional highs that come from another person. All of these are an improper way for the mind to cope, as the body feels the need to compensate. Alcoholics drink perhaps to dull the pain from a current problem they have. Gamblers are after the high after they win a hand at whatever game of chance they play. Codependent persons are simply after the emotional validation as a means to prove that they deserve to be where they are. There are debates on whether codependency should be a disease or not, as there are two outcomes. The more positive aspects of the outcome means that if it is counted as a disease, it becomes possible to devote more time to its treatment and allow for the development of therapies designed to improve the self-worth of the individual concerned and allow them to recover, because one can recover from it. The negative aspects of the debate point out that people would hesitate to seek out treatment because it can cast stigma upon them. This would be an option that should be rooted out, because there is no room for the stigmatization in this progressive age. People may not know that they have a disease, but this means that they should be given the opportunity to better themselves from their condition. 18.1 How to address the symptoms. The symptoms for an addiction disease are vastly different from that of our conventional idea of physical disease. When we have a headache, for instance, we take medicines and it goes away, and we do not seek out another reason to have a headache. In an addiction disease, however, there is the chance that once a person has been deprived of the main source of their addiction, they may be compelled to substitute it with another form of addiction. This does not lead to any form of cure for the condition whatsoever. Gamblers who are restricted from gambling may turn to kleptomania or alcoholism, prove to be a valid example of this approach. In psychiatry, these are termed cross-addictions, and the recovery process hinges upon the effective application of this process to ensure that once a codependent person has recovered, they do not lapse and enter into another form of addiction that would be just as harmful to them. The approach to deal with these, however, are vastly different and are gender-based. Codependency is present in both genders. However, women are more predisposed to be codependent compared to men. Why? Women are hardwired to be more receptive to relationships, as their bodily systems allow them to more easily develop a bond with other people and make them more perceptive to the emotions of another. When subjected to stress, women are more likely to nurture and care for others, and are more likely to find time to make allies and foster relationships with those who they feel would be able to help them. Women are closer to their parents and are more emotionally involved. This is perfectly fine, to be frank. This also means that women are more attuned to the presence of a relationship in their lives because throughout their formative years, a relationship has figured into a prominent role in their life with their parents, siblings, and other family members. This means that the presence of a relationship becomes a central figure in their life, and any factor that threatens the existence of a relationship becomes a stressor in their life. Without a relationship as the center of their focus, this means that women would be more prone to anxiety and would be more likely to be codependent, as the relationship becomes the axis by which the perspective of the woman revolves around. Due to centuries of male dominance, women have been historically subjugated and made to feel more inferior than men. While this may not necessarily be true today, what with the focus on women's rights and the need to protect them, there may be a question on its universality, as while modern women are more likely to be strong and independent, those who have been raised in a more traditional household have been taught to be more accepting of the male as the more dominant role. If the male breaks off the relationship, this destabilizes the self-esteem of the woman, as she feels that at some level, she is inadequate or was made to feel inadequate. This leads to the development of codependency. At some level, religious practices have also noted that women would defer to men with regards to the decisions made. This means that the woman has lesser opportunities to show that she can be independent, and was placed into a role that subjects her to the will of the men in her family. Because of the combined effect of religion, history, and politics, it comes to no surprise then that women were made to feel that they have no other role to play except to espouse the ideals of the men in their lives, and thus have little self-worth that prevents the realization that they too can be strong and independent. This does not mean, however, that women are naturally codependent. No. Women are natural nurturers, there is no doubt about that. It is entirely possible to care for others without the need to compromise their own integrity and self-worth. We see women lead companies and take care of households, lead relief efforts, and show that they are worthy of respect and that they do not need a relationship to complete them. There is a difference from giving care and taking care, and this becomes a concern with regards to codependency, as our actions can be interpreted as either. We can show that we care for a person. When we give care to a person, in the same way our parents do, it comes from a place where we truly love a person and want to do our best for them. When we take care of a person, it is because we need to take care of the person, otherwise a lack of response from them would indicate a deprivation of approval from the person we take care of. A codependent person may be likened to a people pleaser, in that a person always aims to please in the hopes that they be allowed to maintain the relationship. It is a state of mind of the person that remains the main source as to why a person becomes codependent. More often, we let a person choose for us because it makes us feel better that we let them be in charge of a relationship. We sometimes always buy gifts for people because we feel that it is the only way for us to ensure that they remain in our lives. We do what we do because we want to maintain the relationship, not because we choose to, but because we feel it is what others want. There are several instances of the occurrence of shame, and while at some point we have experienced it, for the codependent person, this becomes an emotion that cripples their self-worth to the point that they feel that every action needs to be validated to ensure that their sense of shame disappears, albeit temporarily. This is perhaps the pain that compels a person to be codependent, and therefore this is the first symptom of codependency that needs to be addressed for recovery to be truly effective. 18.2 All about shame. Throughout our lives, we have experienced shame at some point, be it from a low mark at an exam or a social faux pas that made us the butt of some jokes for some time. We move past it, and it becomes forgotten. There are deeper forms of shame, however, that are generational in nature and go deeper than the given examples. Generational shame, for one, where the entire family bears the shame that stems from the act of a particular ancestor in years gone by. We are not here to talk about the specific types of shame, however, as the concern of this book is centered around the general concept of shame as a symptom of codependency. Can shame be truly defined? Shame is a sensation of pain that stems from the emotions of unworthiness, the thought that you might not be enough for a particular scenario, and that you do not deserve to be with others or a certain group whose expectations you feel you are unable to meet. Shame is one of those emotions that makes you think you have bared your soul to others, and that you feel that you were found lacking by their standards. While we cannot deny that there are others who really make you feel and act as though they dressed you down, the general effect on anyone really would make you want to stick your head in the sand and hide, regardless of the circumstances that brought about the emotion of shame. You might worry that people with a very low self-esteem tend to experience shame more than others, but truthfully, even the most confident person will experience shame at some point. We all have different triggers of shame, and we all have different ways on how we are able to mitigate its effects on our minds. The common connotation with shame, however, is the negative attention it brings onto those who experience it, but the reality is, shame can be healthy too. It serves to induce our self-preservation instincts so we do not repeat the experience that made us experience it in the first place, and serves as the means by which our baser instincts are controlled. You can tell, however, if a person feels ashamed of themselves, as they generally have physical signals that tell you so. These include the avoidance of eye contact, withdrawals from interactions, freezing when they are asked for their opinions or when interacted with, perspiration, especially nervous perspiration, slumped shoulders that show how dejected they are, the person tends to hang their head, and sensations of dizziness and nausea. Now, what do these have to do with codependency? People would normally shrug off shame and leave it to be forgotten with the passage of time. A codependent person, on the other hand, has the tendency to internalize the sensations of shame that are collected and compounded over childhood to the point that the trauma has been so deeply internalized. If you find that you are unable to relate to this, think of it this way. We all tend to recall out of the blue an embarrassing childhood or teenage memory, and we laugh at it and are sometimes mortified at our faux pas. That would be the reaction for someone who is able to deal with the shame then. A codependent person, on the other hand, would take that experience, relive the trauma constantly, and think that they are a source of embarrassment, and that people would always judge them for that, and would always think of them that way. This makes the codependent person generally ashamed of who they are as a person, and this becomes the main cause of the chronically low self-esteem that the patient experiences, and because of this becomes the new definition of the codependent person. They froze out other experiences and become trapped in a cycle where they constantly berate themselves for actions that have taken place years ago. But this is too narrow a scope to fully appreciate the extent of how codependency is affected by this. We have mentioned that shame can be generational, and this is because, while we may have been born without preconceived notions on what behaviors are shameful, society and culture may have affected our mindset, along with familial notions to show that instances of such behavior, such as marrying outside a cultural or religious group, would bring shame upon you and upon the entire family, and this would really go beyond the surface level of shame felt compared to a rather innocuous act. Because of the chronicity of the shame that a codependent person feels, they recognize at least that they do want to avoid the sensations of shame. There is an emotion called shame anxiety that the codependent person experiences, in that it is reflective of their desire to be deemed acceptable to society, and hence the need to compensate for their actions, to use the common term, to be extra about their actions, to ensure that they gain the acceptability that they so desire. If they are unable to do so, or unable to adequately deal with the shame that they feel, the physical symptoms that they experience can be magnified, which would incur greater damage unto their psyche. They would have the tendency to act frozen or cold, withdrawn from society, and essentially live like a hermit, since they feel that they are unworthy of society and are a pariah to their own friends and family. While it may seem trivial to the well-adjusted person, the fact remains that this is a burden that is experienced on a daily basis by the codependent person, and they would need time to adjust their perspective to accommodate the fact that shame does not define them as a person, and it would be possible to recover and develop a life beyond the shame that they have had as part of their life. There are several core emotions that are central to the codependent person, with their respective associations and the possible reasons why a codependent person feels that way. As part of an exercise, you will want to list down in a journal about the particular emotion that makes you feel that your worth as a person depends on the opinion of other people. A low level of self-esteem may be one of the more common emotions you can feel if you are codependent, and perhaps one of the reasons why you need constant validation and someone to hold your hand to tell you that you are on the right path for whatever your intention is. You might even have a case of imposter syndrome, that you are unworthy of where you are now, and because of your perceived notion of unworthiness, you might feel that once people see how average you are or how mediocre you see yourself to be, you might feel that you will be abandoned. You feel guilty about the way you feel. There are also those who feel that they cannot trust themselves, and unfortunately for victims of toxic narcissists and those who have been subjected to gaslighting, they can find this hard as they were made to believe that they cannot be trusted to make the right decisions for themselves. You might not even trust yourself to make the right decisions, simply because a friend or family member criticized your choices. You feel that your choices make you feel unloved because no one seems to appreciate or side with you, and that you fear rejection. Your actions become the key point of focus here, and that they become the means for how unsure you are with the way you act. Self-acceptance is one of those traits that most people tend to develop over time, and this comes from a place of great fulfillment and self-actualization as per Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This might take some time for a person to develop, and for a codependent person, they may have difficulties with this, as they feel that they might fall and be rejected by others because of their position in society. Now, if you ever felt that only a certain socioeconomic level only experienced codependency, this is where you will change your idea. Imagine that a businessman who is at the peak of their career leads a charmed existence and makes great investments. They are self-actualized. They also have that fear, though, that come the next big investment it might not pay off, and therefore they become anxious about their own actions, and fear mistakes that could cause them to lose their own perception of social standing. There are those codependent persons who may feel a lack of responsibility for themselves, and as such, they tend to feel unimportant in the scheme of things, and are highly fearful of criticism, as it has been a tool leveraged against them, and they feel that this causes them shame. While we cannot deny at some point that there are people who nitpick for the heck of it, criticism in this case for the codependent person would be injurious to their perceptions, and require more validation to show that they are on the right path for their task or objective. Self-sufficiency or a lack thereof is another trait that some codependent persons may lack, and this is because they feel that they do not deserve to be in that position. This might be mistaken as a humble brag, mind you, but in the mind of the codependent person, they seem to feel that they did not deserve their spot, and that it should have gone to someone else. They fear failure, but at the same time, they also fear success in their position, as they feel that they would be unable to fulfill the responsibilities that come with their position, and are highly conscious about the opinions of those around them. Self-respect is another trait that we should develop at some point, and that the codependent person will eventually realize at the end of this book. This means that the codependent person who experiences a lack of self-respect means that they hate themselves, or at least a part of themselves. They tend to be self-deprecating, and give themselves negative portrayals, or at least extensively play down any good that they have done to luck and other factors. They feel that they have no value compared to others, and they generally feel that they do not deserve to be in their position. We all have skeletons in our closet, and this becomes our hidden source of shame. This often creates the sensation that we are inferior to others. There is the tendency to compare our progress with others, and in that we may come up lacking. The codependent person simply feels that they are not enough, good enough, attractive enough, smart enough, and all sorts of other positive qualities that they feel that they lack. Therein lies a paradox for the codependent person, as while most codependent people tend to feel inferior, they also feel that they are superior at some level, and require people to tell them so, as is the case with narcissists and gaslighters who require constant attention from others to make them feel wanted and secured in their own egos. Most of these are compensatory mechanisms contrived by the codependent person to ensure that they are able to feel a particular emotion, an emotional fix if you will, to ensure that they feel good about themselves. 18.3 Reflection and Self-Esteem. We can establish now that a codependent person lacks self-esteem, as we have pointed out that there is a distinct lack of self-worth. Self-esteem is how you are able to view yourself. Reflect upon this and write it in a journal. How do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as a successful person? What makes you feel that way? Do you care about what other people think of you? Why is that? A person with a healthy self-esteem knows what it would be like to have a sense of accomplishment. The sensation of elation and joy that a particular achievement has been reached, or that a certain task has been met. Now, how do we measure self-esteem through those events? We do not. We determine the level of the self-esteem of a person by how they deal with negative events. How? A person with a healthy self-esteem would also be subject to objections and criticisms, and they would be able to move on from these and take it as an experience to be learned from. This is vastly different from the idea of arrogance, which is common among narcissists who think they cannot make a mistake. A person with low self-esteem, on the other hand, once they have received some form of criticism, processes it in their mind as a form of rejection, and that this defines them. The codependent person lets criticism define them as a person. This is just a narrow scope, however, with regards to low self-esteem, as this can be determined by how a person reacts to a setback. A person with a healthy self-esteem would recollect themselves and recover from that setback, whereas a person with a low self-esteem of themselves would sit down and wallow in self-pity and despair. A codependent person, then, to use it in this context, would have a self-esteem that is dependent mostly on their appearance, material wealth, skill, reputation, and ability, and cannot imagine life without any of these. Summarily, their existence is highly dependent upon the reactions of others as it relates to the focus of their behavior. A person who prides themselves on their appearance, for one, could not take it if they were told that they were not trendy and fashionable in their appearance, and that their style is no longer in vogue. Similarly, a person who prides themselves on their business acumen would also be unaccepting if another person had told them that their business styles are no longer the norm in their line of work. Here is another exercise. In your journal, write down 3 objects that you feel that you are proud of in your life. By objects, this can refer to abstract ideas such as your appearance and wealth, or even how good you are at a particular skill. Once you have done that, you can reflect next. How do you think your life would be like if one day you did not have them anymore? Would you be able to live a regular life? Or would you act as though your life has already ended? This might be a harsh question too, but the reality is that loss is part of life, and we are bound to lose something of ourselves over time. As such, it would be futile to hinge our entire behaviors on the acceptability of other people, because tastes change, people change, and that no matter how attractive or how rich you may be, there will always be a better person or a better model that comes along to change that. Does this mean that your life stops the moment they come in? Does this mean that you also have the right to pull them down? A codependent person, as mentioned earlier, can have 2 different outcomes on their behavior. The negative aspect would entail self-pity and the woe is me attitude, and that they could never hope to aspire to a particular standard. The more positive, or at least aggressive aspect, would see the codependent person attempt to ruin their competition. Both types of behavior would inevitably entail that other people would give the adulations and approvals that they so badly want to hear. In this instance, they can share a slight overlap with the narcissist, in that they too want to hear praises and approval heaped upon them, but in this case, they become so dependent on it that their life cannot be complete without hearing this from other people. How do you know if you have a healthy self-esteem then? Psychologists have established that a person with a high level of self-esteem would know that they would be okay in any given scenario, which indicates a high level of assurance in themselves. They know that they have self-worth and hence do not require approval from anyone on how they are to act in society. From this they feel competent and know that they are able to finish what they set out to do. They like themselves and do not engage in self-deprecating behaviors and mannerisms. They show honesty and integrity and will own up to mistakes made, as they know that they can set it right. Because of this, they trust themselves to do what is right and are able to trust their own instincts more. A person with high self-esteem shows compassion for other people and would be more likely to help them, rather than have other people help them, though they are not averse to the latter scenario. Accountability is a trait that a person with high self-esteem has, and this means that they are more likely to take criticism as constructive and show that they can learn and get stronger from experience. They accept praise and attention because they know that yes, they have gotten this far on their own abilities. This is not arrogance, mind you, because the person with high self-esteem also knows that they could not have done their task without the help of other people. They have hope, and lastly, they have self-respect, in that they have their own strong moral compass that helps them act and restrain their baser instincts. A person with a chronically low self-esteem, on the other hand, tends to compare themselves to others and usually finds themselves lacking in a particular aspect. Because of this tendency to compare, they tend to lack self-worth and often require the input of other people to support themselves, and often agree and believe other people as they feel that they cannot trust themselves to make the right decisions. It comes to no surprise then that a codependent person would be unable to take criticism and tend to ignore their own wants and needs and tend to shrug off attention. This latter behavior should not be mistaken for humility, however, as this is simply a means for them to show that they believe themselves to be unworthy of that honor. As a result, this shows a lack of confidence and self-respect. This does not mean, however, that this will be a life sentence for the codependent person. It took you time to develop this behavior, so it will take you time to unlearn these behaviors and show that you can live your own life as well. Codependency may compel you to tie your actions to what other people think of you, but over time, you will come to realize that you are your own person. People come and go, but you will be the one constant in your life, and you would be able to stand up on your own and brush yourself off from any setback and jump back into life. 18.4 You do not have to please everyone. One of the traits of a codependent person is that they feel that they need to constantly please other people. While we have experienced this at some point in our lives, especially if you happen to be a working adult in an office culture that requires you to please your superiors in the hope of a favorable feedback, the codependent person takes this up a notch and bends over backwards to gain the approval that they seek. This lets them feel a form of validation that yes, they do deserve to be where they are, but not on their own merits, mind you, but because other people say they should. You can see now how a low self-esteem affects the perspective of a codependent person in this scenario. You might care too much about other people, and you put a lot of credence into their opinions and thoughts and critiques, that you never gave yourself time to be your own person, and to think that you have needs too that must be answered. You have given so much of yourself to others that you never really took the time to take care of yourself. There is this desire to fit in, and in the hopes to be more acceptable, you do tasks that make you feel like you are in some extended initiation rite to show that you belong. The fact remains is that you do not have to do that. You are your own person, and ultimately, these people do not care about your feelings, and they do not care about your thoughts in the long run. The only loss you experience from this continued behavior is your loss of your sense of self. You have opted to disconnect yourself from what you want because you acted in the way you thought other people want you to behave. This is not life but mimicry. You live for others but not yourself, and that is not a way to show that you are your own person. You care too much for what other people think, but push comes to shove, they barely care about what you think. This leads into the next emotion that you might feel, but you really should not when it comes to codependency: guilt. Guilt and shame are often considered by many to be analogous emotions when they have their own distinct differences. Shame is an emotion that comes from how bad you feel about yourself. Guilt, on the other hand, is an emotion that stems from the acts you have done, that you feel have violated a particular moral code or a set of ethics that you have set for yourself. Everyone feels guilt at some point, and the sense that we could have done more to prevent the consequences that rose from our actions. A codependent person can feel both guilt and shame in that they tend to feel guilty and then ashamed. This is best illustrated in a scenario. Take, for instance, a codependent person survives a car crash that took the life of a family member. They would be plagued first by guilt: I should not have distracted, I should have not played my music so loud, and then I feel so selfish, I'm so self-centered. In the scenario mentioned, there is a sense of guilt in that they feel that their actions were the direct cause of the accident, and therefore their needs became the impetus by which the accident took place. A codependent person would internalize the guilt and shame and note that they cannot feel and will not feel other emotions simply because the one time they chose to see to their needs first, a dreadful event took place. They feel a sense of responsibility that extends to other persons, and they feel that somehow their actions became responsible for whatever event that befell another person or colleague. These emotions lead you to try and please people as much as possible to ensure that you feel validated. This is not a healthy way to live, and you can recover from this. There would be no point to dwell on what could have been, but instead to think on what could be. The compulsion to please people and to be what they want instead of what you want to be results in a pathological need to be perfect, because when you are perfect or are what other people want you to be, your world feels stable. The moment you fall of perfectionism, however, you feel that your world is destabilized and your existence is not worth it. Perfectionism, while a great trait in itself, is overrated. The search for it is a fruitless attempt, because what is perfect to us may not be perfect for others. A perfectionist mindset, though often admired, can also make us feel that we are inadequate, and this sense of inadequacy often leads to a chronically low self-esteem and the idea that we can never aspire to be, and because we can never live up to that ideal we set for ourselves, that becomes a new source of shame, a cycle that seems to never end no matter how much we work at it, unless we change our mindset and abandon this perfectionistic tendency altogether. How does this relate to a person who is codependent? Have you ever found yourself in a relationship with someone where you try your damnedest to do right by them? You tried so hard to show them that you love them and bend over backwards to give them what you feel they need, in the hopes that one day they would be able to show affection or even give you the love that they dispense rather sparingly. You try so hard to live up to a standard that you feel that they would appreciate, that you would do anything in your power to be that level of perfect in their eyes. If you are a student, you try your hardest to get high scores in all of your subjects and engage in every extracurricular activity possible. All of this in the hopes that you would get the approval of your parent, loved one, spouse, family member, teachers, and the like. When you are unable to receive any form of reciprocation or appreciation from them, you feel inadequate, and you feel that you have to do more. The first step you can do as part of the recovery process in a codependent relationship is that of acceptance, and perhaps that would be the hardest step to undertake. This is because there is the need to acknowledge that it would be time to stop living an existence in accordance with what others expect of you, but rather to live a life that you can be proud of. It would be time to set boundaries and reasonable expectations. If you feel that you have reached your upper limit on a particular endeavor, say so. If you feel that you cannot give any more to a particular task, then learn how to say no. Why? Despite your best attempts, there are always those people who wish to manipulate you into doing what they want, and sometimes what they want is not necessarily what is best for you. There are those people too, such as the toxic narcissist, who think that you have played right into their hands when you developed a codependent relationship with them, and that makes you ripe for exploitation. But you can nip this in the bud and cut yourself off from this type of toxicity, because you need to accept that you deserve to live a life on your own terms. What you can do now is to set reasonable boundaries for yourself. If you are unsure about your physical experiences, make sure that you tell people that you are uncomfortable with physical contact. If you feel that you cannot handle socialization, inform a trusted friend to help you set the stage for a reasonable amount of social contact. These are suggestions, however, as these are highly dependent on what you feel is safe and what you feel crosses the line. It would be up to you, however, to set the stage on how a person can act around you, but when they cross the line, it would be best to let them know so they can avoid this. 19. A question of codependency. In the previous chapter, we may have touched upon the symptoms of what codependency seems to be, but the real question lies on whether or not you think that you might be codependent as a person. One of the defining characteristics of a codependent person is that they tend to put so much stock on the opinions of other people that they rarely take their own thoughts into consideration with the way they act. This would be hard, as though the codependent person may be facetious about the influence of other people on their life. The truth is, this is the end-all and be-all of their existence, and that they feel incomplete without the acknowledgement and validation from the people that they seem to value. Think of a child who does what they can for a parent who simply does not care about what their child does, or a wife who does everything in the hopes that her husband would appreciate her. You might also think about the coworker who takes on so much overtime in the hopes that their superior would appreciate the extra work and effort. The question is now, for what? What can you possibly hope to gain from this type of relationship? An emotional high that you can experience for yourself if you would simply allow yourself to? A sense of worthiness that you can accomplish on your own. A codependent person is defined now when they tend to worry and think to excess about other people, and how they set so much store on the opinions of these people over their own. Because of this, they are unable to make their own decisions, and would drop all their activities to be with that person. Why? Because they feel that if they do not make time to be with that person, they might be rejected or dropped in favor of another person. If that other person they fixate on is a narcissist, this might be magnified, as the codependent person would leave themselves open to further manipulation by the narcissist, which sets a more toxic precedent. The person they fixate upon becomes the source of their completeness and assuages their fear of loneliness. You can ask yourself the following questions to know if you are a codependent person. Ready? Before you participate in this exercise, it is important to know that if at any time you feel uncomfortable, you are free to stop. This is a judgment-free zone, and you are able to rest and answer when you feel like it. There is no time limit. All the questions asked in this exercise are only yes or no questions. Do you feel that you tend to think often about the problems of other people? Do you find that you always try to keep yourself under control of any situation? Do you feel that you tend to handle more than the usual amount of responsibility in a given task, such as volunteering for extra tasks, etc.? Do you feel hesitation when you approach other people directly? Do you worry constantly about what happens after you have achieved or finished a particular scenario? Do you feel that you do not take enough risks because you do not trust yourself to be successful in that risk? Do you often feel a sense of shame about your own behavior and that of other people? Do you feel guilt if other members of your family have problems? Do you isolate yourself if you are upset? Do you act confident to cover up any bad emotions that you feel about yourself? Do you often feel hopeless about any situation that you cannot control? Are you a pessimist? Do you feel that you do not value yourself often enough? Do you always feel angry with yourself or another family member? Do you fear losing control over your emotions? Are you angry at God? Or any other being, for that matter? Do you find that you want to get back at people often? Do you deny the existence of certain problems in your family? Do you tell yourself that these problems are not as bad as they seem to be? Do you justify irresponsible behaviors in your family? Do you think of only two options to solve family problems rather than use alternatives? Are you upset if someone disrupts your routine? Do you see morality as only good or bad? Do you fixate on certain emotions such as love and anger? Do you find it hard to express what you need? Do you feel pain when another person says they are in pain? Do you feel that you need another person to make your life worthwhile? Do you think about what others think about you? Do you think about what it would be like to be normal? Do you think if you are crazy? Do you find it hard to understand what you are feeling? Do you find that you are easily controlled or manipulated by other people? Do you find it hard to make a decision? Chances are that when you say yes to most, if not all of these questions, you are a codependent person, as these questions are categorized to determine which areas of your emotions are most affected by your perceptions. One of the key aspects, as discussed earlier, is your perceived inability to address your own needs, and as such, you find it hard to act without thinking about how others may think of your actions. You concern yourself with what others think, that you do not think about what you need. Needless to say, this is not healthy, and it is entirely possible to recover from it. In this questionnaire are questions about your perception of denial, and if you said yes to most of these, you will have a hard time with the acceptance that you are a codependent person, and the subsequent steps may be harder to accomplish. It remains crucial that you accept that you are dependent on another person, and you barely think about yourself. This is not about being selfless, it is more about knowing how to take care of yourself too, because no one else will, not even the person you fixate on. To them, you might be dispensable, so the only person who can really help you is you yourself. 20. The road to recovery. The recovery process for a codependent person may take some time, because not only would you have to learn new behaviors on what it means to grow as a person and develop self-worth, but it also involves a different mindset on what you feel constitutes recovery. This does not mean, however, that you can skip over the unpleasant experiences as though they never happened to you. That is not recovery, but denial. It is understandable that your codependency was a means for you to compensate for a shortcoming in your life, and that you had no other recourse but to adapt to your circumstances to ensure that you gave yourself the best chance at some semblance of stability. This is not the only way, however, to maintain a stable mindset. There are a few things that you need to accept, and apart from the acceptance that you are codependent and that your current state of life is unhealthy for you, you would also need to accept that there are circumstances that you cannot control all the time, and that would be all right. You cannot control everything that goes around you, no matter how organized you are as a person. It simply cannot happen, and with that you can begin to let go of what you feel burdens you, particularly the emotions of shame and guilt, because these were not your burdens to begin with. If someone has told you otherwise, it would be best to simply stop talking to that person first, because they do not plan to do you any favors, even if they tell you that they have your best interests at heart. Once you are able to let go of what troubles you, then it becomes truly possible to be on the path to recovery as a codependent person. You need to get better, not because someone says you should be, but because you want to do this for yourself. You need to know that you matter in your life and that you are worth it. You need to know that you want to heal from your ordeal because you want to. True, your pain will be lessened, and other people that once formed the center of your life have left, but at the end, all you will have in the recovery process is yourself, and for that you need to commit to be stronger than you were before. All psychologists may not agree on what makes a person truly codependent, but it was mentioned earlier that they do agree that it can be recovered from. The road to recovery is rarely straight, nor can it be a linear approach. That is to say, you can only get better onwards from the moment you commit to the process. With all recovery processes, you will come to understand that there are good days for your progression in recovery, and there are also instances where you feel that you might not make it. This is a regular occurrence, and yes, you may relapse into the occasional codependent thought, but as long as you are able to pull yourself from it, then your progression has not been affected. In fact, it may have gotten stronger now that you have realized how strong you are to pull yourself up from the depths of your own despair. You have a lot to be proud of in this instance, now that you are able to reclaim yourself from your emotions. 20.1 Outside support and its role. There might be some concerns with this part of the recovery process that would have to be addressed, given the nature of codependency. When we have explored what it is to be codependent, we centered our emotional state upon the thoughts of other people, and this became the end-all and be-all of life for the codependent person. Why would we seek support from another group of people? This is a paradox in the codependency recovery process. Take, for instance, your family was the source of your codependency. You did not act unless they gave their tacit approval, and that they validated your every move to ensure that you were under either their emotional control or that you became heavily dependent on them. This part of the recovery process is hinged on a different type of support. For one, you do not involve your family in this step of the process unless they were not the reason you became codependent, and hence they can be there as part of your support group. What you need most from a support group are people who have been where you are and have recovered from the effects of codependency. On your part, you do not need to dwell on the past and not be distracted by what other people think of your recovery process. They are not in your shoes, and their opinions do not matter to you at all. What do you get from a support group of other codependent people? First, because you have neglected your needs over time to care for the needs of other people in the hopes that you can receive validation from them, you will realize that the first step is the acceptance of the fact that it is okay to ask for help and acknowledge that you are in a place that requires you to ask help from other people. No one will call you weak or consider you less of a person if you ask for help. In line with the need to seek outside sources to help you effectively manage your codependency, there is the use of a support group to help you understand that there is a life outside the person whose existence you based your existence on, and that it would be perfectly fine to put your needs first without the need for guilt. The support group that you would find would also help you understand that everyone has their own set of inadequacies and that everyone has their own flaws. One does not have to live a perfect life, nor have to live an illusion to show that they are worth a person's time. Support from a support group would also help reduce incidences of lapses into codependent thoughts, much like support groups for other types of addiction. You might find this comparison unfavorable because you are not addicted, but the reality is that though you may not have been an alcoholic, a gambler, or a shopaholic, you have been addicted to emotions and the sensations derived from them. A support group would help prevent you from relapses into codependent thoughts and ensure that you get the help that you need to progress in your recovery. If you feel that you are unable to find such a support group in your area, there are alternatives. Counselors and psychotherapists can provide the adequate support that you need to ensure that you are able to prevent any further instances of codependency. An advantage with the counselor and psychotherapist is that they would be able to recommend other forms of therapy useful enough to ensure that you are able to stave off any codependent thoughts. While counselors may be generally perceived of as people in a position to help you along the recovery process, it must be noted that they are not regulated in the same way a licensed mental health care professional is. If you feel that you are not making progress in your recovery and you feel discomfort as you unburden yourself to these professionals, then you may feel free to switch counselors or coaches. The disadvantage to be had with informal counselors and coaches is that though they may give great advice, they are ill-equipped to help you contend with emotional, traumatic, and intimacy issues. 20.2 The Inner Self. For recovery to fully take place, it might be painful or traumatic, but you would have to understand more about the source of your pain. To ensure that you are no longer bothered by the pain that caused you to be codependent, the pain that you feel must be addressed at the source. For most codependent persons, this stems from the sense of loss from their inner child. You might wonder why the inner child? At the core of it all, the codependent person has had their needs unanswered, simply because they might have been told early on in life that to put their needs before others is selfish, and that one should always think about other people. While it would be normal to think of others first, there are certain circumstances wherein these are applicable, and instances where it is perfectly fine to put your needs first. Families, for that matter, especially those that are of a dysfunctional nature, often shame children for the expression of basic needs. In an illustration, take for instance a child who needs attention because they had a bad day in school, and then their parent tells them, "Not now blank, there are other people who have it worse than you. Don't be selfish." This results in a child who develops emotional problems because their needs are often passed over, and are forced to conclude that they cannot trust anyone to provide them with their needs and are forced to grow up quickly. Because the child was forced to grow up quickly, they grew up with the idea that to take care of their own needs is a selfish act, and that their own needs do not matter. This is the potential source for an emotional wound that needs to be healed, and the person on whom this wound is present would be unable to recover unless this emotional scar has been treated. The inner self is often referred to as your inner child. This is not to say that the inner child is the part of you that acts like a child. Rather, this is the part of you that was once whole and innocent, and was forced to hide because other parts of you pushed it aside. Think of it this way: you may have matured as an adult, true physically and mentally, but the inner child that is part of you never left. If you manage to make mistakes, if you trip on your feet, if you forget things, you would always need love and affection from other people, and are able to use your imagination. The inner child is also the part of you that allows you to adapt to any situation, and allows you to ask other adults for help, a key part of the recovery process. Your inner child allows you to be more expressive with your emotions, and tells others that you have weaknesses and are vulnerable. It is your inner child too that allows you to love others, a love that is in its purest state, because you give love to a person whom you truly love. This was the part of you that was unjustly suppressed by the sudden need to simply grow up, because your inner child was deemed to be unimportant. So what can you do? Here is an exercise that you can undertake to ensure that you are able to take care of your needs this time. Pick up a journal or a ruled sheet of paper. Divide your paper into 2 columns. On the left column, write down the needs that you feel need to be fulfilled or satisfied. On the right side, list down activities that would let your inner child out. While there are no right or wrong answers here, the best suggestion for maximum effect would be to think of activities that you feel that you would have enjoyed as a child. Trips to a zoo, ice creams, get a stuffed animal that you were denied before. You get the drift. The key of this exercise is to make sure that your needs have been addressed this time, and to ensure that you feel zero guilt about it. The whole world will not come to a stop, simply because you put your needs above others first. You may have given your all to others, so it would be perfectly fine to take care of yourself too, and let yourself enjoy the emotions that you want to feel naturally. Another exercise that you can do is to get in touch with your inner child. This would need some space, so it would be best to clear out a nice large space for yourself and add the appropriate materials such as rubber puzzle mats and throw pillows to ensure that you are able to enjoy the activity. First, take a deep breath and relax your entire body. Visualize all of your stresses from your outer adult exiting your body. Close your eyes and breathe deeply. You want this relaxation to go all the way to your toes for the utmost in relaxation. Lie down on pillows if you must and wear comfortable clothing. Play your favorite songs to get you in the mood for relaxation. This is all about you and your inner child. Close your eyes and visualize your childhood home. Imagine that your inner child is there. Now speak to your inner child and think about what your child needs. Your inner child may have this unspoken need that you as an adult are able to address. Assure your inner child that you will do all you can to answer for their needs, spoken and unspoken. This is a journey that will truly set you on the path to recovery, as you are now more aware of your own needs as a person. On a large piece of paper, with your non-dominant hand, draw your inner child. It does not have to be perfect. Suppress your perfectionist tendencies. This is not the time for them to show up and spoil the fun. Throw out any potential critics too. This is time for you to do what you want. Close your eyes and ask what your inner child wants and needs. Let your body show what your inner child needs. Express yourself. You may find that you would cry or beat the floor, but this is an expected reaction, so do not feel any shame. This is the moment for your inner child to let out several decades worth of emotions kept in check. This would be one of the ways that your inner child would be able to let you feel the hurt felt all these years ago. It is at this point, however, that you may want to include in your journal a list of activities that were denied you in the past. It might be childish, true, but if not now, then when? You are never too old to indulge your inner child. Take a trip to the zoo, get a set of paints, do what you feel would have made you happy, and perhaps you can begin to heal from within, which is the point of this entire exercise. While your inner child is the purest form of emotional expression within your mind, you also have to exercise control over your inner child in the form of your inner parent. Your inner parent is the part of you that controls the instincts of your inner child and helps regulate the impulses that compel your inner child to act like, well, a child. There are instances where we do want to engage in childish impulses like hurt someone who hurt us or talk about someone who gossips about us. Our inner parent is the part of us that prevents that and takes care of our inner child. Think of it this way: your inner parent is the part of you that tells you that it's all right to be sad, but this is not the way to do it, let's do something else. Your inner child may want to indulge in the pleasures that were denied them early on in life. These impulses are tempered by your inner parent, who tells your inner child that you have to work, exercise, and do the activities that essentially make you self-sufficient. How do you get in touch with your inner parent? The part of you that wants to protect you too. Here is an exercise that allows you to get in touch with that side of you and ensures that you too are able to heal that part of you that was neglected because they were the ones who tried to ensure that you took care of yourself. The inner child represents your wants and needs that were neglected. Your inner parent is the part of you that represented your need to be taken care of and protected. You need to be able to heal both before you move on to the next step of the recovery process. Take a deep breath and stay in a quiet room. Think carefully on what you really want from your recovery process and say it out loud. Do not scream, just say it as strongly and confidently as possible. If you are unsure about what you really want, think of it as "I want," then think on what you really want to recover from. Do you want to feel safe? Feel strong? Do you want to be able to trust yourself again? There are a host of feelings that you may have left unspoken, and this would be the best time to do it. There are no limits on what can be said. Follow what you have always wanted to feel. Set boundaries for yourself as one of the more important steps in the reduction of codependent behaviors. Be strong when you practice saying no. This might be a simple word, but the delivery carries a lot of meaning, especially when you use it to stand up for yourself and let a person know that you too have your own needs to take care of and that you set a boundary for you to feel safe in. Pretend that you are in a conversation with your inner parent and say what you want to say. This would be the time that you want to practice the first 2 steps in this exercise and practice your assertion that you do really want to take care of yourself and that you would do what you can to ensure that you never neglect that part of you that needs to take care and be taken care of. This is the part of you that ensures that you are able to show that you are a strong and capable person, able to act independently, and this would be the time to show it. This is an optional test, but more often than not, self-defense classes are an option open to codependent persons. This does not mean, however, that you have the opportunity to beat someone up, no, but you do take these types of classes to ensure a modicum of confidence that develops the more you learn from these classes. There are numerous types of lessons that you can take, and not only do you get to learn self-confidence and self-defense, but there is also the emotion that, yes, you are strong enough to take care of yourself, and that you do not have to be beholden to anyone else to show that you are truly capable to care for yourself. 20.3 How to Heal from Shame. By the time you get to this point of the book, your sense of guilt is on the mend, and that when you do feel the need to take care of your own needs first, you no longer feel guilt. Where does that leave you now? The need to take care of the feelings of shame that are often inflicted by a parent who wished to humiliate you. One cannot deny it, that often the sources of our shame were because a parent had managed to convince us that we are bad, we do not deserve love, we are irresponsible, and a host of other unpleasantries that made us believe that we are not worthy of anything. It is this emotion that also compels us to act codependent in an effort to show others that we can be loved. Just let me do this and love me, please. This leads to the big drawback, that is the need to constantly please people to show that you are worthy to be part of their lives, and this leaves a person vulnerable to manipulations, especially if they happen to latch on to a narcissist who gives them what they want to feel in exchange for the validation that the codependent person badly craves. No person should go through that, and no person should ever have to go through that. As a parent, you may have been told that by your parents, but if you do have children, one of the best ways to stop this and prevent further damage would be to stop the generational curse that compels parents to say these to their children. If it has sufficiently damaged their perspective, this does not mean that it should continue to damage yours or your child's. As a codependent person, you might think that if you behave or act in a certain way, you would receive the response such as validation and approval that you seek. Because of this type of behavior, this leads you and other codependent persons to believe that behavior in a certain manner would prevent the occurrence of abuse and criticism from their parent or from some other peer from whom approval and validation are sought from. The part of you that is a critic tends to neglect or be critical of efforts for you to control or stop the emotional flow of shame. What can you do to heal from this and be able to move on? There are a few exercises to do so, but again it would be best to do so privately, as you would need to bare your soul at some point. In a journal or a piece of paper, write about the events and emotions that cause you to feel shame. Do you feel ashamed every time a person critiques you? Do you feel ashamed if someone ignores you? This is the part where you need to reflect upon what you really feel and ensure that you are able to identify the source of all of your shame. There are instances where you might not be truly ashamed, but were made to feel shame because of the involvement of family or even friends. This is an entirely subjective approach and depends on what you are able to identify and remember. Repeat that you are innocent. In the same vein, you want to think on your inner child and remind them that they have always been innocent. There is no shame in telling others what they need or what they want. It is an expected behavior, and there is nothing wrong with that. Let your inner child know that they are always loved, and this lets you know too that you can come to love yourself and that you are valid. You are worthy of love, and you are worthy of existence by just being you. 20.4 The Face of Grief. Perhaps one of the more common emotions that a codependent person feels is that of grief. Recall that we have described a codependent person as one who has gone through more than their fair share of pain and has internalized it to the point that it eats at them from within, unknown to them. It is the pain that dwells deep within and reminds them of all that they have lost and all that they were told that they could not be. This would be a burden that debilitates the recovery process of the codependent person. For one to process grief, it is necessary to identify the source of grief. This is not to eliminate the source, mind you, but it is a means to come to terms with what causes you feel a sense of loss, that caused you to compensate for that loss through the use of codependent behaviors. What would that entail? Here is another exercise, but this time it is recommended that you do this in the company of a person whom you trust completely. Think about your times with your family. Sometimes you may have been happy, but there are instances where you had to do some sacrifices on your end without you knowing about it. You might attempt to explain away some behaviors, and this is called rationalization. Just because there is a reason for an action does not necessarily mean that it is the right course of action. Even if you could justify an action, it does not mean that the behavior justified by it was right. If you do not have these types of experiences, think about sublimation, where you substitute one addiction for another. If you cannot receive the emotion that you want to feel, for instance, you might be compelled to shop, retail therapy, or eat until you feel that your feelings are satisfied. This can be damaging in the long run. Think about your sense of loss and how this has greatly affected you. Do you think that you were deprived of experiences in your childhood? Did your parents favor one child over you? Were you constantly denied the enjoyment that you have observed from other people? This might trigger some unpleasant emotions, so you can stop when you need to. Be sure to write down the painful emotions that triggered you, if any, to determine a source for your unresolved grief. Write what you feel in a letter, addressed to whoever caused you the most grief in your lifetime. Once you have written it out, read it out loud to yourself or in front of a friend. Preferably do not read this to the person who caused you grief. This only opens you up to more trauma. Let it out, let out what you feel and let it go. Think about how you want to resolve this issue. There are ways to deal with grief, and while one might be familiar with the 5 stages of grief, denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, one may have noticed that we have pushed acceptance as the foremost part of the recovery process, as this shows that you are at peace with what has happened to you, and that you want to begin the process of recovery to move on. The same principles apply in the recovery process for codependency. You may not have denied what happened to you, or you attempted to justify it. You may have expressed it in anger and sadness from all your introspections, but the culmination of it all is acceptance to help you move on from all the traumatic pain that caused you to be codependent. 20.5 Acceptance. Simply put, this is the final step of the recovery process and perhaps the hardest point to get to. You have suffered pain, and you may consider several outcomes from this. The first outcome would be that you let go of the pain and be able to move on. The second outcome would be that you identify the source of your pain and address it in a form of karmic revenge against the one who causes you that pain. The third outcome would be to acknowledge the pain, but never let go, which in a way tortures you because you still feel at some point you need to learn from it. If you opt for the latter 2 outcomes, then you are not ready for this final step, because you will need to let go at some point to feel peace within yourself. Acceptance is a word that is easily underrated, because you can simply say that you accept what came to pass. The problem arises when it becomes time to let go, and in the process to come to terms with what happened, you might realize that this is the hardest step that you have to undertake. So what can you do? Acceptance means that you need to practice forgiveness, for not only those who have tormented your early life, but also for yourself. At the root of it all, you understand that you became codependent because you were not ready to come to terms with your needs, and that this became a way to compensate for the neglect of your needs. Forgiveness comes from within, and how can you do that? Codependency meant that your life at some point was under the control and influence of another, so what you can do now is to let go of that attachment and let live. You can simply say that you forgive yourself, but those words are shallow unless you truly mean it. You will know when you mean it, when you say the words and you feel light and unburdened. This means that you have truly let go of what has happened, and that you are now ready to move on. Where do you go from here? You need to reaffirm that you are strong, you are capable, and you are independent. You would need to empower yourself. The start of this book saw you as a person who struggled to come to terms with the fact that you were highly dependent on another person or persons to know fulfillment. Towards the end of this book, you are a person who has been liberated from these thoughts and is now strong enough to take back control of life and live it the way that it should have been lived all of those years ago. What do you do next? Know that you deserve to be at this point in your life. You are not an accident, you are not a mistake. You are where you were always meant to be, at your point in life. Therefore, you would want to avoid statements that tell you that you cannot, and affirm yourself always with statements that say that you can. This is a different mindset, and where you have been a pessimist, now, you can opt to hope for the best in every outcome, now that you are able to take care of yourself more. Accept things for what they are and do not dwell on them. This is a behavior that should be eliminated, as it causes you to deny the existence of a problem. Tackle the issue head and show that it does not affect you. These concerns have no power over you, and you should not let it affect you. Start small and work your way up to better affirmations. Be true to yourself always. Understand what held you back before and address this. Live the life that you felt you wanted to live, without the strictures from your childhood. Do what you have always wanted to do, within reason. Consider, does this activity make you happy? If it does, then it is a worthwhile pursuit. Otherwise, search some more and find what inspires you, then can you be satisfied with what you do. 21. Conclusion. Codependency is a journey that reaches deep into your soul and bears what kept you back all of those years ago. You found your unknown hurts and assuaged your fears. In the recovery process, and by the end of this book, you have found yourself and are stronger for it. Do not let others have power over you, only you are truly in control of your own life, and you live your life on your terms within reason. Be free and live happily. 22. Complex PTSD. 23. Introduction. You have purchased this book in the hope that you would gain the courage to confront your traumatic experiences. This is in itself a courageous step, because not many people would care to admit that they had suffered through some form of ordeal, as they prefer instead to bury themselves in their grief and internalize it, rather than seek help for themselves. This is a book designed to help you counteract the effects of post-traumatic stress disorder and all the myriad indications that characterize it. There are exercises in this book that are geared to help you come to terms with your traumas and ensure that you are able to find inner peace within yourself. It would be necessary to note that there would be a lot of introspection needed for the exercises included in this book, so this part is a trigger warning for unpleasant and traumatic scenarios in your past. Do these exercises in a safe place for you, with a friend who is able to ground you and calm you down to ensure that you remain safe. 24. The lowdown on post-traumatic stress disorder. You would need to understand first what defines post-traumatic stress disorder, and to do that, you would have to understand too what causes a person to experience this level of stress. We have, at some level, undergone events that we can summarily describe as stressful. College-aged readers would understand the stresses of examinations, while professionals can understand the stresses brought about by deadlines and workplace concerns. These stressors, however, pale in comparison to those stressors that have been so indelibly etched into the life experiences of the sufferer that they have drastically altered the way they react to the world. Exams, deadlines, these are smaller stressors compared to instances of violence. School shootings, for instance, or wars on a grander scale. Violations of our body and our home are another. There are also instances of natural disasters that have greatly affected us, or even more sinister, the fact that we have been subjected to a relationship that had more than its fair share of toxicity, and that we have experienced that on a daily basis. These are the types of stressors that leave their mark on our minds, and have altered our perceptions in such a way that we feel that we have to overreact with every stimulus encountered that bears any similarity. For those who have served in the military, for instance, they are the population that a person would normally associate with PTSD. In their service to the country, they have developed a hypervigilance that they cannot simply turn off, and once at home, innocuous sounds such as a car that backfires equate into a gunshot in their mind and they react accordingly. Children who have been victims of conflict for another may mistake a siren for a warning and run and hide. People who have been victims of home invasion, for instance, may be reluctant to invite people into their homes. People who have stayed with narcissists may be reluctant to trust themselves and other people after what the narcissist has done to them. From this, you can surmise that there is no age group that is specific to the incidence of post-traumatic stress disorder, for the simple fact that trauma occurs at any age, anywhere, and at any time. The approaches in this book, then, would have to vary in accordance with the age group of the person who reads this. Now that you have understood what can cause a person to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, what is it defined as really? Commonly abbreviated to PTSD as it should be referenced here in this book, it is a series of behaviors that, if manifested, would cause disturbance and unease in other people, demonstrated by a person who has lived through, witnessed, or have been confronted with assault, conflict, or a natural disaster. This is a bigger concern than most people have with regular stressors, because it is believed that at some point in that experience, the person who has gone through it had the expectations that they would die from that experience. Given that they had survived their ordeal, it would be understood that they have been scarred by their experience and would do what they need to do in order to avoid potential stressors that bear any similarity to their experiences. This would include more innocuous triggers such as books and movies that can cause them to relive their trauma and make them more fearful about the said experience. Exercise. Before you do this exercise, however, it is necessary to repeat the trigger warning given at the start of this book. Do this exercise only if you want to, and only if you feel that you are in a safe place. You need to this exercise with a friend whom you trust to ground you safely. If you feel that you are ready, simply take a sheet of paper. Think upon the traumatic experience and list down the reasons why you feel it continues to affect you. Stop at any time when you feel that you are unable to take it anymore. Take a deep breath and rest for a bit. Calm yourself down. Once you have calmed down, read it to your friend. As with disorders, PTSD itself is categorized into several stages, as there are several ways for a person with PTSD to relive their experiences. This can be experienced through dreams, recurrent thoughts, hypervigilance, or hyperarousal. A person may simply opt to avoid the potential triggers associated with the event that they wish to not think of. Rape victims, for instance, would avoid the use of the word and avoid the place where it had taken place, and may also be rid of any object that would cause them to recall the stimulus. A person, when confronted with the potential stressor, may always be on their guard and may show signs of irritability or agitation at being forced to be near their stressor. The symptoms that characterize PTSD in a person manifest at least 3 months after the traumatic experience has taken place. This time frame is not necessarily set in stone, however, because our minds have different rates at which they are able to process events. The manifestations of the trauma experienced may come either sooner than that or later than 3 months. There are instances, too, where we may be unaware that we actually have been traumatized, but our subconscious actions when a trigger is nearby become the main means to identify that we have in fact been affected by the traumatic event, whether we are aware of it or not. However, there are key differences that need to be established to distinguish PTSD from acute stress disorders. Length of time is a factor, and the 3-month time frame distinguishes PTSD from acute stress disorders, wherein the latter only lasts from 3 days up to a month. PTSD, needless to say, lasts a lot longer than a month, and the manifestations may even be delayed for up to a year. The condition is sadly a chronic one, wherein there is the expectation of a longer duration on how it affects a person. The symptoms then, throughout this period, may vary in accordance with severity. There will be some good days where reactions are mild. There will days too which are considered a bad day for the person who has it. In this instance, it would be better to simply be there for the person with PTSD to ground them to the reality that they are no longer in that position. A person with PTSD may also manifest other psychiatric comorbidities, which can include depression, anxiety, alcoholism, and drug addiction. Depression because they are unable to cope properly with the trauma that they have experienced. Anxiety because they fear the triggers and events that can cause them to relive the trauma. And alcoholism and drug addiction in an effort to stave off the negative experiences and pain that they had felt when the trauma took place. It was narrated earlier that there is no limitation as to which age group would have PTSD, as traumatic events can happen to anyone at any age. However, in an effort to provide specifics, there is a 60% chance that persons who have gone through either combat experience or a natural disaster or even a man-made disaster would come out with the effects of PTSD. They are able to recover at least 50% of the time. This is the point of the book then, to show that while the traumatic experiences cannot be erased, nor can they be avoided entirely, it is still entirely possible to recover from it. The most important factors now are dependent on how often you relive these experiences. For those who have been victims of assault, for instance, you might find it easier to recover if you know that your assailants have been sentenced for a long period in a prison far away from you, or if you have moved out of state if possible. For those who have been victims of natural disasters, for one, it would be beneficial, though not completely practical, for you to move to an area away from the disasters that traumatized you. Those who have been in combat, however, may have some difficulty given the proliferation of firearms and the fact that there are a lot of sounds that bear similarities to gunshots, such as fireworks, and this would necessitate some adjustments into how the recovery process would take place with these persons. The Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, 5th edition, outlines clearly the criteria for a person to be diagnosed with PTSD. The limitation is that the criteria that follows are only applicable to children who are 6 years old and above, adolescents, and adults. Exposure to actual or threatened death, as mentioned earlier in this chapter, serious injury or sexual violence committed in one or more of the following methods. Direct experience of the traumatic event. The person has witnessed the traumatic event inflicted on other people. Knowledge that such a traumatic event has befallen a family member or friend that they were close to. If the event was the exposure to actual or threatened death of a family member or friend, the traumatic event must be either violent or accidental. The person has experienced a repetition of, or is constantly exposed to the aversive details of the traumatic event. They constantly see the traumatic event replayed, such as if they are healthcare workers or paramedics who attend to cases of rape and assault, police officers who attend to instances of child abuse. This exposure, however, should exclude those types of events that stem from the use of electronic means such as TV shows, movies, or pictures, unless these are sourced from their work. There is the presence of one or more intrusive symptoms associated with the traumatic event that took place after the traumatic event. Recurrent, involuntary, and intrusive distressing memories. You may think of these as involuntary reactions. In children older than 6 years old, however, they may be unaware of reactions, but this could manifest in the form of repetitive play. For instance, if they survived an accident, they may reenact a scene using toy cars and stuffed animals to show what they felt. While a useful tool in itself, this shows that the child does experience the trauma that they had undergone, and you want to keep an eye out for this type of repetitive play. Dreams that are distressful and recurrent. This might take some time to manifest, but these are indicators that you are still affected by the traumatic event, and your subconscious manifests it through your dreams. A friend or a spouse or even your child might tell you so this would take some level of self-awareness to know if you are affected through your dreams. Dissociative reactions, where the person feels that they are currently reliving their experiences. More severe cases show that a person may be completely disoriented and believe themselves to be in a different place. For instance, a soldier who believes that they are in a war zone rather than at home. In children, however, this set of symptoms appears in the form of reenactments done through repetitive play. Keep an eye out for these in children, as they may not say that they have been affected, but they will show it through other means. It may not even be through play, but even through the pictures that they might draw. 10. Intensified or prolonged psychological distress at exposure to internal or external cues that symbolize the traumatic event. Summarily, this refers to the behavior exhibited when the person sees something that triggers them to relive the trauma that they had experienced. There are marked physiological reactions to internal or external cues that symbolize or resemble the aspect of the traumatic events. You can imagine that the person breaks out into a cold sweat or becomes agitated when they come across an object or stimulus that triggers the traumatic memory for them. There is a persistent avoidance of the stimuli associated with the traumatic event. This begins after the traumatic event has taken place and is evidenced by one or both of the following. Avoidance of, or efforts are made to avoid stressful memories, thoughts or emotions that are directly concerned or associated with the traumatic event. Avoidance of, or efforts are made to avoid external reminders, such as the people associated or involved, places where the traumatic event had taken place, conversations that involve the topic of the traumatic event or the trauma in general, activities that bear similarity to the traumatic event, such as if they were in a car accident, they would not go into a car, objects such as the clothes that they wore while the traumatic event took place, or situations that arouse distressing memories, thoughts or emotions that are associated with the traumatic event. There are negative alterations in the cognitive abilities and mood associated with the traumatic event. These begin or worsen, if already existent, after the traumatic event has taken place and is evidenced by the presence of two or more of the following manifestations. The inability to remember important aspects of the traumatic event. This is often referred to as dissociative amnesia and is not related to head trauma, medication, or alcohol use. The person with PTSD would be more likely to say that they cannot remember, they know they were there, but they cannot describe the events that led to their trauma. A persistent and exaggerated negative belief or expectations about themselves, others, and how they view the world. This would manifest in that the person believes that they deserved what happened to them, or that they become generally distrustful of men or of a particular profession, or show a general distrust for the whole world in general. A persistent and distorted cognition about the cause or consequence of the traumatic event that causes the person to place the blame on themselves or displaces the blame onto other people. A persistent negative emotional state wherein the person tends to feel either fear, anger, guilt, or shame that they had experienced the traumatic event. There is a marked decrease in the engagement of the person in their favored activities. This means that the person does not engage in the activities that they once found enjoyment in, at all, or to a lesser extent. They feel detached or emotionally estranged from other people. There is the persistent inability to experience positive emotions, happiness, joy, or satisfaction. There are marked alterations in the arousal and reactivity associated with the traumatic event that begin or worsen after the traumatic event has occurred, as evidenced by two or more of the following. Irritability or angry outbursts, characterized by little to no provocation, expressed in the form of verbal or physical aggression towards people or objects. Reckless or self-destructive behavior, such as chronic alcoholism and speeding. Hypervigilance. An exaggerated startle response, where the person tends to be more susceptible to shocking events. Difficulties in concentration. Sleep disturbances, which may range from insomnia to hypersomnia. All of these must have lasted for more than a month. All of these must have caused significant distress or impairment in the social, occupational, or other areas for the person to function. These cannot be attributed to other factors, such as alcoholism and other medical conditions. From the criteria aforementioned in this section, you can tell that there has to be some significant impact on the life of the person for them to be diagnosed with PTSD, and the more important criteria is that these must have lasted for more than a month for it to qualify under the criteria outlined by the DSM-V. In this book, however, we go deeper than post-traumatic stress disorder in that we speak, too, of the version of PTSD that is complex. It differs from the more conventional forms of PTSD in that there are emotional flashbacks, a heightened and more toxic form of shame, self-abandonment, extreme criticism of oneself, and incidences of social anxiety. These are more severe forms of symptoms for PTSD from the DSM-V. However, while you might be familiar with the occurrence of emotional flashbacks, in that there are instances where you might dissociate from reality and believe that you are in the traumatic event, there is also a sense of shame that emanates from this because you feel that what you have gone through is quite shameful, and this only heightens the negative emotions that characterize the symptoms of PTSD. Because of this, you might feel that you are unable to cope properly, and that you tend to criticize yourself more because of your experiences and how you have reacted to the traumatic event. Before we delve further into the complexities of PTSD, we now have to tackle the various emotions that we feel alongside it. True, we have been traumatized, and that has definitely scarred us, but that trauma is not the only effect on our minds. We have a lot of deep-seated emotions to work through as we go through this book, and through each chapter, we begin to address how to recover from each emotion as we go along. 25. The nitty-gritty of PTSD. Though there has been a trigger warning placed at the start of this book, it has to be reiterated at this point, given that we are about to do a deep dive into the emotional conflict that characterizes PTSD. As a result, if at any time you begin to feel uncomfortable, close this book and try to either stay calm and relax or seek psychiatric help. Ensure your safety and that of others around you first. Now that we have issued this trigger warning, we have to address the emotions that come into cases of PTSD. The DSM-V has characterized flashbacks as a means by which you or your perception has been in a state of dissociation, to the point that you may at times lose touch with reality, because your mind believes that it relives the event that traumatized you in the first place. War veterans and those who have suffered through disasters, both natural and man-made, experience this, and it must be recalled that there is no age difference, just a difference in how it manifests, either consciously or subconsciously. In more complex cases, however, the flashbacks are so intense that they tend to disorient a person as to why they have reacted in such a manner. Every person deals with trauma differently, let us make that perfectly clear. There are those of us who choose to address it head-on, and there are those who attempt to suppress it or deny that it ever happened. Incidentally, the latter options are not advisable, as this is not a means to promote recovery. Besides, the more you deny the event has taken place, your mind and body, on the other hand, may opt to manifest it differently, through other means. There are concerns as to the strength of the flashbacks, but given that it is present in more complex cases, it becomes apparent that the intensity of the flashback is such that the emotional effect is quite profound, in that you are unsure what to do, how to react, and why you have reacted that way. Then you will know that the hurt goes deep down, and that to recover, you need to reopen some painful wounds and address the hurt that you have felt. This is nothing to be ashamed about. Emotional expressions help you come to terms with what happened. An emotional flashback is characterized by the expression of emotions that manifest when your memory gets triggered by a stimulus, and you feel either anger, shame, or even suicidal ideations. It must be noted that if you experience the latter, seek help immediately. Suicide is never the answer, and you can come back from this. Another emotion that the person with PTSD has to contend with is that of shame. This is not the shame that we regularly feel when we have committed a social faux pas or committed an act that is quite embarrassing, no. We speak now of the shame that goes deep down, to the point that it becomes a toxic manifestation of what we have felt about ourselves and what went down when the traumatic event took place. A person with PTSD or its more severe forms would think, "Why me? Why of all the people in the world did this have to happen to me?" is a recurrent thought that flashes through our minds, regardless of the intensity of the trauma that we have experienced. This becomes a more painful question for the person with PTSD, as the emotions in this are more intensified than what the average person has to deal with. There is the tendency for you to believe that you are a flawed person, or generally unlucky or stupid, or other negativistic emotion that you can think of as to why you think that the traumatic event befell you. Just know that there are some circumstances beyond your control, and that you do not have to blame yourself, nor do you have to blame others for what had happened. These sensations require some form of self-expression, and you would need to undertake the exercises with a friend to ensure that you are able to come up with an answer as to what made you feel this way. Find a safe place where you and a trusted friend can feel comfortable. Make your surroundings as comfortable as possible to ensure that you are able to know that you are in a safe place. Take a deep breath and speak the first emotion that comes to mind when you recall your traumatic event. If it is fear, ask yourself, what made you so fearful? Why do you think that you are? Insert description. Do you think of yourself that way? You may think about other questions as well, but the point here is to talk yourself into what you really feel. Perhaps a parent had told you that you were a coward, or that you have been in an environment where the atmosphere is always tense, that you never had a chance to truly relax. Speak with your friend about your answers. Let all of your thoughts be explored. The traumatic event may not necessarily be the event that caused you to feel that way, but rather it became the straw that broke the camel's back, to the point that you are unable to cope with it anymore due to so much deep-seated trauma that you eventually became unable to cope with the emotions. Take a deep breath and relax afterwards. You bared your soul, so you can do the activities that make you comfortable first to ensure that you are able to ground yourself. For the friend, it would be prudent to include grounding activities for those moments when there are episodes of dissociation. Now that you have noted your emotions about what you really feel about the traumatic event, it must be important to note that there is nothing wrong with the expression of what you really feel. This is the thing with shame. It is an emotion that can wreck the self-esteem of a person and cause you to believe that you are what other people say you are. Those instances should never be the case with you. If you are a victim of assault, it does not mean that you deserve to be assaulted. If you are a victim of rape, it does not mean that you deserved it because of some quality you have. These are the outliers, the people who simply never learned that it is wrong, and they are the ones in the wrong, not you. It does not make you any less of a person to know that you need to ask for help at some point. You have gone through a lot, and if you choose to deal with your trauma alone, that is your prerogative. There is no rule, however, that says you have to shoulder this burden alone. You can ask for help, and the fact that you have purchased this book means that you do acknowledge that on some level you need help to deal with your PTSD and the trauma that comes with it, and that is all right. You do not have to do this alone, and a friend or another person would significantly lighten your burden. 25.1 The crux of the matter. There are times when you feel that you are overwhelmed by all the emotions and the flashbacks and the resultant reactions that come when you relive the flashbacks and all the memories when you go through PTSD. From the diagnostic criteria outlined by the DSM-V, you can tell that these go a lot deeper, and their impact on your life is significant in itself, that your perceptions of reality and memory begin to blur. We have also mentioned that one of the characteristic symptoms manifested by a person with PTSD is avoidant behavior. This means that you might have the preference to simply avoid any concerns with issues that involve the trauma that you have experienced, but constant denial or simply not talking about it does not create nor give you a resolution to the trauma. You may deny it, you may cover it up, but it will remain as the elephant in the room. You know that it is there, and at some point in your life, you will have to rip off the Band-Aid and address the trauma. The problem is, where do you even begin? The thing with trauma is that It is the event that causes you the most pain, and the source of all the nightmares and darkness that you perceive. For you to fully recover, we may not be able to turn back time and stop the trauma, but we can help you come to terms with it and be at peace with what happened. It becomes essential then to know what trauma is, as it is the key to the recovery process in PTSD. What it has done, it will become the key to undo some, if not all, of the effects it had caused in you. Trauma is a word that you would be familiar with, even before the event that changed you forever. We have heard it in the news when people suffer unfortunate accidents. People get into car crashes. There are airplane crashes, the events of 9/11 among them, school shootings that impact the lives of students and their parents, assault, rape, natural disasters, and the list goes on. We may have heard of these disasters, but are rarely unaffected by them. If they are such a daily occurrence, one might ask, when does it become traumatic? This is because that these events take on a traumatic quality, because the person who has gone through it at some point in their life had the general expectation or the reasonable assumption that they expected to either suffer from a significant injury or die. When you are faced with the idea that you are about to die, it certainly causes a person to be shaken up, no matter how mentally strong you are, no matter how well prepared you are. When you are confronted with your own mortality, it changes a person, and in the case of PTSD, it is often for the worse. Trauma itself comes in multiple facets. Some are sexual in nature, and though women are primarily the victims of sexual assault, men can be victims too, as well as members of the LGBTQ+ community. While there is legislation aimed at the control and prevention of this type of trauma, there are those who still persist on it. It would be best then to set the expectation that there are people who may commit sexual harassment. Sexual harassment can take place virtually anywhere, at home, at school, or even in the workplace. These often involve sexual or obscene comments that are designed to make you feel uncomfortable, and it can take its toll, particularly if you have been subjected to it for quite some time. This often takes place when the aggressor is in a position of superiority, as in the workplace, where the aggressor makes their victim feel powerless. Rape, on the other hand, requires penetration, be it oral, anal, or vaginal, and does not discriminate among genders, as all genders can be victims of rape. If you have been raped, you might have been drugged, intoxicated, or even unconscious. There is no point in victim blaming, so you should not blame yourself for this. Rape is legally defined as a crime of aggression. It can never be sex. That said, there are several ways rape can take place, and it is not because of what you wear or where you go or what you do. If people tell you that, do not pay attention. Sexual abuse is often a common source of trauma, and while it is prevalent among adults, it also finds itself as a common source of trauma for children. While this may not necessarily be apparent in children, through the symptoms mentioned earlier, the child can still let their feelings about the event be known through the use of repetitive play. Sexual molestation can stem from this, and this is when an adult touches the private parts of children, or the adult uses the parts of the child to touch themselves. Regardless of the permission of the child, this constitutes sexual abuse. The child is not of a state to give legal permission, and hence any permission given by them for such an act is negligible and not a valid defense for any molester. If you are a child reading this, or if you are a parent reading this, the only person to blame here is the molester. Their perversions are the culprit behind what has happened, and you and your child should never blame yourselves. Violence is another form of trauma, and this is to include further incidences of school shootings and hate crimes. This is further categorized into interpersonal violence, where people commit acts of violence against other people. This is not limited, however, to strangers. Violence can take place, even amongst those in a relationship. If you are a reader who is in a relationship, and that relationship became the source of trauma, the relationship does not become a justification for violence to be inflicted upon you. Violence is still violence, regardless of the circumstances and trappings around it, and no one can ever justify it. We have spoken about the effect of natural disasters upon people with PTSD, and while the person with PTSD has managed to survive physically, there is a mental toll that has been taken. They may have lost a loved one, they may have suffered a physical injury, or became faced with their potential death, the eventual destruction of property that resulted from that disaster in question, or the separation from all that was familiar to them. Military personnel, however, are the patient population that a lay person would understand to have PTSD. Given that they are in the position to risk their lives in the service of their country, the men and women who protect the country are more prone to their share of traumatic events. Not only do they have to potentially contend with natural disasters, but they are faced with constant images of death, destruction, and violence all around them. Their trauma is experienced twofold, in that not only are they subject to the types of violence mentioned earlier in this section, but are also prone to combat trauma. Combat trauma in this case does not only refer to the trauma experienced in the midst of a war, as it can happen even in a training accident. In areas where they are stationed and are attacked on all sides by an enemy whose main intent is to end their life, it becomes quite jarring when you are beset by various types of ammunition and you do not even know for certain if you will survive the day. First responders, more so in the advent of the pandemic, while not subject to the combat trauma of the military personnel, are in the position to be exposed to a lot of traumatic events. Policemen, firefighters, nurses, and doctors, given their job descriptions, may see death and destruction at some point in their careers, whether it would be to save someone from a fire, or they had to deal with the effects of violence inflicted upon other people, or even to simply fail to save a person from dying on the hospital bed. You might wonder then, there are other events that are just as debilitating as these aforementioned sources of trauma, yet they are not classified as such. Is it an absolute necessity that there must be an impending loss of life or injury to classify an event as traumatic? One can argue for the cases of certain first responders that death and destruction are not a daily occurrence. This is not to disparage the severity of the other events, mind you. Divorce, illness, these are all able to affect the life of a person at some point, and this is highly dependent on how you react to the aftermath of it. Think of it this way: a person who has had a divorce may have separated from their spouse and their life destabilized and upended. However, the reaction to this can be subjective. Some people think divorce is the end of their life, as they are unable to maintain a stable relationship with anyone. Some people celebrate their divorce as it is a sign of freedom, especially if they have had an abusive spouse or if the relationship was quite unpleasant. It may be debilitating, yes, but at some point, a divorcee will realize that divorce might have been the best thing to happen to them and be able to move on from that. A person who has gone through a life-threatening situation, however, does not have the luxury of simply being able to move on. The use of the word luxury might be a bit rich, but comparatively, a little heartache seems better in comparison to reliving a nightmare wherein you feel that you are actually about to die as a result of that traumatic event. This does not make the pain felt from a divorce or illness any less significant, however. Pain is still pain regardless of the source. What becomes crucial here is the significance of the impact of the source of the pain, and those with PTSD have a hard time with the ability to deal with the trauma, and this impact has gone deeper to really affect their lives. In the context, however, of other relationships, an ordeal that we have to consider is that of a relationship born from one who spent some time with a toxic person. We speak in this example of a toxic narcissist. How does this count as traumatic when you barely feel that you would suffer death or a permanent injury? In this instance, you might ask. In a relationship with a toxic narcissist, it does not mean that just because there is the semblance of a loving relationship with that person, that death or injury are not possibilities. After all, with an emotionally stunted narcissist who can no longer get what they want from you, they would consider you as a disposable person whom they could either dispatch, abuse, or simply be rid of. This places you at a higher risk for death or injury. Physical effects aside, it must be recalled that the effect of the toxic narcissist is so insidious that you begin to feel eaten up from within, to the point that you gradually lose your sense of self. You begin to lose touch with who you are, and that would be a greater loss too, comparable to the loss of your life or the risk of a permanent injury. The trauma that is inflicted here had caused you to lose who you are as a person, and because you were told to believe that what you perceive is not real, and what you feel is not worth it, and a host of other emotions coupled with the threat of physical abuse, you can understand now why a person in a relationship can suffer from PTSD. It was mentioned, after all, that violence and abuse are not exclusive to strangers on the street, as they also find themselves even amongst those who know each other. 25.2 YU. We revert back to the topic of toxic shame, because at some point in your recovery process, you begin to think that you deserve to be abused. You might think that there is a quality that made all of these things happen to you. However, we need to make several distinctions and rationalizations at this point. There is no point in the dispensation of blame when there is none to be given, and there is no point in the what-ifs because it will only slow down your recovery process. If you are the victim of a natural disaster, you are not to blame. By all rights, that is a force majeure, an act that not even you can control. If you are a war veteran, you might think, if only I had not been injured, or if I had taken that shot. War changes a lot of things. You cannot perfectly predict what an opponent has in store all the time. If you have been a victim of assault, you might be inclined to blame a particular quality that you feel has attracted the perpetrator to you. There is a predicament on why you should take on the blame. You do have qualities that attract these people onto you, but generally, for the regular person, these are admirable qualities: the ability to forgive, responsibility. One thing you have to tell yourself is that this is not your fault. To start with the recovery process, then, you have to learn how to forgive yourself. For this exercise, you want to take a seat in a safe and quiet place. Have a friend nearby to help ground you to reality while you do this. Ensure that you are comfortable. Close your eyes and take a deep breath. Meditate if you need to, but that is not the point of this exercise yet. Do what you need to do to keep yourself as calm as possible. Imagine that you are in a conversation with your past self in the traumatic event. This is a time when you need to view the event through a different perspective. If possible, you can write down what you feel about what happened to you. Talk to your past self and let them know that they did what they could. Ask, is there something else you could have done differently? Would that choice have mattered in the long run? This allows you to know that some circumstances may not change, no matter how hard you try. This is because some people act the way they are, and it is not your blame to shoulder. You are not to pay for their perversions, or their acts, or even their stupidity. Take a deep breath and assure yourself that you would do what you can to recover and set healthier boundaries and expectations for yourself. Slowly recover and reorient yourself to reality. Speak with your friend about what happened and hear their own perspective. You might be surprised with what you hear. Take the time to write in a journal about what you can do to ensure that you can protect yourself and ensure that you are able to live your life. You may not be able to change the past, but you can prevent it from happening again. Learn from the experience, but do not dwell in it. In line with this, write down 3 boundaries that you want to set for yourself and other people, and 3 affirmations that you can tell yourself daily. The most essential component now is to ensure that you are in a mindset that shows that you want to recover. Your mindset now becomes the main focus of the recovery processes for this book, and the next chapter will help you prepare for this step. Know that trauma may have impacted your life, but it would not do you well to stay on it forever. The first step to conquer it is to show that you no longer want it to be what defines your life. Trauma is a hiccup, it is not the focus of your life, and you should not give it the power to do so. You define who you are, not that event, and once you understand that, we can begin the recovery process in earnest. 26 Mindset matters. It was stressed at the beginning of this book that one of the more crucial factors, if not the most crucial factor, would be your mindset. Firstly, you need to accept the fact that there are some circumstances that you could not change, the traumatic event that took place as the foremost circumstance of them all. Second, you need to accept that the recovery process will take time. It is not an instantaneous process, and therefore you should not expect that by the time you end this book, you will have made a successful recovery. That is not how the recovery process remotely works. Third, you will need to acknowledge the fact that in the recovery process, this does not mean that once you recover, your psyche will go back to the way it originally was, unspoiled and intact. While we may not promise a full restoration of how you were before the traumatic event took place, what can be promised then is that you would be able to cope with an unprecedented traumatic event better, and that you would not let it hold sway over you anymore. You do not have to be a prisoner to your own thoughts, and you have the option to move on and take back control of your life. No one wanted the traumatic event, you did not want the traumatic event, and thus you do not let it control you. It is your turn to control the narrative of your life and take back control of it. This all, then, has to do with your mindset and the need to accept and let go of certain aspects of your life. 26.1 Acceptance. You might be familiar with the 5 stages of grief outlined by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross: denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance, and at some point, though you might have PTSD, there are indications that you might not have gone through a proper grieving process for what was lost to you then. We speak of the aftermath of your potential loss of life or injury, the fact that you were shaken to your core, and you lost the spark that made you, you. This is where acceptance comes in. The start of this chapter has outlined certain expectations that you would need to accept, and this includes the need to accept that there are some circumstances that are outside of your control. You may be the most resilient person, well prepared, and a host of other positive qualities, and that is perfectly fine. The outlier here is that other people may not necessarily have those qualities, and as such, they become the cause of the traumatic event. Some people have their own perversions and delusions that compel them to assault people. Some people have deeply ingrained notions on right or wrong, such as those who are belligerents in a war, and some people are simply unprepared for unprecedented disasters, natural or man-made. This means that not everything in the world will go in accordance with the set plans, and that would mean that even if you were skilled in most martial arts, took self-defense classes, were a crack shot in training, or even a disaster prepper, there are simply things that you cannot control. You should never blame yourself for those circumstances. They were beyond your control, and you should feel no guilt. It would not do you any good to torture and relive those events. Acceptance would not come easy, particularly if you were raised in an environment where you were taught that you were to blame for disasters because of your actions, and that somehow you were convinced that you were at fault for most circumstances, even though your actions had no bearing upon them. If you were raised to think that any action that is less than perfection would be the end of your world, then acceptance would take some time, and thus you would need to heal yourself first. One of the steps that you would need to do is to lessen your self-criticism. Within all of us there is always that voice that tells us, if only you were, if only you did, you could have. We can choose to dwell on this, and relive and run the scenarios in our heads most of the time, but this is not recovery, but self-torture, and no recovery can result from this train of thought. What can be done then? There are instances, however, where you need to take a step back and re-examine yourself. Do you find that you were always critical of yourself, to dwell on your past mistakes in the hopes that you can do things perfectly? This would be time to do another exercise to help you recover. Take a journal and divide a page into 2 columns. This journal is to help you walk through the traumatic event that continues to affect you. On the left-hand side, write what you feel you could have done to make the event have a lesser impact. Think of the what-ifs that you could think of. On the right side, answer yourself, why do you think it would have made a difference in what happened to you? You would want to do this with a friend, because there may be circumstances and events that may be pivotal to how you perceive the traumatic event that may change your perspective. Speak with your friend about this. They may be able to add some insight and tell you that you were in the right and that you did what you could. While this may be a painful journey in that you would have to relive what happened, the fact remains that you continue to torture yourself because of all of the measures that you feel you could have done, means that you need to resolve this part of you that needs closure to show that you were in the right and that the critical part of yourself is in the wrong. Why would you need to do this exercise? One of the key parts in any recovery process is the acceptance that there are some things that you cannot change, no matter how much you have prepared for that. The problem lies in that there is that small part of you known as the self-critic that tells you that you should not accept such an instance because you could have prevented the occurrence. It is the part of you that says that you cannot move on because you do not deserve to move on from that, and it is the part of you that holds you prisoner in your own mind. Therefore, it becomes part of the recovery process, a necessary part at that, to ensure that you reduce the self-criticism and allow yourself to acknowledge that you too need to love yourself, accept yourself, and heal. We go back to the 5 stages of grief as mentioned by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, but now we reference the process of grief in its entirety. While grief is the part of us that causes pain, like our mindset and our acceptance, it is part of the recovery process as this allows us to keep in touch with our emotions. Grief allows us to work throughout the losses we have suffered in our lives, as outlined in the 5 stages. When we are able to address our losses head-on, we give allowances for ourselves to move on and be reborn from our sorrows. Now, the traumatic event may inspire a lot of grief in you, so here is what you can do. In your journal, write down what you think you lost when the traumatic event happened. For those who have experienced the loss of a loved one, it could be that they felt that their lives lost all stability. For those who have experienced assault, it could be that they experienced the loss of their innocence. For those who nearly lost their lives or nearly became permanently injured, it could be that they grieve over the potential loss of their mortality, or the fact that they had to come to terms with their mortality in an unexpected manner. For military veterans, it might be hard to say what they had lost, but suffice it to say that war changes a person to the point that they lose so many things. As you write in your journal, place into words as best as you can what pained you in the loss of what you wrote about. Express your fears about your losses and write about how this affects your life. You do not have to do this with a trusted friend if you like, as this is an exercise to help you unburden your emotions through their expression. The key here now is to ensure that you are at least able to let out your emotions and come to terms with them. The self-critic in this instance is not helpful, as this leads to the repression of your emotions. Emotions require expression, and it is unhealthy to keep it all bottled up, as this gives them the potential to turn inwards and eat at you, letting you feel more pain when it would have been better to let your emotions be known to others. Another exercise often utilized by those who have had complex PTSD is known as verbal ventilation. From the context, you know that this involves the conversion of what you really feel into words. With that, this is considered the best form of the expression of grief, as this allows you to vent out your emotions. Scream if you must, cry, and do what you can to show what you felt, what you went through when you had gone through the traumatic event. You do not have to relive it. All you need to do is say it. Ensure that you are in a safe place or in a quiet area. You may have a friend with you to ensure that you remain grounded to reality. All you can do now is to speak out and let your emotions flow. The real gut-wrenching emotions that you felt, and why you feel that this has greatly affected you. Know that there is no precise process for this. Speak from your heart, from your mind, freely. This is a judgment-free zone, and that your emotions are expressed as a catharsis to help you move on from what happened, and know that your emotions are valid. Unburden yourself and see how much lighter you feel afterwards. For most, this type of ventilation helps you come to terms with the traumatic event, and perhaps would be sufficient to let you know that you can recover, only if you allow yourself to recover. 26.2 Emotional Health. The expression of your emotions is always an advisable practice, more so if its expression allows you to better heal from thoughts that you were not permitted to express. All of us are aware that emotions exist on a spectrum, where we shift from happy to sad, with a lot of other emotions in between. In our childhood, we were taught that positive emotions are always better, happiness the foremost emotion that we were taught to express. Even as adults, we believe that happiness is the most prominent emotion there is, and the rest of the emotions are deemed to be inappropriate in their expression. How does this work? Men, for instance, were told that it is unseemly to cry or show fear, because this is an indication that men are weak. Men are not allowed to cry and grieve, because it was simply not traditional to see a man cry. Women were not allowed to show anger, because it was unseemly for a woman to show such emotional outbursts, as again it was the dictates of society that determined how much emotion we are permitted to express overall. That said, this has led to a general repression of emotions that turn inward and manifest differently among ourselves. Conversely, while there are those of us who are told that we are only permitted to feel certain types of emotions, such as the positive ones, there are also people who simply choose not to feel anything at all, which in itself is another form of emotional repression. We may joke about what it feels to be dead to the world, but the fact remains is that there are people who are referred to as emotionally dead. These are the people from whom you can barely elicit any type of reaction, simply because they are afraid to express emotions, due to the fear that they may exhibit an inappropriate emotion. This in turn stems from the knowledge that at some point in their lives, they were told that it was wrong to feel, and they cultivated this emotionally dead persona to not have to deal with emotions. That aside, a person may also be emotionally dead, as they opt to not feel the pain of loss and grief. This option may seem to be ideal for the person who has suffered a loss or had come close to experiencing this loss. However, as discussed earlier, this is not a healthy form of emotional control and would do more harm than good, as emotions will find a way to make themselves manifest. It would be better to express them where you are in control, rather than let them manifest on their own, where you are not in control of the reactions. The most common effect of this is pain, and this is what you feel constantly when you suffer from PTSD. To counteract this, then, it would be more important to express your emotions rather than suppress them, and they either eat at you from within or explode from you when you can no longer control them. You might ask, especially for military veterans, you might be told that you are unable to show emotion, or you might be frowned upon when you show displays of emotion when you are supposed to be impassive in the performance of your duties. This is a complicated topic to address, as one, there are places wherein you can safely express your emotions. It has been a highlight of this book and the exercises that your emotional expressions need to be done in a place where you feel safe. That said, because of your unique position, you may find it hard to do so, as emotional expressions are often correlated with weakness, and that you were told to not display it at all, which in itself is a bad idea, for reasons that have been stated in this book. This is where emotional health comes in, and there needs to be added emphasis for the use of other emotions. If you are familiar with the concept of the movie Inside Out, you will see that the emotion of sadness has often been relegated as a negative emotion and one that has no place in the human psyche. It was not until the end of the movie that the actual use of sadness is that it alerts others to let them know that a person needs emotional help. While this may not necessarily apply to all of us, it does show that all of our emotions serve a purpose, as our emotions let us know that our body, our minds hurt at a certain point, and that we need to assuage whatever it is that troubles us. Our mindset now becomes a more crucial tool, as if we are in touch with our emotions, we would easily identify what causes us the pain, and therefore we can address it more readily. The problem arises when, in cases of emotional repression, our emotions have been so deeply buried in our psyche that we are unable to identify what it is that causes us pain. Because of our perceived inability to address the source of our pain, we lash out, and this causes the manifestations of irritations and anger at other people, simply because we are unable to address our pain. This becomes the main reason why we exhibit violent forms of behavior, and hence our emotional health comes into play, and the need to connect with our emotions. Our emotional state will always be in a state of flux, and we cannot only experience a singular state of emotions. We all are bound to go through our ups and downs, and despite what was ingrained into us, we cannot deal with life with the sole use of a positive outlook or emotion. We have to know when we can feel sad, and we have to know when we can express anger. There is nothing wrong with the expression of emotions, save for the need to know when they can be safely expressed. This said, a journal would help you get into the groove to express your emotions. Write about your trauma and what it made you feel. What you feel as a person, what others made you feel, these are all important facets that need to be addressed to ensure that you are able to express your emotions in as many varied facets as possible to determine the source of all your pain. Because whether we admit it to ourselves or not, our emotional state and how in touch we are with our emotions becomes the determinant by which we are able to properly recover from PTSD. When we are able to effectively deal with our traumas, then and only then can we earnestly say that we are on the road to recovery. The expression of emotions and the acknowledgement of acceptance. These are all basically preparatory measures to help you on the path to recovery. True recovery starts when you begin to heal the scars that caused you to develop PTSD in the first place, and this includes the need to address the pain that you feel head-on, to ensure that you gain closure and have the ability to learn from that experience. 27 Bonus. Scan the QR code or visit the link below. Dive into a world of exclusive bonuses. Simply scan the QR code provided or click on the link to be whisked away to a special web page. Just one small step, all it takes is your email address. Enter it on the web page and voila! You're all set to receive an array of incredible bonuses designed to complement your journey through this guide. What's in store for you? 4 enlightening online courses. Embark on a journey of self-discovery with these specially curated online courses. Each one is tailored to deepen your understanding of the book's themes and enhance your personal growth. 23 handy mobile apps for Android and iPhone users alike. Your healing and learning continue on the go. Get access to 23 versatile mobile apps that support your journey. Whether you're an Android enthusiast or an iPhone fan, we've got you covered. 4 comprehensive workbooks, one for each part of the guide. Dive deeper with these interactive workbooks. Each workbook is a companion to a section of the guide, filled with exercises, reflections, and practical steps to aid your understanding and application of the book's lessons. Your voice matters. We value your participation and feedback. Your insights and experiences are precious to us. By sharing your feedback, you help us create even more impactful content and resources. Together, let's make this journey of healing and growth even more remarkable. Link: https://bookhip.com/dtsjsnh